Good morning. I hope you enjoyed yesterday evening in Brussels. The weather was very nice. All of us were very enthusiastic to speak and speak and speak, discuss, and it is very, very nice outcome from the first day. Today, the second day of the conference, we will have the full day from 9 o'clock until 19:30, and we will discuss a lot of different things. Some people will arrive today, some people will leave us today, but it is a normal process. We are starting now with the first presentation, Ecodesign for Sustainable Product Regulations from Commission. And we will continue with session 2, second part. After that, it will be session 3, 4, and 5 today. And please send us your presentations if you do not provide it until now. We will be happy to complete the full program. And please sign these papers here on the table. I printed as promised yesterday. It is agreement that we can use your presentation for our report. We will not publish for any marketing on something for this reason. It is only to produce a report, and people online asked if presentation could be shared. Please sign the agreement that you, no confidential information, please place in your presentations, yes, and sign, yes, please, but if colleagues will be late, paper will be here, and please sign this document. Thanks a lot. Let's start. And first presentation is here. Floor is yours.
Many thanks for the invitation. My name is Wojtek. I am a policy officer in DG Environment in the Sustainable Products Unit. I am here with my colleague Maria from the Joint Research Center. In DG Environment, I work on ESPR, the Ecodesign for Sustainable Products Regulation, and there I follow everything related to the digital product passport. So there's quite a lot happening, as you've noticed, on the DPP system. DG Grow is in the lead. You had Alex's presentation yesterday, and that's also his team that's coordinating DPP issues across different legislations. But many services, the GRC, Grow, ENF, NR, Digit, Connect, THESEUS, and others are closely involved. So together with Maria, we'll try to give you an overview of what's happening on the topic of the DPP, really focusing on the ESPR, the Ecodesign for Sustainable Products angle, which is the angle that we know the best. So, next slide, please. So first, the Ecodesign for Sustainable Products Regulation. You probably all know energy labels that you've seen on fridges, light bulbs, ovens, etc., that are set by the Ecodesign Directive and the Energy Labeling Regulation. The ESPR builds on those legal acts and expands the scope beyond just energy consumption. So it allows to set eco-design requirements on a number of product aspects. On the screen you can see different requirements that we can set on recycled content, durability, repairability, and so on. But for the different product groups, not all aspects will be considered for all the product requirements. We will only look for each product group at the most relevant ones and those with the proportionate impacts. So the broader scope of ESPR in terms of product aspects extends the scope beyond just energy-related products and allows to regulate more diverse product groups, such as, for instance, textiles also or furniture. It is also now possible under ESPR to adopt horizontal measures, which means to set requirements on a selected product aspect, such as, for instance, repairability, for many product groups at once. And where we get to the DPP, because eco-design requirements can be either performance requirements. An example could be the energy consumption in standby mode that would have to be below a given value, or the battery has to be replaceable, and so on. But eco-design requirements can also be information requirements. For instance, the energy consumption in standby mode has to be provided to the consumers, or instructions on how to replace the battery and where to get a spare battery have to be provided. I simplify a bit, but this is to make the point that ESPR has a strong focus on product information. And when doing this regulation, when doing ESPR, when working on it, we realized that we're lacking a proper IT system that would allow to host this information and to easily allow it to be accessed by all the concerned actors in the value chain. So this is where the DPP came from, originally in ESPR, and why it was introduced in ESPR and more or less at the same time also in the batteries regulation. So how will it work from a process point of view? Sorry.
It's not shared actually with the community.
It is not broadcasting.
Okay, so
Pardon, sorry.
is it working now?
Sharing now?
I don't know how it is.
You have to wait 40 seconds. There's a delay.
Yeah, there is always a delay.
Okay.
But I think it should be...
Let me know when I can go for it.
Because I see yesterday when it was broadcasting, we can see the screen with camera. This two screens and now.
Good. Working.
Okay, so from a process point of view and from a legal point of view, how will it work? Because how will eco-design requirements, including those information requirements and the digital product passports under ESPR, how this will be developed? So the ESPR itself sets a framework, and then we will be developing product-specific requirements via delegated act. So for a given product group, there will be delegated acts. So the ESPR does not create, let's say, a DPP by default for all products in its scope, which sometimes can be a misconception that we hear. But under ESPR, only the products that will have delegated act setting eco-design requirements would, in most cases, require a DPP. There might be other legislation that would also require DPPs, but under ESPR, it's going to be the products that are covered by delegated acts under ESPR. So the framework legislation is already in force since last July 2024. And the multi-annual work plan, the working plan, which sets the different product priorities and which tells which product groups will be regulated under ESPR, has been adopted in April. So I'll just quickly give an overview, because that was also a question yesterday of what products would be covered under ESPR, what is meant under energy-related products, and so on. So the new final products that will be regulated under ESPR, for each of those, there will be a preparatory study and then an impact assessment. And we will likely set also information requirements, also setting a DPP. So the final products are textiles and apparel, which will be the first one with an estimated timeline for adoption end of 26 or early 27. Furniture for 28, tires for 27, and mattresses for 2029. Then there are also going to be intermediate products that are in the working plan, with iron and steel also as the first one, 26 or 27, and aluminum for 2028. Then we carry over a number of energy-related products from the previous eco-design working plan. So that's the whole list. That's what the question was about yesterday. There's low temperature emitters, displays, EV chargers, household and professional dishwashers and laundry appliances, EV motors and variable speed drives, refrigerating appliances, and light sources. Then there's also welding equipment, mobile phone and tablets, local space heaters, tumble dryers, and a measure on standby off and off-mode consumption. So those are all the measures that are carried over and would be adopted under the new framework. So the ESPR framework, which allows for the DPPs to be created. Then there's a number of products which we have listed below, which are part of the transitional regime, which means that measures for those products will still be adopted now, but they will be adopted under the old Ecodesign directive framework, which doesn't allow for the setting of the DPP, at least under Ecodesign. There might be other regulation that could set DPPs for those products, but here again, I'm just talking about ESPR. And then there's a last part, there's horizontal measures. I mentioned before a horizontal measure on repairability. There's also gonna be one on recycled content and recyclability, which would cover several product groups at once. Here most likely small household appliances and electronic equipment, consumer electronics. For horizontal measures, ESPR does not set the obligation to create DPPs, but it is still a possibility. So if during the preparatory study and impact assessment we realize, okay, a big part of this measure are gonna be information requirements and the tool to convey those information requirements would be the DPP, then we have the possibility to set it. Next slide, please. So now, yesterday Alex presented more about the DPP system. And now Maria will talk more about the DPP data, which is how we actually think about setting which data points go into the DPPs for all the product groups that we cover.
Okay, thanks. So the question indeed would be which data information will be included in the product-specific DPP. And to answer the question, we are developing a methodology to guide the procedure, and this is what I will describe shortly in the following slides. So the methodology that I will describe should be applied at the beginning of the procedure for the development of the eco-design requirements. So within the preparatory study, this means that the proposal will go later on to be refined on the impact assessment, also when the consultation of the eco-design form happens before the adoption of the measure and its application. So the methodology is a four-step methodology. On step A, we would define the scope. On step B, we would identify the use cases and data needs. On step C, we would define the DPP data requirements. And on step D, we would validate the DPP data requirements before we have the final proposal of a product-specific DPP. So explaining a little bit further what would be inside the step A, the idea is to initially define which is the product scope and the boundaries. Then we would review the policy and the legal framework and the context. It's important at this stage also to define which is the stakeholder profile, because it will be consulted during the process and because it is key for the proper identification of the data needs and the use cases later on. As well, we foresee here the documentation of the existing standards and vocabularies to be adapted afterwards to the product specific. And also the documentation of the whole value chain, including, for instance, which are the typical data flows that are already exist in the sector. For this, the methodology provides some supporting annex with a list of research questions that should guide the study team during the desk analysis that afterward will be complemented by a stakeholder consultation. On step B, for the identification of the use cases and data needs, we would start defining use cases. This means which are the situations in which the DPP would be useful for different actors along the life cycle of the product. And for that, the methodology provides some criteria for selecting the relevant use cases and also some generic use cases that will need to be adapted for the product under the scope. Then we would identify the data needs, and for this, the methodology provides a generic guidance of data points. This means a comprehensive list of many data points for all the product aspects that Wojtek mentioned that can be regulated under ESPR. So for instance, for repairability, for durability, and so on, there is a whole list of data points that the study team could, from which the study team could pick up the relevant data points for their product. Then we also foresee an iteration, so a last step for iteration and verification of whether the data points really serve for the use cases that had been identified at the beginning of this step. On step C, the methodology provides some guidance for identifying, reusing, and merging existing vocabularies with the idea of adapting it and building a product-specific vocabulary. Then the idea is to set the DPP granularity. This means that we provide some general rules to determine whether the DPP should be established at model, batch, or item level. And also, we need to set the DPP access and sharing rights and the requirement on who and when the data will be updated and maintained. And for this, again, the methodology provides some recommendations. Finally, on step D, on the validation of the DPP data requirements, we foresee both an internal and an external validation of the vocabulary and the data so far. With this, we would have the proposal of the product group specific DPP data, and this would go, as Wojtek already mentioned, to the impact assessment, then the consultation of the Ecodesign forum before the adoption and the application of the measure. So with this, this is all. I hope it was clear, and we remain available for any clarification.
Thank you, very nice. Yeah, very important talk. Yeah, here. Questions, please. Yeah, please, Caroline.
So there's a lot of confusion in industry with respect to the DPP for energy-related products, because here the ESPR doesn't say that there will be one, and as you said, so what you just said previously, if I understand correctly, for those products that have been identified under the ESPR revision, ESPR work, you will see if a DPP seems the appropriate carrier for the information. Is this correct?
So for the new products, for instance, textiles, furniture, and so on, the DPP will be the carrier. That's not the question. Then for energy-related products, it's a bit more tricky. I can try to go back to the slide. So there's a number of energy-related products that will be adopted under the new, where measures will be adopted under the new framework, under the ESPR framework. The legal text allows for an exemption from the DPP wherever an equivalent system already exists. It was to mention, without I think telling directly, the EPREL database. So for those products which are in EPREL, it's during the preparatory study and the impact assessment that the choice will be made. Okay, do we go with EPREL, with a DPP, with both, and so on. So it's gonna be, I understand it's doesn't give clarity, 100% clarity right now at the moment, but it's something that's gonna be decided during the preparatory study and impact assessment. And then for then for the products which are under the transition regime, so that will be adopted still under the old Ecodesign directive framework, there it's gonna be EPREL, or I mean there, because it's under the old regime, it doesn't allow for the DPP to be set through ESPR or through Ecodesign.
We have a question actually from the web. And the question says, actually, did I understand correctly that the EU Commission and the GRC inspect existing ontologies for given sectors regarding suitability for use in DPP?
So maybe I can start and then you can complement it. So it's how the ESPR process works, that for each product group or each delegated act, there's a preparatory study and the impact assessment. And of course, as Maria explained, one of the important steps when defining DPP data requirements will be to look at what's already existing, not to reinvent the wheel from scratch. So, I mean, to me, this is something that will be considered, but then, of course, sometimes there are some competing vocabularies or some competing systems. So there might be a need to find something that suits most of the stakeholders.
Yeah. So the methodology that I don't know. Yeah, I think it's the methodology that has been is being developed also with TNO that I have here in the room another representative of. It includes in one of the steps, indeed, as Wojtek said, that you have to see what is already there, and the methodology provides even some tables with the ontologies that could be relevant for in generic cases. But then, of course, they have to be adapted for the product group because so the methodology already provides tables from which you could start, but then it defines how it will have to be adapted, and it's about the FAIR principles and so on. And yeah, I think you will be able to read more about this when the methodology is published, but it explains the process.
I have a question as well. When it comes to the intermediate products which are going to get regulated under the ESPR, namely iron and steel and aluminum, those intermediate products go into many value chains. And one of those value chains is, for example, construction. Now we have the CPR, which is defining a digital product passport as well for construction works. But obviously things goes in other directions as well. Aluminum and steel is used almost everywhere. So when it comes to your methodology on defining a vocabulary, you obviously need to take into account what is coming from the CPR, from the Construction Product Regulation, when you're going to set up a vocabulary for iron and steel and aluminum. But what about the other ones? And how to make them consistent for aluminum and steel so that they feed into any value chain where those intermediate products go in. Any idea on that, or you need to?
It will be defined when the scope of the preparatory study is set. So, for instance, in the ESPR, for the definition of requirements for aluminum, well, at least now for iron and steel, the construction products are not in the scope. So. I think it's key.
How should they do their passport?
It will be defining each of the within the scope of each of the preparatory studies is something that we cannot say now.
But then the methodology also includes a part on looking what other legislative proposals there are in the wild. So, and there are many. We are, I think, trying our best to put them all and to assess them all. But yes.
Thank you for the insights. My question goes towards the stakeholder involvement. I mean, the Ecodesign Forum is established, but in my mind it's unclear, will there subgroups be formed for the different products? Will the wider community also be involved in some kind of a public consultation for those who didn't make it into the Ecodesign Forum? So maybe if you can elaborate on that, would be great.
So in the Ecodesign Forum, for now we had one meeting to discuss the working plan. There's one subgroup which is the member states expert group. At this point in time, we don't plan to have thematic subgroups. But of course, if there are meetings of the forum that are dedicated to a given product group, then of course we expect that only or mostly the stakeholders concerned will choose to be there and to be involved. So the application process is continuous, so anybody can apply. I'm not sure where for the next time we'll do a selection. I would have to check with my colleagues who are involved. But the idea is exactly that if there is a discussion on a specific product group that's planned in a couple months, then we will try to make sure that all the stakeholders who are concerned by this product group or by this delegated act, if it's an act on the DPP, can be present there. So that's one part. Then also for all the delegated acts, the product-specific delegated acts under ESPR, there's the preparatory study and so on, and the consultation of the Ecodesign forum, which is, let's say, a bonus compared to the classic better regulation approach, because then on the top of that, there's, I would say, a regular impact assessment, also with a public consultation, where anybody can participate. So it's, I would say, an additional consultation process with the forum on top of the regular better regulation approach for other legislations.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
I have the question, the work in the preparatory study.
Also,
No. The work in the preparatory study is, to me, in part at least, very similar to some of the work that we are doing in the research projects. For example, defining the impactful use cases and the according data requirements. Is there a planned collaboration between the preparatory study and the relevant interested research projects beforehand and not only after the public consultation?
Yes, trick question. Ideally, yes. I mean, when a preparatory study starts, it's announced on. I mean, it's either run by the GRC in many cases, and it's on the GRC Product Bureau's website where all the ongoing studies are referenced. Or it's, in case it's done by external, it's subcontracted, then there's always a project website, and it's also mentioned on the ESPR website that, okay, it's referenced here, there's an ongoing preparatory study, for instance, for professional dishwashers, or on repairability on the GRC website, and so on. And then the preparatory study team, I think usually one of the first things they're looking is to see, okay, what other work has been done on the topic. So if the preparatory study team is able to find this scientific project easily, then I assume there will be some contact made. And then in the other way around, if you work on a specific topic and you notice that, okay, a preparatory study on this topic is starting, then please reach out to the preparatory study team, because they for sure will be very happy to not to redo a second time work that you have already done, financed by EU funds. I mean, it's if the contact is made, that I know that's sometimes an issue, but I'm sure that both sides will be happy to build on each other's work.
Indeed. At least this is, I mean, in the preparatory studies I have been working. Okay. In the preparatory studies I've been working so far in the ERC, we work closely with any research study that is present, just published, or under development. So we are in continuous meeting with many research studies.
In any cases, I think this conference have now very good point to distribute information related projects and projects involved in this development. And if you need it, we can support you. Yeah?
I already
in
took
this,
some
yeah.
notes yesterday of some contacts. So.
It is, yeah, and we have now a very good database. Last question. Oh, yeah, please. Here.
hello, Marvin here from DKI, standardization. My question would be, are you also in contact with the different standardization technical committees, because they are also subject matter experts on most of these things, and I'm sure they are also talking about this. Would be good to align with them. Are you doing that?
Yes, a lot.
In part of your methodology, you were indicating that there will be a study of data availability. So I understand that is whether the one that is to input the data has that data ready. I was wondering whether there is any preliminary vision on when defining the data points, is it going to be just counting on what is already there, or if there is also going to be an effort to request for new data capture that could be relevant? So is it going to be very minimal and, okay, that's the data you guys have, that's what we're going to request, or is it going to be a push for, okay, now we have the chance to ask for new data that might be relevant?
No, of course, we think that we have to start looking at what is already there to include it also in the DPP, but then the data needs would be defined through the preparatory study when we understand which are the hotspots of the product, when we understand which are the requirements we want to define, and the data points that then we will be picking up are those that our study is saying that are relevant for the regulatory process. So we understand that indeed it's important to see what's out there, but then to complement it with the purpose, to fit the purpose of the study.
Good. And we have here one question and this one, and after that, this one.
Yes, of course, you get many questions because you're everywhere in a way. I was a little bit late, so there's risk I missed one part. It seems that you're working bottom up, so to say, from each product category and trying to merge everything from that form. You do not have also a horizontal approach, like a high-level approach on how to work with each of the different product categories. So how do you work? Do you bottom up, so to say? Here's a problem, now we solve this, and here's a problem, now we solve this. Like a algorithm solve every individual problem in its own individual way. Is that the approach?
Maybe if I can try. So the methodology that Maria presented, it's part of the methodology on DPP data needs that is integrated in the broader methodology that is being applied when looking at the different product groups. So there's, I would say, one, it's built on the MERP and then extended exactly with DPP considerations, with substance of concern considerations, and so on, to be fit for the new ESPR framework. So it's a more or less horizontal methodology that gives an overall approach, but then this approach needs to be applied or is being applied in the context of the different product-specific preparatory studies and impact assessments, because from a legal point of view, it's going to be one measure for apparel textiles, another one on furniture, and so on. Because even if the methodology is and the approach is similar, at the end, the data points for refrigerators and a pair of jeans will be completely different or much different. So that's why we have this, I would say, overall approach that's similar, but then it's being really applied in a product-specific context.
Yes, I understand that from a juridical point of view, and I think that is correct to have that approach also, but at the same time you have to identify where does this harmonize on a horizontal level, because I think that you will not really do that. You will create a list of juridical terminology and nomenclatures, etc., and that is super important, but on a higher level you also need to have that consistent across all sectors at the same time, and that you have to ask who will help you with that. I think you were GRC. I was late again. Was that correct? Yeah. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, and I know kind of how you work, and I like that approach. You will always solve a problem, but at the same time, there's lacking someone who do the horizontal level. So please consult experts in this forum here. I think we're very, very competent to handle that.
Thank you. This is Rembrandt Koppel from Ecowise. The methodology, I love it. It's very clear, step by step, easy to understand. I have a question that we see and observe in the market, talking in different sectors, through Surpass 2 project, but also other contexts. that there's a sort of connected dots problem. And what I mean with that is we have the ESPR, which is actually quite well known, fairly clear energy, because people know energy labeling. Okay, it's introduction, but then we have bolt-ons or add-ons that link to are going to link Critical Raw Materials Act, Green Claims Directive, upcoming probably linked aspects such as the Circular Economy Act, revision of the WEEE Directive, etc., etc. Are these type of considerations linked in step A, review the policy and legal context, or are you purely your remit is to look at the ESPR, and how do we work as projects on trying to understand how we link to the legal context and support the process in the Ecodesign forum, or in, it's a bit of a broader question, but, and I'm saying this because a lot of companies, they are not aware of how many facets DPPs may interact with as a harmonized instrument.
I'll start with the reply, and then I'm sure Maria will complement. I think one of the main aspects of what Alex is currently doing in the Commission, what I'm doing, what Thomas is doing, and so on, is that whenever there is a new piece of legislation that requires some information to be submitted in digital format, or that we try to make sure that the people who are working on it are aware that there is the DPP that was introduced by ESPR, where the single market strategy also announces it in the context of the new legislative framework, and many other pieces of legislation, that we don't end up working on 20 different systems which do the same thing, but that, okay, it's let's just use the system that's where work has already started and is quite advanced. So I would say we do quite a lot of internal publicity for the DPP, with I would say quite some success, at least recently. And then on the methodology.
No, yeah, on the methodology, this is why on step A we include just a super step on reviewing what is the policy and the legal context, just to try to be sure that everything really matches at the very beginning already.
Thank you very much. I have the question about advanced material specific, but maybe we can discuss it in the pause, in the break. It will be some specific aspects. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks for very good discussion and for all these aspects which are extremely important for this community at least, yeah, and for future development. And I think that you are the whole day here. We can speak with you, and you will receive more input, and we will be happy to have the consultation from your side. Thank you very much. Now we will start technical work from session 2. Caroline, I'm not sure if camera is working. Do we have any help of technician? Yes, the camera. It is for the presenter. It works. Yes, it's okay. Thank you, because we cannot see it here, but if people online can see, it's very nice. Thank you. It is You have the camera here. Ah, okay, because yesterday we can see in these two screens, is now not, but you can control it. Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, okay, thank you. Good. We start the second part of session 2, and the first presenter, Miguel. Please, floor is yours, and I think Salim try to now help you in the presentation.
Natalia.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, floor is yours. Miguel, please start your presentation.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here and listening to this presentation. I am Miguel Laceras. I come from NILU, a research institute in Norway, and I'm going to present on behalf of the CRISE project. The CRISE project started in 2023, will last until 2026. There is 27 partners, out of 8 are industry partners from oops, that was not meant to happen like that. Representing 4 different value chains: electronics, batteries, solar panels, heating and cooling systems. And also we have 4 industry actors from the refurbishing and recycling sectors, and then academia and consulting and so on. In this presentation, I want to reflect on the fact that benefiting from DPPs requires standardization of data structures and interoperability. This is nothing new; we've already heard this, but I wanna introduce how in the project how in the CRISE project we are exploring it from our side. The CRISE project is about using DPP information to guide users in undertaking sustainable resources efficient practices on the electronic sector. That's because that's where we focus the action. So it's about assuming a supply chain that is already implementing DPPs, already using them. We know this is not the current situation, but we start from that point, and we design an information system that feeds from that information and structures it for the users. That means, we have components developers that will create something with a DPP associated that will be aggregated into further components with a DPP associated. We're aggregating another components with a DPP associated. Will land into being assembled into a product that will be finally assembled by a manufacturer. And here, when the manufacturer uses a DPP for this product, is where CRISE information system kicks in. And they would be able to analyze their own product thanks to the extra information that comes with the chain of DPPs. They would be able to explore the ability of their products to undergo resource efficiency strategies, for example, refurbishability, remanufacturability, what in the project we call R indicators, and also to perform an enhanced SEE, socioeconomic and environmental impact calculation on their product with enhanced information that again comes from the chain of DPPs. All that information can be put into a DPP, and then this information will reach the user when taking choices when an informed purchase. The user will also have information throughout the life cycle of the product, and also when it reaches the end of life, what to do with that product, whether there are take-back schemes, whether it can be reused or repaired with some repair manuals, and in case it needs to be disposed, where and how. When it's collected as e-waste, there will be more extended information on the handling of that product, but also some guidance on which would be the best fit operator for that waste. When the product is delivered to a processing facility, that facility could enhance their processing with detailed product information. Again, disassembly manuals, but also which components has the highest content of critical raw materials, and also calculate the impacts and the benefits of their activities at the end of cycle. Once that's done, then again that can go in the DPP, and this will keep circulating. This is the idea of how the CRISE information system overlays with the functioning of the DPPs in the supply chains. An idea of the project also is that in the long run, all this information can be aggregated, anonymized, and this data could inform researchers and policy actors. So in short, the CRISE information system is a system that takes data from DPPs, takes user input and input from background data sets for the life cycle assessment calculations, processes it into something, and provides the user with structured information on circular strategies. Then it can also, if new data was created, feed it back into a DPP structure. But here I'm mostly going to focus on the key part of the system, which is the inflow of DPP data. Because that's what enables all our processing. When we look, so I'm not really going to talk about how we process information and so on. When we look into this inflow of data, we look at a landscape of data DPP provider, the hosting of the DPPs that can be heterogeneous, so they will have different data structures. And one first challenge we are encountering is when we retrieve and then later store data, we need to know where the data is being identified, where the data is being stored. So, for example, it's key to identify where and how to retrieve the data. Without clear rules, data gets lost, duplicated, becoming inconsistent. For example, where was the product identification? Another challenge is understanding and exchanging information with the DPPs. We can ask recyclability, and some might say yes, or 1 as being the indicator for the highest, or 1 being for the lowest. That's a typo there in the presentation, apologies. Or whether it is moderate, because different systems might define the same data in different ways, or different data in the same way, and without consistent definitions, data is complex and probably will trigger errors. So in the serious information system, we are introducing a data model that will enable seamless retrieval and data storage, standardized data definitions, and also for our own sake, since we are developing models that will process the data, it guarantees independency so we are flexible to change the logic we use for the data independently of where is the data coming from, and also it allows to scale our models inside of the system. When we are talking about the data model, we are collecting data points from already existing sources in different projects and different publications. We are also including the parameters that we are identifying as relevant from our RE and SE assessments. And we are iteratively developing an ontology that also is including constraints, ranges, and formatting rules. And that, for some data points, we're also highlighting the need for being able to capture uncertainty. This is to be made at some point in 2026. But then again, it's meant to be an iterative development, so it's not like we are reaching an endpoint at any time. For us, the data model is a shared reference point, and this is where, beyond the challenges I was presenting, a lot of opportunities appear. Because with this data model, we are also opening up for taking data from different sources like ERPs, manual input, other tools like Icon. It also allows us to interact with other processing systems. So we are developing the serialized information system, but and in solid lines is what we are testing in the project. In this case, ANSYS is a partner of the project. So we can also use other data processing tools and inform each other, and externals that we are not testing because they are not in the project. But then we see the opportunity to broaden this landscape by sharing a reference point. So the data model must remain adaptable to evolving requirements, because the regulations will change and the needs for data will change. But we need to be flexible and make sure that this remains useful beyond the project implementation. I think in this presentation, what I'm bringing up, it's a request for collaboration. We are working on this, but we believe that this is only useful if it's not only us trying to homogenize this, but it's everyone at once. And working for something that is open source and extensible in order to guarantee the interoperability of that data stream that comes from DPPs into any type of afterwards processing. That's me, in case you need to reach me at any time. And many thanks for listening. I believe this QR code should bring you to the get involved in our stakeholder networks page from the CRISE project website. So please register there and you will get bi-yearly updates, I believe. And then again, many thanks for listening. Happy to discuss with you now or later in the coffee break.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for the information. Yes, please, for this talk. Thank you very much.
Thanks. My name is Jouwer Tan from Delft University of Technology. Very interesting presentation, thanks. I was wondering, because you focus so much on data model, in international trade, when it comes to goods, import-export, there are various data models developed by the UN, CFACT and the like. Do you look into any overlap there? Because many of the data is on logistics in UN CFACT, but first of all, it has been in operational for 30 years, but also a lot of data is really about goods, in particular when it comes to the custom data model. So there's a whole community on custom data model, there's a community on logistic data model, and basically they are join up at UN CFACT. Are you aware of that? Do you take that into account?
So, well, the presentation was very focused on data models, although that's a small task within the whole project, but I thought that was where it was fitting the best in terms of interoperability. That is part of what we are introducing in data model. I wouldn't say that is our main focus, because also we are very looking at very product-specific data, and I believe that is a bit more, let's say, aggregated. So if one of our pilot case studies, for example, is printers. So it's very much to the level of detail of what are the components and how is it to access to spare parts of a printer. So it's to a level of detail that typically goes a bit beyond that level. But yes, it is being included in the scoping.
Hi, Miguel. I'm Carlos from Capgemini. We're previous former Altran, so I think we are ex-colleagues. So I have a question. If you have taken account the integration with European data spaces using Gaia-X principles and this kind of technologies, or you are more focused on the data model as well?
So we are aware of the existence of the data spaces. I think that would fall when I was showing the slide of how to interact with other systems. We are not focused on that because we don't have the capacity for that. But we are aware. That's one of the points of this presentation, that we need to ensure that that is feasible. One of our way of testing that is just to connect to one of the systems that it's not the serialized information system through ANSYS, but indeed that's something that needs to be guaranteed. So, well, I would say very happy to give it a try and try to connect, but probably any of the developers in the project would kill me. So, yeah, happy to explore that.
For the presentation. I saw actually that you are feeding the data model mainly essentially using the DPP, but not only actually ERP and other, which actually brings much complexity that coming from regulation, from semantics, from interoperability. If you look actually all the complexity that you have, what is really the main challenge, the main actually key point that actually you should tackle essentially that the process works, at least not perfectly, but at least works.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question. You're asking me what do I find is the biggest complexity, or?
Challenges that you feed essentially your data model is using DPP, but not only. Essentially, if you look at the different challenges, what is the most actually relevant challenge that really important somehow essentially in feeding the data model using, for instance, DPP?
So I think the most relevant challenges are those that I brought in the slides. Is the identifying data points and also understanding what that data point means. So when you are gonna feed in data from anywhere, you gotta be very sure what is that, and what does it mean when in that data point that comes. But I might not be answering.
I'm looking essentially from the DPP that contain actually the information not only about data, essentially that aspect linked to the, for instance, regulation. And essentially, but if you take a data model, is essentially linked to data. It's not linked to the other aspect, actually linked to DPP somehow. But anyway, we can discuss.
Yeah, because I don't think I'm understanding enough to answer your question. Sorry.
Any other questions? Yes, please, Caroline.
No, not a question, but I was just thinking, Miguel, that here you have Rembrandt sitting right here. He's leading the electrical and electronic product ontology team is Surpass 2, and we probably have a lot of work to do in common. Leave you to connect.
We already connected.
Ah, good.
Thank
Good.
you for emphasizing.
Make it.
Actually, Rembrandt's work and his team is already a big part of what sets the basis for our data model. So, but thanks for highlighting it anyways.
Thank you very much for presentation and for discussion. Yeah. The next presenter is Arko Steinwender. Arko, please, take your presentation and floor is yours. Control L.
Just Control L and you will have full screen.
Yes.
This. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Arko Steinwender from Fraunhofer, Austria, and I'm happy to present Neocycling today, a European project dedicated to upcycling neodymium iron boron magnets for sustainable high-value applications. So I would now like to go into more detail about the role of the digital product passport and related topics in this project, in this Neocycling project. Although I would like to mention that the DPP plays a rather minor role in this project and that technological solutions has the main focus here. So this project is a research and innovation action and brings together 23 partners from 13 countries to tackle one of the EU's most pressing resource challenges, securing critical raw materials like neodymium or boron from end-of-life electronics and involved magnets, which you can, for example, find in hard disk drives. So our project started in September 24. Our work with the DPP starts a few months ago, and the project runs to August 28 with the goal to demonstrate not just technical solutions, but also economic and social models for a circular and digitalized materials economy. So Europeans' green transition depends on critical materials like neodymium, most imported from outside the EU. For example, 80% of neodymium comes from China. With increasing demand and geopolitical risks, upcycling secondary sources from electronic waste is both an environmental and strategic need. So Neocycle addresses this by closing the loop for neodymium iron boron magnets, a key component in many green technologies, like, for example, you need in electric vehicles, wind turbines, or electronics devices. So in this project, I have three main objectives. The first is to demonstrate the technical feasibility of upcycling secondary magnets. The second is to prove this circularity and sustainability of these processes. And the third objective here is to develop inclusive, circular and data-driven business models that support EU materials sovereignty and regulatory compliance. And I think this is also very important. I will explain also further on. So the DPP is a central digital tool in Neocycle. Its main purpose is to enable traceability and transparency for upcycled magnets and all derived products. One relevant aspect that is still being specifically considered in Neocycle is the switch from the digital product passport to a material product passport, which is also presents a huge challenge. Basically, this project is very much based also on the UNTP architecture. So, and one important step in the Neocycle is therefore to consider an instance of a material product passport in the UNDP framework for the value chain. Here on the right side, you can see the single steps of this upcycling process. And in this colored frames, you can see also the different stakeholders here. On the basis of stakeholder analysis, we are mapping and structuring relevant data across the value chain, including raw material origin, recycled content, and logistics. And one of the next steps here in the next few months in this project, we conduct structured interviews with the project partners as actors in the value chain to record and analyze here the requirements within the framework of the digital product passport and the material product passport. The goal for us, together with our partners from UPC Barcelona, is to develop and implement a digital product passport and digital material passport demonstrator that is aligned with the regulatory frameworks of both of the EU and the UNDP frameworks to ensure interoperability and compliance between all partners and stakeholders. So at Fraunhofer, our primary focus within the Neocycle project is structure the DPP data part. So which data we need, also based on the stakeholder requirements. Importantly, we follow a technology open approach, meaning we remain open to various technology solutions for implementation, such as data carriers, storage, processing, exchange, data exchange technologies, and so on. This flexibility allows us then to ensure interoperability with different digital ecosystems, as well as finding the best solution for different companies and also different sectors. So the Neocycle for us at Fraunhofer is only one use case. And how we heard also yesterday, we are also in other sectors like textile or also in the wood industry. Our colleagues here in this work package from the UPC, as the IT experts, let's say, built the DPP system and further developed their tools. They developed in other projects also, such as ID Hub and Device Hub. You can see here also on the right side. The ID Hub is a Django-based solution for efficient identity management. It facilitates organizations and beneficiaries to issue, exchange, and verify data in form of verifiable credentials using blockchain and distributed ledger technology. And this Device Hub is an IT asset management system focused on reusing electronic devices, for example, laptops, which is for us also a product here. Yeah, I don't have the link to this here, but if you're interested, I also can put in afterwards in the presentation a link of these two tools, which you can find on GitHub. And now comes, from my point of view, a very, very important topic. So I call it DPP and beyond. Because it's a major effort for companies, especially for responsible economic operators, to implement such a DPP. And therefore, the goal must be to go beyond integrating only a product passport and to use, therefore, established data infrastructure, drive digitalization, and generate data-driven added value. And you see on the right side, this is also a part of the UNDP framework, which is very important. So, yeah, one point where we have to think about revenue uplift and also the cost reduction. So, looking ahead, the key challenges include ensuring data quality, interoperability, and engaging all stakeholders, especially for SMEs. Yeah, we don't have to forget them in this story of the DPP. We're working to automate data flows create minimum viable ecosystems, and this ecosystem is, I think, a very important point here, and maximize the added value of data and sustainability for our participants. So the value of the data is a very important point, and how we can measure this data. So the value of this data, and it's also a very it's a pillar here in the UNDP framework. So we have to find solutions to be able to quantify this value. On one side, the ecological value, and especially also the economic value for our relevant stakeholders in the circular value chain, which will be our focus in the second half of this project. So what you can see here in the title of this, the circular economy, I think we should create more awareness of this circular economy, especially on this economy part, also for all stakeholders here. So to sum up, the Neocycle digital product passport, respectively digital material passport, is a cornerstone and also a trigger for sustainable, transparent, and circular value chains in critical raw materials. But I think we also need more to think beyond that, and we also need to support SMEs with simple and especially applicable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, a lot of questions. Okay, Caroline, please start. And after.
So, are you following the work on the Critical Raw Materials Act? Because with Rembrandt, we've been digging into this piece of legislation, and I'm happy we have DG Environment here, who can maybe help us make some sense out of this. Because the Critical Raw Materials Act, if you look at it, it contains something that looks a lot like a DPP, but it's never named the DPP. And so there may be a kind of a link to be made. And here we need people inside the Commission to help us make this link between the DPP and the Critical Raw Materials Act. So we're very confused about this, and I guess there are many teams in the Commission that don't necessarily talk to one another. And this might be a good opportunity to say, well, maybe they should talk to one another. So I was wondering, are you aware of the Critical Raw Materials Act and what it contains, and that it looks a lot like a DPP, but it's not called a DPP?
Yeah, so I will have a look on it. Maybe it's not that present, but
okay.
Yeah, I wrote it down. And
okay,
so we will
okay, good.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, and a second question, are you contributing to the UNDP development standards, and have you registered your work as an extension to the UNDP DPP? There's a registry of extensions, sector-specific extensions there, and I know that they're launching many large-scale international pilots, in particular in the electronic sectors. So if you need to get in touch with the people, I know they would be thrilled to see more pilots using UNDP.
Yeah, so our colleagues from Spain, the UPC in Barcelona, they are much more deeper in the UNDP framework, but maybe afterwards I will come to you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thanks for the presentation. You make a very, I think, interesting remark on UNDP. So it was a bit to my earlier remark on UNCFACT, that many people here address the issue that developing an IT infrastructure for the company as well as the European Commission is very difficult for DPP. Why not reuse the 30 years of experience that UNCFACT or UNDP has, because that's why UNDP made such a great success, because they built on all the information systems that are already implemented in the companies, even at the level of SMEs. And so that's a great opportunity to use that IT infrastructure and develop, so the ERP systems, so many of the ERP systems of international companies are fully in line with the UN CFACT data model and the like, instead of making yet another digital infrastructure, and that's both very cumbersome for the Commission, but also for all the trade, that they have to develop complete new IT systems, ERP systems and the like for processing DPP. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so that I think that's the reason why we are using this framework also, because there is much work in it, yeah, and we try to use this and not to, I heard before, to develop the wheel for new, yeah.
Thank you. The most topical presentation and project, I think, at the moment, I had a bit of a wake-up call last week about the Chinese rare earth export controls. Already several automotive supplier plants have shut down at the moment because since April, only 1/4 of exports requested have been permitted. And this is part of trying to ward off export of rare earths for military purposes. So EU has a dual purpose system. It's called military and civil purposes. China has been setting it up. My point to make is, I started working on a briefing because I got a bit, okay, this is a topic that deserves more attention, and DPP can play a critical role here, among other things. So I'll send that to you. The 2 points to make is, I will send to you the Chinese standard on internal traceability of an equivalent of a material passport for the entire supply chain from mine to export. There's a standard that's drafted using blockchain, but the more important part for you is the data points that they will be used in China by enterprises to collect the information that needs to be uploaded to a national traceability portal that's already set up. I have the link to the portal. I don't think we can get access to log in by the Chinese government, but the second part is more on the European side. I was discussing with Javier from Ecosystem on Friday, who has a lot of knowledge also on the challenges on, okay, how do you get rare earth magnets out of appliances? And they started looking into this, if I'm not mistaken, Javier. And I think there's a lot of potential to network in France, also because under the Critical Raw Materials Act, there are 2 initiatives in France that have been granted funding, the Mac Factory Initiative and the CareMac Initiative, that focus specifically on remanufacturing of recovered re-components, and especially magnets, and on recycling of components with re-content. So I will also provide that information, and please do link up if you have time. With those emerging initiatives, because it's beneficial to all of us, so that we keep having semiconductors and automotive components and loudspeakers, etc., etc.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe we can also take later on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. I have a quick question about the idea of the digital material passport. The material passport idea has been already has been around for a long time. But in which part of the process do you define that it's a material passport and not a digital passport? Because if you think about circular economy, you recycle, then the product becomes a material, then it becomes again a product. So do you have these definitions in your project?
That's a good point, a good question. And we discussed about this in the project, but we are not on this point now. But yeah, maybe if you're interested, we can take maybe in a few months or in the middle of the project, and I can tell you more about this. But yeah, it's the point where you can change and which data you bring to the material passport, and yeah.
Yeah, from my personal opinion, I think this is a bit like using the term of material passport is a bit of over-engineering, and I think because if you think about circular loops, then everything is a material at some point and a product at some other point. So you can just use
let's discuss it, yeah, a little bit later. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please, this. Yeah.
Hi, Engo. Not a question as is, but yeah, I will be presenting tomorrow Seneca that is focused on traceability of raw materials. So as you mentioned, I am very happy to share with you as well and to engage. Thanks.
Last question, please. Yeah.
I have a question regarding the business models, since you call them social and democratic. So is this including SMEs or is this going beyond?
What do you mean here?
Well, what is social about this? What is democratic about this? So that's my question.
So we have, democratic, I think conforming the regulations, and the social part is that we are. Oh, sorry. The social part is that we are making social LCAs in this project, and this, are also information which we want to put into this digital product passport. It's based on a social LCA.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for talk and for discussion. And in the break, you can receive more questions, I'm sure. Yeah. Next presenter, Holger Berg. Yeah, please, take this place, and floor is yours.
Yes, so good morning. I'm quite happy I'm based after the Neocycle project, because I will show you something entirely different but with the same idea. Just as the previous project, we're not a DPP project per se, but this is a project that aims to create circular economy in the furniture sector, inter alia using DPP. And what's important to understand there is that the furniture sector is a sector that is based very much on SMEs and even smaller companies. So just a very short glimpse into the European furniture sector, 130,000 enterprises with 1 million employees. And if you divide that, you can see how many small companies there are. So we take the approach to the DPP from a perspective that is, how can we integrate, how can we create a DPP for a sector with such a structure? And therefore, we put a lot of emphasis for the working of circular economy as a whole, but also for the DPP on prior work in terms of acceptance from companies, acceptance from users, but also from the question of how can the governance system or framework for DPP and DPP systems work in such a sector, which obviously we're going to test later with the own pilot of DPP, but also trying to see with 9 pilots for 9 R strategies where and how the DPP will have beneficial effects there, going over to large-scale implementation in year 4. So what, just as a couple of examples, what might we be looking at since we've just started? Considerations on contractual obligations, matters of data quality and transparency, how to create incentives that people will actually start working with DPPs and the DPP system. How can we motivate also people to look at this as something that is potentially beneficial, or that is something they may actually want to use beyond what is compliant. So how we do it? Again, first of all, clarify the requirements. So from a circular economy point of view and from a market and stakeholder point of view, what do people need? What is it they can work with? What is it that they can actually use and they may be interested in? We will then go on and pre-test and simulate the governance framework, and from there go on to the real DPPs and the technology, and actually create a DPP based on what we found before. This is the steps we're actually currently in. Requirement definition and development and pre-testing, which was supposed to be sequential, but we pretty much soon found out that this is better be done iterative. So step 1 and step 2 are really step 1 and step 1A. And we'll be going into implementation later. And what we'll be trying and testing and what we'll be doing in this September is to do a simulation game involving the stakeholders, but also experts into trying and testing the system that we found. So for people interested, Copenhagen, beginning of September, very nice place. Come over, join us. And from there, go on with the DPP tender. And then obviously for company support. The approach to a governance system that we're taking is this one. dividing governance into ecosystem governance, technological governance, and operational governance. So ecosystem governance, the question how individuals, organizations, authorities, etc. Work together. Thank you very much, by the way, for the word of the minimum viable ecosystem. I think that's very helpful.
That's very
good. Technological governance, the whole idea of how technology works and works together, obviously with the other parts. And operational governance on the question, what are the rules for and policies for data, policy integration, and so forth. How we currently do it, since the landscape is so dynamic and the rules are changing so much, is that we assume a future expected state where all the current upcoming EU regulations are in place for furniture, so that we can have sort of an idea of what the regulatory and the governance system will then look like. Because our hypothesis is that what is regulated elsewhere does not have to be part of a developed governance system, because that's there and it has to be people will be obliged to use it. And we will contrast it with an ideal status from what we have found out. So what should the whole governance system look like? And basically the difference between both will be the part that we have to do most of our work on. We will do it based on 5 use cases, focusing 1, 2, 3 on the circular economy strategies, but obviously you also have to take into account the manufacturer as the data suppliers and the consumers as the furniture users. Potentially there will be a 6th case on compliance, which we are just thinking about now. And just a very short glimpse into some preliminary example on how we do it. So based on the governance typology that you've just saw, we took a look into the different dimensions allocated to operational ecosystem and technology governance, try to find out what is actually currently regulated, where can we find existing rules that have to be taken into account, that are already there, that do define what has to happen there, and where are the blind spots. And so what you see here in my screen, it's a light red. Those are actually the blind spots. Those will be the parts where, to our current knowledge, no definite regulation is there. They're just thoughts, there's literature, but there's no defined rules. So this will be some of the parts that we will have to concentrate our work on. And that was a short glimpse into our work in the REVOLVE project. So again, for everyone interested, Copenhagen at the beginning of September. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, any questions here? In Copenhagen, it would be more questions, of course, yeah. But on this stage of the information as the project. Yes, please.
Sorry. Thank you. Quick question. Are you taking on new use cases at this stage?
Potentially, yes. It would happen on what it is, actually.
How do you get in touch?
With me. Just, coffee, email, LinkedIn. The usual.
A question on the semantics, because I see that you have a nice approach to governance, but governance then needs expressions to express the governance, which is exactly the challenge I see, which is the vocabularies that express the things. Did you find something that you can reuse, or do you do your own?
I think we will try as much as we can not to use our own, because if you look at the furniture sector, there are already 2 existing ontologies. There is FunStep, which is like 20, 30 years old. And there's a new one, which is based on eClass, which is already a conflicting situation. So we will try to refrain as much from reinventing the wheel when we can.
Based on E-class triggers me, because Vladimir Alexeyev from Ontodesign, he complained about E-class being not good RDF. Maybe you can fix that in the...
Well, this is not my turf, but I'll ask the guys here.
Yeah, I have first of all, I love the website. It's the most original project website I've seen. I recommend people to look at the REVOLVE website if they want to see some creativity. Second is, who is the contact? Are you the contact person for the Copenhagen workshop? I'm not suggesting I go, but I would like to link you up with a Copenhagen-based commercialization company that knows a lot about circular business models, because we're also working with them in another project, and I think they would be very keen to come to the workshop to co-think. They're called Gate to Growth and Gate to Horizon, and they're an interesting exploitation partner because they come really from investment, fundraising, business strategies, and the side of risk in circular business models. So the workshop to link up, or who do I link up locally in Copenhagen? Because they probably want to have a meeting then before the workshop.
Sorry about the microphone. So for the website, thank you very much. It's pure Italian design. Last time I looked, it was a bit empty still, but maybe that has changed. In terms of the Copenhagen workshop, you can contact me and I can forward it to the guys.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it is now discussion. It was very productive discussion, and it will be for sure for the next pause break. And now we are going to the last presentation in session 2. It will be given by Emre Yönten. Yeah.
Yes, Emre couldn't make it today, but hopefully I'm capable enough to talk about cooling.
Control L. Yeah. Yes. Please activate your mic.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for listening to the last presentation in this session. I will present some ideas about use cases and business cases around cooling technologies. This is a Pathfinder project, very low TRL, and it's focused on the next generation of physical cooling technologies for data centers. And we are involved as under Ecodesign with our Turkish entity. Thanks to the hop-on facility, which most people are not aware of, but there is a facility to involve partners that are not so prominent in European projects from Eastern Europe, but also Portugal is involved, for example, and Turkey is one of them that can hop onto existing low TRL projects. So I think that's important to mention also from a perspective of European convergence in research and innovation. And we hopped on to add a DPP into this project. So that is already ongoing and just started. The project itself is really focused 90%, 95% on, okay, how can we innovate new absorbents, heat exchangers, and monitoring also in data centers. There's a supercomputing center in Barcelona involved. And the DPP link on the bottom is really how do we support the parameter integration in energy simulations. So let's add some parameters for HVAC technologies that you can then directly plug into simulations. And operational asset management linking to digital building logbooks, which was discussed yesterday as well on the framework for digital building logbooks. These are the core partners where everything is brought together in Barcelona and also in a test lab in the University of Torino. And that we are looking really here is the key part here is also the ontology management and layered linking of data and innovating this. So this is a key part. It's less on the it's less on the data points, that's important, of course, but more on how do you create interoperability with DPPs to digital building logbooks and to simulation software. And that means aggregation of data from DPPs into digital building logbooks, studying what is the relevant structure, is there already a harmonized structure for digital building logbooks from the existing projects, because there are quite a few projects running. How is this going to evolve in further legislation linking to other European legislation, and then the interfacing for simulations, and then we're talking about BMS systems, building management systems, yeah, so that integrate with HVAC, which is equivalent to what most people know here, manufacturing execution systems. It's not exactly equivalent, but it's the same type of idea. You have an ITU system, and you need to link it to a cloud system on site and do the integration work. And that links then to the interoperability needs on the right, technical data on the HVAC technologies, asset data on the life cycle, and of course the energy consumption data, and that's where the relevant use cases are. There is a reporting for any data center in Europe needs to report based on the common EU rating scheme for data centers, their KPIs, because we want to drive down energy consumption. Very sensible. How can we lower the cost of that reporting? So this is part A, and part B is how can we lower the cost of energy simulations, especially in the low TRL innovation phase, where you can use the digital building logbooks as, and this is where the partner Building Digital Twin Association is involved, where you create digital twins of those with simulations, so you can already in early phases test those on digital twins. So this is how do you link that up. So you're innovating, okay, I have different climate zones in Europe, I have different digital twins of those buildings that have the cooling centers in them, the cooling technologies in the data centers, because the data centers will be distributed in different climate zones. Turkey has 2 data centers, for example, but they're also in Ireland, in France, etc. I think there are about 200 something data centers now in Europe, something like this. And how can we help to bring those, through that, those simulations, the technology innovations fast to market. So key things that make this possible, thanks to a DPP, I cannot emphasize, I always emphasize these things, but cannot emphasize enough. Machine readability and automation, standard data exchange frameworks, standardized product data and use of ontologies, and differentiated access to restricted data. Thank you. We don't have results yet, so you can ask me, but we're working on it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Questions here without results? Yes, please. No?
If nobody does it, I think it's a matter of politeness to ask. I'm involved in a project that does energy optimization for Kubernetes clusters. Question is, are you using any of NGSILD or Web of Things to have sensors directly transforming into an RDF stream that then pipes into your book or your knowledge graph?
At the moment, we don't have a clear pipeline, so we're studying the infrastructure and what are also the practical challenges, which I don't know much about in the data center context. We have done work on building management systems, but not in data center context, which are much more advanced. So I can come back to you probably in 4 or 5 months to answer your question, once we've done the total scoping.
Thank you very much. Coffee break now, 20 minutes. We will start at 10:55, session 3. Thank you, all contributors, session 2. Yeah, please use this time for connection, networking, and questions.
I mean, the only products that currently that much is called Azar. Fairly good radio, but it's very much on the level of those tactical radio, classical tactical radios, meaning they have like a PG chip inside. They're all like made from export control components that they kind of sneaked into the country, and the cost of the product is whatever 10-15,000 US dollars, which just also make them quite, let's say, they only use by what I mentioned, the most advanced units, and Ukraine is actually using the detection of those radios to target, because they know those radios are only going to be in the hands of the most kind of the commanders, and only commanders, but the commanders of the GRU, so the intelligence officers, also like the most advanced units. To be honest, Russians do the same. The L3Hars radios, which is considered state of the art, they have patented waveform. Patented waveform means that there is a guide to how the waveform looks like and what it does. And so what Russians do, and actually what Ukrainians do, is that we use them as bait. Our soldiers will push the start button, put some tape on them, leave it somewhere, and go to the mission. Basically guiding the attention to another place. And this is actually the biggest issue to solve that. But in general, because we give that kind of frontier functionality, but we give it to everyone. So even if it's detected, you cannot really build intelligence in it, because even in Ukraine and everywhere we're close to the most advanced unit, to the least advanced units, because the price point allows it to be used by everyone. So even if it's detected, you cannot really learn anything. Yeah, you detected the radio, it's a high radio potentially, but what can you know about it? There's nothing you can build based on that information. And on the Russian side, we haven't yet seen anyone that were able to build a similar product. There's no kind of direct correlation of somebody who were kind of I mean, we have a couple of hazards in our office. We were able to disassemble them, reverse engineer some of the things. They have some good thoughts inside. So it is a good product, but it's also that very kind of niche, high priced, low packaging solution. I can send something. It's let me follow up with the latest. It's not that much change, like just some of the numbers and so on, but I'll also send you the fresh one. Thank you so much. My pleasure. We'll be waiting for your reply.
Sorry, may I bother you?
Anyone who one or two? Gruppen 1 und 2 nach Luxemburg. Will nach Luxemburg. Ja, die Kollegen haben wir schon irgendeine Info? Nee, die Kollegen aus dem HCL. Aber haben wir irgendeine... Achso, und Sie das schon okay, dann haben wir das schon.
Please take your place. We will continue now with the technical program of the conference. Adrian, could you please sit here? Good. The second part of today morning session, it will be session 3. And before we will proceed with talks, I would like to draw your attention for the documents. It was already going through the people today morning to sign the agreement that we can use your presentations. The document will be now going through people as well. If you did not sign, please do it now. And after that, we will collect all agreements here. Good. Session 3, technical requirements and implementation of DPPs. We have 6 presentations and 1 input talk from Commission. And Alina, floor is yours. Please start.
Sit here. Hello, good morning. I have just, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I just have 2 slides. Maybe I'll use this. Is this okay? Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. I am here to talk to you briefly about the European Business Wallet. This is an upcoming initiative of the Commission, so it's still in the making. Already with the caveat that very precise questions are welcome, but they may not be fully answered. So I think the idea is also to understand a little bit whether you have some thoughts or ideas that you would like to feed on this side of the table. That's great. So I'm here for that. And let me start by saying that this is part of the Commission's agenda for strengthening the EU digital infrastructure and reducing administrative burdens on businesses and particular on SMEs. It will aim to simplify and digitize how companies interact with public administrations, but also with each other, reducing red tape, enhancing trust, and reinforcing the integrity of the single market. I have just 1 slide, which is about the problems that the initiative aims to address. As you know, we have, despite of ongoing digitization efforts at all levels, many companies, and in particular SMEs, still face outdated and paper-based and fragmented procedures when dealing with public authorities. We have the absence of a common EU framework for authentication of companies means we rely on national systems, which can lead to inefficiencies. Economic operators spend quite a lot of time and resources on navigating reporting obligations and procedures, which affects competitiveness and discourages cross-border activity. That's why the business wallet is supposed to be helping to do what we call compliance in a click. I have 1 more slide that is supposed to give a bit of an overview of the current thinking of what the business wallet could do. And as you can see, the main thing starts with the digital identity. So for the companies, our aim is to have a unique digital identity for our companies, starting with what we already have in the company law directive, the European Unique Identifier, in order to ensure consistency in how businesses will be recognized throughout the single market. And this is also going to be building, the business wallet itself is going to be building a lot on what we already have in the eIDAS regulation, including on the architectural framework of the regulation, as well as most of the legal concepts that are in there and that will be adapted. In the business wallet, and maybe as a difference with the EU digital identity wallets that will be ready in principle by the end of next year, This is going to be left to the market to be provided by the market, so it will not necessarily be an obligation on member states to do this. And it will function as a trusted interface between for businesses to exchange regulatory data, to receive official notifications, and comply with national cross-border and EU obligations from a single interface. So one of the main innovative points that we would like to bring with this regulation is what we call now this recognized digital communication channel, legally valid and secure, that will allow interactions with public administrations, but also business to business, to send anything that is linked to reporting obligations, compliance, in a way that is secure, but also that cannot be denied. So if you send something, it will be certain that at the destination it was received and it cannot be denied, and it should also have the same legal effect as when sending paper documents, and no further follow-up requests for paper. And of course, the wallet will also integrate the full eIDAS Trust services. So everything from digital signature, seals, timestamps, everything that we currently have. In terms of, as I said, it will be left to the market. It will very much build on the current eIDAS regulation, and we are also financing what we call large-scale pilots that are meant to pilot some use cases that are the most relevant or found to be most relevant in order to help with the take-up of the business wallet. I will stop here at this stage because, as I said, this is an initiative that is ongoing. You have probably seen, some of you at least, if I heard right from this side, that we had a call for evidence that was open until last week. So we received quite a lot of input that we are now currently in the process of analyzing. And again, we are open to, I know that there is a lot of interest and discussions, and we are also discussing with colleagues from DG Grow on how the DPP and the business wallet will be interacting. Of course, one of the most obvious things is the identification of companies, certainly, but then there could also be other ways of working together. DPP could also go into the business wallet, or we are open to ideas and to understand how this would be also helpful for you. So with this, I think I am ready to listen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alina. Thank you very much for your presentation. And are there any questions on that?
It was exactly questions, this interrelation between this digital identity and digital passport. Yeah, okay, we are speaking about materials and products, and here it is some kind of identification of companies. Are you see any real connection here and this interrelation between these two products?
So indeed, but I also understand that the DPP also is going to have a database where companies will have to identify themselves, and it's also a whole ecosystem of, you need to be sure that whoever you're talking to, or whoever is registered is the company that is registered. So I think this is where I see the links with the business wallet and the unique identifier for companies, because this is going to be giving certainty that, the company that is registered. Or, by the way, I also maybe want to make a small clarification that we are talking, of course, we're talking a lot about businesses and companies. The idea is, though, that the identifier will cover all economic operators. So we are also looking, because the company law very much covers the unique identifier from the company law, very much covers the companies that are regulated under the company law directive, but we are also looking at how we can broaden this up and extend it to all the economic operators, because I'm assuming that for the DPP we are also talking about not just companies per se, but also maybe self-employed or I don't know, other kinds of organizations, put it this way. So normally I see that this should be something that could help.
Thank you very much. Additional questions?
Hello. As you're speaking about companies and digital identity, are you also considering linking to companies' disclosures, like sustainability disclosures at the company level? I mean, digital product passport is related to the product's performance and characteristics. But here in the business wallet, I understand we are speaking about the company. So at the company level, you have some disclosures related to circularity, but at the company level too. And all these disclosures are also a compliance issue with the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and they are also in formats like XBRL formats that can be digitally somehow provided. So I was wondering if you have thought about it.
Maybe one more clarification before I answer, just in case, there are other questions. So the business wallet regulation will be an enabling regulation. We are not going to change any kind of existing legislation. We are not going to change. I just want to make this clear. We're not going to go into the substance of other pieces of legislation, nothing like this. What we are aiming at is to provide an infrastructure that would allow ease of digital communication between businesses and between businesses and governments, and possibly government to government too. But the business wallet itself, in principle, I have to admit that I'm not very familiar with the sustainability disclosures, but just as a principle, it can hold any kind of certificates, any kind of reporting and it can mediate any kind of reporting that is needed in pretty much any sector. Now, of course, we also have to look at specific details of a certain sector and certain obligations to see, how this can be translated into. But in principle, I would say that, I have to admit that we didn't really think about this particular issue, as I said, but we are going to, please.
Thank you very much. I think this question this was first, second, and this third.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. We were just by the coffee break talking about the problem of sharing information in general over the digital product passport. We understand that technically it's easy to share, technically it's difficult to protect from sharing, and technically it's super difficult to know if anyone have tampered with information and if they even have the competence to add the information to add it in the first place. And I see that it's very useful, the business model to ensure that an organization, for example, saying something that giving a quantitative information, they should also be accredited for doing that. And I don't know if anyone who works with DPP right now can handle that or even thought about that at this level. It would be nice to see, because I can see that you have solved the use of business wallet, but the existence of business wallet. But it would be nice to see if anyone have actually started to ensure that the information is secure in there. And it's not about blockchain. Sorry, it's actually about other things in this domain. The one entering and anyone editing, and how to ensure access rights, etc. It's not for you to answer. It's more like when you said it, it would be nice to see. yeah.
So Florin here from Bosch. So I really like the idea regarding the business wallets and the connection to from the EIDAS to the company law, especially for the identification of the company. And I present yesterday in which direction we also thinking that this can going. And there is one point which I want to ask. It says, okay, the business wallets will come from the SMEs and so on. The question is, will be the European Commission also making the regulation to activate the business wallets also for the public authority, for the notified body, in case that somebody asks me something, so I really know, okay, it's really a notified body. It's that planned to do that, or it's only from the SEBs in order to make the identification of the SMEs and make the business in this direction. And the second question is regarding the regulation. So will be there changing in the actual regulation regarding the usage of the business wallets for different regulation, for example, the CBAM or the Due Diligence Act, in order to force, for example, to use the electronic attestation for due diligence, for example?
Thank you. If I got it correct, I got it correctly, your first question. So we are indeed, so you would like to make sure that when you talk to a public administration, it's also the public administration that you need to talk to, correct? And to identify this. Yes, we are also looking at that, of course, because in order to ensure that the communication goes both ways and both parties know for sure who they're talking to, indeed, we are also looking at that. So when I'm talking about a unique identifier for everything, we are trying to, as I said, extend to all economic operators, but we are also looking at public administrations, because that, of course, is also differently done in different member states. There are member states that already have an identifier for public administrations. There are others that have it only at certain levels. So we are looking at what we can do there, but indeed, the intention is that. And then for whether we are going to change, as I said, we are not going to change existing regulation, but what we are looking into indeed is to make clear that the business wallet is going to be the channel through which all this reporting can be channeled through. And then I think it's also a question of if this is very useful and if there is an obligation to use it, maybe for things where it's just mandated that you have to report, but it doesn't say how or through what, this could be the natural candidate for it. But we are not going to change the existing legislation. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to build on what Alina mentioned in regards to the previous point, which was mentioned. It was an excellent question. So I'm Seth from DG Agri, and the point that you highlight specifically, I would say, brings back the interest of DG Agri, both in the wallet and the DPP. So of course we need to think about how sustainability claims from farmers can be also made compliant at a product level. So very happy to talk more, and it's a very timely discussion.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just one question. Yet it's not clear. Are we talking about European companies only, or is it companies outside from Europe which is doing business with Europe?
We are mainly talking about simplifying the lives of European companies. But we are also looking, of course, I mean, business is not limited to the EU. And we are looking at what could be done at international level. Now, of course, there are certain things that would be easier than others. For example, a unique identifier might be a bit challenging. Now, whether we can do other things that could be useful, I think there we might have a bit more flexibility, but still probably based on mutual recognition agreements or something that we already have. So yes, we are looking also at the international angle, but maybe I can also ask you in return a question. Where would you see this as being most useful, if at all, of course? But I take it from your question.
Thank you for the question. Now, because I'm working for a PRO in France, and you know that in order to be considered as a producer for EEE, because we are doing with EEE, you have to register to the PRO, and you have a unique identifier already, right? And of course, this is done. This is true also for all the European countries. You have to register. So my question is, could it be a one-stop shop for unique? No, but that's the point. It will ease actually the life of the producer as such. So that could be a smart move.
Yeah, this is something. Yeah. So yeah, we are looking at this, but we also have to see what is there and what it can be done in terms of, you know, do we have legal limitations, do we have practical ones? So, but yes, it is a good point, which I understand. We'll have to see, and we say always the business model can do a lot, but there may be also a few things that it might not be able to do. So we will have to, but we will have to look into this. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yes. Absolutely, yes.
One comment, one question. With regard to your remark on international, there is already an international system, and that is for VAT. So when you import e-commerce goods into Europe, you must have an European representation, and that gives you always a unique number to the. So that's a comment. The other thing is, so I understand that your approach critically depends on EIDAS. Which makes sense, identity and the like. Well, EIDAS is that's slow to come, so that will take quite some years before it's really implemented throughout Europe. So what is your timeline for when this system of the wallet should be really operational, including an EU-wide EIDAS system?
I mean, there may maybe we have slightly different views, because the EIDAS has clear deadlines, and the deadline for the European digital identity wallets to be there in every member state is the 25th of December 2026. And everybody is really working hard towards making this happen. And it's also true that we are not starting from zero on EIDAS itself, and there's been a lot of work going on to have the wallets there end of next year. And on my side, I'm quite confident that this will be the case. And this regulation, the business wallet regulation, will be adopted by the Commission in Q4, so towards the end of this year. And then, of course, it will also depend a bit on how fast the negotiations will go. But of course, it's our interest to leverage as much as we can the EIDAS framework, and ideally to have things going in parallel as much as possible. So we are also, I mean, on our side, we are going to do everything we can so that the negotiations can go pretty quickly. But yeah.
Thank you.
Two questions. The first related to yours. Will a French wallet be able to talk to the German administration? And the second one, I'm sorry about that. And the second one is the DigiPass architecture, at least the first one, had a verification and validation module. And this raises the question of authoritative checks from the public administration, so that as a company, and this eases your red tape, I can have a technical document that I match with my data, and when it matches, I get a green tick, I'm okay, without the full-blown certification cycles. Is that something you could envision?
So for the first question, I have to say, yes, the intention is that the French company can talk, the French wallet can talk to the German administration and vice versa. So the whole idea of the business wallet, as with the natural persons wallets, is that they are interoperable and they help cross-border. I mean, this is one of the main goals of this. Otherwise, it's a bit, yeah. On the other question that you asked, I have to say, I was a bit, were you talking about the business wallet itself, or about what it's inside in terms of, you know, the inside. I mean, inside we are going to have, just one second. Paolo, are you connected? And can you hear us? I have a colleague who is connected online.
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if you can talk. You can
Yes,
hear me?
you can.
Yeah.
We can
Okay,
hear you.
great.
So maybe you can take this question better than me. On the authoritative checks from the public administrations on the documents in the wallet, because this is very much linked also to our current,
Yeah, so the business wallet will provide essentially an infrastructure that is defined as a communication channel between businesses and the administration, or business to businesses. And in this channel, that guarantees provides some capability, in particular the authentication of the sender, the receiver, with strong authentication, and also of course the integrity, confidentiality, and the availability. And on top of this channel, you can exchange documents that are going to be signed, because the whole EIDAS framework provides you the trust framework to verify if the document has been signed by a company, by individuals, or by a public administration. On top of these documents, of course, we will have the electronic attestation attribute that are verifiable credential, essentially. That's also, they are a specific machine-to-machine communication that will prove that a specific company has a characteristic, an attribute, one or more attribute in this attestation that proves some property of the company, or some rights, or whatever, anything can be expressed. So you can see the wallet as an infrastructure that provides these building blocks to enable any kind of stuff, and mainly the trust framework, the communication channel, and this attestation capability. So this proving through certificate and attestation attributes some specific capability of the company in a machine-to-machine way, of course. And I don't know if this answers your question, but yes, definitely, the two administration can prove that the document received is indeed coming from the right source.
Yeah. And for this, we are going to very much leverage what's going on right now in EIDAS, because we also have their.
Yeah. And the idea is providing the legal validity for this document cross-border. So they have to be recognized. They are recognized cross-border because the trust around that is recognized. Is by law.
Thank you very much. This point of trust and how we can check, it was related for data. Yeah, here yesterday it was a lot of discussion, especially after the main discussion, the conference, who can check the data, who can be sure that the data is really from this center to other center, or maybe the quality of data. It is absolutely related to digital passport as well. And the part of identity of a company who provide this data, maybe it should be in the passport as well. And the characteristics of products, of course, and this interlink, it is clear. Some points I think that we addressed in DigiPass as well, and I will present next talk about this aspect, and it is great to see all these connections. Please, one additional.
Many thanks. I think I understood the e-wallet very well. Yeah, but what kind of information do you really have about the company, for example? I give you an example. We have a database based on a system, and we are not allowed to sell it to specific countries, the data. So, okay, if a customer now is coming and says, okay, I want to have access to your database, they have to sign, we have to know your customer. There's a specific form. We have to check if there are some economic owners of this company are outside of Europe and in a, let's say, restricted country. Is such detailed information, will be this in this wallet system or not?
In principle in the wallet, but Paola, maybe you also want to jump in, but for me, it's like whatever is in your wallet, you control with whom you share it. So do you want to share it with, I don't know, do I want to share my information with you? I will. If I don't, I won't. But Paola, maybe you take it up from here.
Yes, there are two angles on this discussion. So the first is what is going into the wallet, right? So this will be decided, of course, by the owner of the wallet, because the wallet is providing just mechanisms to present this attestation. And what is going in is going to be provided by what we call authentic sources, or the issuer of this information that are authoritative on that specific information. If we talk about the identity of the company, of course, for example, would be National Registry that will provide you this attestation that it proves the identity of the company that will go into the business wallet. Then to whom you want to show it, again, there is an access control there. So you can either have something is public. For example, you want to show that your company is compliant with ISO 9001 or 27001, and then you want to show that publicly, that will be the information will just public as your website. Or maybe you want to restrict the access to a subset of people that you want to distribute with a credential to access that information because you are participating to a tender. Or maybe you want to just share with one single other entity like the public administration. So the access control, of course, is a feature of the business wallet that will be implemented. So this is entirely, and not only to show and to present you this information, but of course also to onboarding this kind of information.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thanks a lot. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I did not see. Yes, please. Please, with microphone.
Just was a remark regarding the question before. So the beginning, the wallet will be completely empty. Will come with the existence of the company, which is issued by the national bodies. And then how you get this attestation in your wallet is your business. You can get it like the company certificate using the company law directive, and which person or which company you disclose this information is your decision. But what you can do with the protocol there, you can disclose only part of that. It's not like you disclose the complete certificate, you disclose only a part of this, only specific attributes. Or maybe you don't disclose any attributes and only disclose the rule for that.
Correct. There is all the feature of verifiable credential, in particular, this is selective disclosure functionality is of course will be there. And you can decide to disclose part of it, the full attestation. You can decide to put into this everything or whatever you want, but maybe something will be regulated, right? Maybe there are some attestation that have to be shown if you're participating to a tender, for example. I don't know. There might be, but of course, yes. It's the business wallet that is the owner that decide what to present to whom, also to what to put into the wallet. But for sure, the must-to-have information is the attestation of the identity. That is called legal identity person data.
Thank you very much for this very important talk and very good discussion. Thank you. Thank you. So now we are starting the technical requirements and implementation of DPP. And Peter, please chair this session.
Yes, our first speaker in this session is Natalia. Natalia is going to present basically the DigiPass project is the overview. Please, Natalia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, I'm presenting now the general idea of DigiPass project with the focus on the innovation and using this digital passport for innovation and support material digital maturity of advanced materials communities. Here on the title page, you can see the names of people who are here in the room representing DigiPass project. And if you will have any questions, we can discuss in the break. Very, very welcome all discussion. So The main or the full title of the project is Harmonization of Advanced Materials Ecosystem, 7 Strategic Innovation Markets to Pave the Way to Digital Materials and Product Passport, where coordination and support action. Yeah, that is why it is not really networking project. It is the project who support Commission and community to identify the requests and needs and maybe gaps in the direction of digital passport and harmonization of materials data. We are working in the motto, know your products by digitalization of innovative advanced materials, and we would like to provide this ideal passport for materials, product and passport in digital system with the focus of data reusability and interoperability, the materials and product design support and optimization design. The next, we are involving for the to consider the whole value chain. We're speaking with SSBD projects, safe and sustainable by design projects, to bring not only innovation but safety data as well for design and environmental impact for the design. And of course, we're working to support sustainability of materials and product and circularity. This is the aspect which are in the focus of the project and objectives of the project you can see here. It is some steps for fostering digitalization of innovation advanced materials, strengthens the digital maturities of different communities, and for industry, of course, it is small companies in the focus, harmonization of data, ensuring interoperability and standardization of materials data, and working of this digital materials and product passport. And here we agree with the comments here. It was, I think, this today in audience, it was what is materials passport, what is product passport, which access you can give for materials as the part of passport, and for whom should be the digital passport is open, fully or maybe semi-open. These aspects were considered as well. And today I will more focus on this part on digital maturities and support the industry, different level of industries for digitalization. Not sure what is it. It is the composition of the project. We are 12 partners from 7 countries. We have 3 universities, 4 research institutes. We have 2 industrial associations as multi-phased partners. It is Composite United and European Coal Coating Association. And we collect the feedback from the whole associations to our investigations. And we have additional companies for organic electronics and 1 innovation hub for nanomaterials as well. The basis of the project, it was Ecodesign for Sustainable Product Regulations. And I'm very happy to give this talk today after the talk regarding ESPR and about all issues which we consider as well, and to promote digital passport, to implement digital passport corresponding for DGPR, and include the technical information, the information about companies as well, the information about materials and the ways to repair and recycling of materials, and to consider the life cycle of the materials. And where we consider only 4 materials, and if you would like to see more information here, it is our poster, more or less this roll up about which category of materials we're looking for. And today it was information already in the first talk about next steps, which materials will be under ESPR next in the future. And we are very happy to say that the project is fully in line not only with the communication of advanced materials leadership, but as well for a competitive compass for EU. For all this policy documentation, we are fully aligned, and digital passport is recognized as a key enabler for digitalization across the EU and beyond. And one very important aspect which we are not discussed here, it is not only driving sustainability, but really supporting the quality of life. This is the mission for community, for society, which this community of digital passports projects and digitalization project will deliver. And with our work, we not only working on our nice technical implementation, we really serve the community to support this sustainability and quality of life. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what happens with presentation here, and why we have this nice. It is strange with master, but okay. We have 4 demonstration cases. First case, it is. If you can scan it, and it will be recognized.
Microsoft interoperability was.
Yes, it is. Yes. Okay. We have 4 demonstration cases for materials. Cases. First, it is advanced composite materials, and the demonstration partner is Composite United Association. The second one, it is materials for photovoltaic electronic, and this OET company from Thessaloniki is the demonstration partner. Third one, it is materials for safety, nanomaterials for safety and health. And IRIS is the innovation hub, is the responsible partner. And the last one, it is pre-painted metals. And we are looking on the coating systems, and this is the case with the European Coal Coating Association. With this slide, I would like to draw your attention on the focus on materials in the DigiPass, and it is complementary development with CIRPASS project, and it is more or less demonstration our interrelations with CIRPASS and our cooperation with this project. We are focused on materials, and we are looking as materials as maybe raw material product, part, and intermediately production process, and we involved these materials in innovation process. We are looking on the all development steps of the materials and documenting it in the passport, and until the materials is going to the product. And the next part in the use case and end of life, second life, and recycling, it is more focus of CIRPASS project, and we are now in discussion phase with CIRPASS, but not implementing this. It is next step of the implementing of the passport. We are working together with Horizon Europe SSBD, Safe and Sustainable by Design projects, and we will have a next session 5, related for these aspects, and some joint work will be demonstrated at this session. But we are started not from the scratch. We are using the results of the previous project. It is VIP code project. It is now finalized. We are was 4 years under development, and we deliver open innovation platform for materials modeling, and it is the start of our collaboration with the area of open innovation. The platform is open and ready to use. You can use it to go from your idea until the innovation project supported by digitalization. And here is implemented the data sharing process, this catalog, and all aspects which you support to share data and to use the potential of open innovation. We are very, very happy. It is a really success story, this project. We have using this platform discover one new inhibitor for new new inhibitor systems and IP now under registration. And here you can see the consortium partner, and I invite you to use this product for your innovation system as well. For DigiPass, based of all achievements we collected at VIPCode, we design now the initial version of the platform, which will deliver the ideal system, ideal passport, to know your product and to support the digital maturities of companies. The platform is under construction, but anyway, it is open. You can go step by step to design your passport, to document your data, document the data of your companies. And please do it, and please register your materials, and please try how to implement your passport and give us your feedback. But please think that it is now ongoing work. Some passports are prepared here only to look how it works. Good. It is more or less my last slide about the challenges we have, and I think it is these challenges is relevant to everybody here. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, we are working together to the product which is not still existing, but it will be these digital materials and product passport deliver. The aspect of social and industrial acceptance of DPP is really very critical aspect, and people need to understand why they need it, and they will put efforts for it. Of course, training initiatives, how to use, why they can use. We need to provide it to overcome these barriers. And quality of the data, and who can provide the data, who can check this data, and how reuse this data, and of course mechanism to ensure this data reliability and reusability. It is the question. And the last aspect, how could we support industry to advance circularity through digitalization and digital product passport and increase social well-being for society. Very small information as a coordination support action. We organize different conferences, events, and training. And it is next month will be in Thessaloniki at the nanotechnology conference, the training. It will be 4 lectures at nanotechnology conference focused on our development. And it is last slide. Thanks a lot of consortium to providing this input, and I'm happy to answer all your questions.
Thank you, Natalia. Are there questions on the DigiPass project? Yes, please.
Cool. Thanks for your presentation. I was wondering to what extent you consider the European Material Modeling Council work in terms of like ontologies and MODA, CADA, and all of that.
I activated. We have the member of AMMC as well, and many consortium members are active members. Yes, this effort is in MODA, CHADA, is in the work program, and we are working on these aspects as well. And ontologies, we analyze the existing ontologies and implemented it as well, but we develop ourselves as well, and we use the ontologies, for example, from previous our projects. Yes, but thank you a lot. Yeah, the question is absolutely relevant, and it is in line for it. Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a small question related. You said something about a nano platform, and that you are a nano platform in the project. Where can I find more information about that?
It is not nano platform. We have the nano case, nano safety, more or less case, and at the platform, this one, you can register at the platform and look for this case, and some examples are available. Please go to platform, and if you need, I can contact you exactly with the partner who are working on it, and you can give the access for exactly for this case. Please do it. Yes.
You mentioned this lack of awareness generally in industry. I mean, there was a lot of discussions already yesterday. So what is your feeling? What would be the most important measures to help this? Are there any initiatives on European level also? Because you hear this from each and every sector, I think.
Thank you very much. One initiative which I think will be very useful is innovative materials for EU, innovative advanced materials for EU partnership. Association is now established, and associations work for different industrial sectors and different working group, and contribution for it will be really helpful, and I think it is beneficial for both cases, for researchers who are active here and for industry who will benefit. It is a new partnership, but working exactly in this topic, and it is my some kind of advice to go to this activities on the EU level.
Yes, please. Like, do you know if there are some initiative like that more at the product level?
We, as coordination support action, we have this contact of different projects. This conference, for example, and any additional activities, we are very welcome to collaborate and contact you with other coordinators, especially for the topics which I presented today. Yes. At the project level, I think it is easy because we have the portfolio for these projects. Yes.
In regards to training, do you offer training for SMEs at all?
You mean the specific training for SME? Currently not. Currently we are providing now this platform and the training, but it is in the program to deliver the training not only for SME, but especially for SME as well. Training how to use this platform, for example, and which data you can share, and how to proceed with this digitalization of materials. Yes.
I'm just wondering, is your platform, how to say, adaptable for different areas of science, of production, of everything? Thanks.
Thank you very much. It is very often we have this question, how adapt this platform. First of all, we are not research development project. We are a coordination support action. We develop platform as example. It should to proof of concept it works, and collect the requests and collect the to collect these gaps to implement in the next step in the next projects. That it is adaptable. Yes, you can extend it for other sectors, but we will not deliver the example for other sectors. It is adaptable. But it should be next project. For it.
Natalia.
We will have some activities, and please inform me now.
Yeah, I think in end of this year we will have an open call that industry, especially SMEs, can apply on our platform, and we will provide then a demonstrator for their use case. So stay tuned. so every SME or industry, and we are also discussing if, let's say, project initiatives can apply for such a demo case.
Thank you very much, yeah, for this. Yeah.
Yes, but anyway, let's say in Europe there are millions of companies, and now we are pushing to have this passport for each branch, each product, each everything. But you are sharing with us just few examples. This is a big bottleneck, how to implement all this story, because each stuff is different, and also there is a know-how in companies. They will not share, you know. We have to be aware of this. So not to push and really think about how to do this. Because in other side, also the companies, they don't have resources, knowledge, how to implement their product into digital passport. So all these are questions. And then they will find a lot of Windows, not Windows like Microsoft, but Windows to put the data in, and they will lose themselves inside. Think about how to do this, because you know it's quite complex when I'm seeing today and yesterday, and it must be simplified as much as possible.
You're absolutely right, and that is why we're speaking. We will demonstrate this ideal system. Yeah, in reality, it will be more complex as we consider now. Because, okay, we're simplifying the properties. We're looking only for core information. But you're absolutely right. First of all, it will be an issue to share data, to be sure that it is, ensure this data exchange and all these aspects which was identified today absolutely well. Yes, you're right. Any additional questions here? If not, we're here, for all day, and we will be happy to discuss. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Please, please. Yeah.
I think the most important.
Your microphone.
Thanks. I think, by my opinion, the most important is the interoperability of all these stories, because you know we have a different approach. Some other have some other idea, more, let's say, similar or more adaptable to their production. So in the some level, please think about interoperability of different, let's say, sub passports, how to say. Because in this way we will achieve the goal. If we unify everything, it's impossible, mission impossible. But just to have a crown when I can go up and then search and go down there. And the different, let's say, aspects and different, but just the data are exchangeable. That is the most important. To some level, not all data. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It is a lot of work, yes, and I think that we have now a unique situation when different DGs and the Commission are here in the room, and they will take their notes and this request to really support us in implementation for different projects and different industry branches to go through all these jungles for implementation of different regulations, different requirements, and support all these things. Please, here, Sophia, Thomas, and all people are here from Commission. You know this issue, and we hope that it is useful for you as well to see this. Questions. Thanks a lot, and I think that we need to look for the time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So our next presentation in this session 3. Where's my agenda? So our next presentation in Session 3 is from the Ontodesign project. Am I right? No, Ontodesign project, I'm sorry. And I welcome Ranuli on the stage. So can you, you found it, perfect.
Hello, everyone. I'm Huan Yu, assistant professor from the Semantic Web Research Group in Linköping University in Sweden. Thanks for the conference organization, and I'm glad to share our project. Ontodesign, I should make a short disclaimer. We are not a DPP-driven project. We are more like ontology-driven project. So we are now in extension period, because we have one hope-on partner. So literally, our project will end in November this year. And the full name of our project is Ontology-Based Decentralized Sharing of Industry Data in the European Circular Economy. So we have our consortium has a wide range of collaborators. We have both academic partners who take care of the research about ontologies and the data sharing platform, as well as circular economy methodology. And also we have industry partners from 3 industry fields in textiles, construction, and electronics, while they bring requirements for data sharing and data documentation. So why we started this Ontodesign project? So we see that the circularity level of our society is decreasing. On one hand, this is due to the economic growth as such. On the other hand, this is due to we have the transition barriers. For example, we need a global level data sharing infrastructure, which can allow for example, we can identify and trace what happens to our resources, and also we need some semantic interoperability at scale. So in more details, we face the challenges in 3 perspectives. For example, from the data perspective, if we want to share data in the cross-industry scenarios, we face the semantic interoperability challenge. And also from the system perspective, we may have different software providers and system providers. We need a decentralized and also confidential way to share the data among within the value networks. And also from the CE methodology perspective, we need some kind of methodology to deal with a complex system. We can model the value flows of our resources. And on top of these challenges, we also have the quite general challenges like standardization and also like training and communication. So in this project, we aim to develop and apply an ontology network for data documentation. And here the idea is we want to target a cross-industry domain for the circular economy, where different actors from different industries, they can share the data and document the data while some established technologies or standards. So hopefully in the end, we can support acceleration of digital and green transitions. So in this project, we have basically 4 core outcomes. The first key concept is we want to build a shared vocabulary of data, while different industry partners can share the data according to a common vocabulary. And also we have another key concept, which is an open circularity platform, which is constructed based on the shared vocabulary, based on the ontology, so that different actors can share data through this open circularity platform. And also we have the key concept, which is about the CE methodology, where we need methods to find, analyze, and also assess new circular value chain configurations. And on top of these key concepts, we have another key concept, which is because we have 3 industry partners, we want to validate our setup in the 3 industry domains. So our project has 3 iterative iterations. So we have finished the evaluation for the last iteration, and during the last extension period, we will provide some training materials as well as some other deliverables. So to give a little bit more details about our methodology, so in one of our work package, we aims at developing the network of ontologies. The idea here is we followed some well-developed ontology engineering methodology. For example, we developed this ontology network based on ontology design patterns and also modular development. So in this case, we can reuse some existing ontology design patterns as much as possible. And also in this network, we can make some connections, like we may need to model specific domain ontologies related to circular economy. And also, thanks to the network nature, we can build some alignments with some other related ontologies to further improve the interoperability. Then for the second key concept, which is about the open circularity platform, the idea is this platform should be built, should be constructed based on the ontology to also provide some decentralized and circular access. And in this work package, we mainly focus on using the solid technology, which is a secure data sharing technology based on linked data concepts. So the idea is each actor or each data provider, they hold their own solid pods. And by the meaning of pod, it's kind of a web server that you can store your own data. And also in this work package, in this setup, we reuse the RDF mapping language, which is used to define mappings between ontologies and the underlying data, so that we can represent the underlying data into some RDF format based on ontologies. So in this case, we can enable digitalized data flow using the solid structure as well as the ontologies we have. Then in the next work package, we focus on develop a CE methodology, which is developed from colleagues in University Hamburg. And it is multi-flow metabolism. And there is a level hidden in the bottom, which is about the materials flows. In this level, we, for example, formalize the different steps of a product or resource life cycle, like what kind of techniques we need to manage the materials or manage the waste or resources. Then on top of this research work from academic partners, we have the industry partners, basically from these 3 industry domains: construction, textile, and electronics. Here, they provide the data for our project, and they have the requirements for standardized data documentation. So in this slide, I show overview infrastructure for our setup. So at the bottom level, we have basically the existing technologies or standards. For example, we have the web standards like RDF or OWL, as well as some standards for web infrastructure. And in the middle of this setup, we have the techniques, we have the deliverables, for example, the ontologies, and also the open circularity platform based on solid and RML, as well as ontologies. And then we have the circular economy methodology, which give guidelines for how to model specific industry data with circular economy thinking. And then on top of these 2 layers, we have the industry test cases. For example, we have the 3 industry use cases. Well, we also developed some domain ontologies, and they reuse our central ontology network as much as possible, so that we can model the data according to both industry requirements as well as our core ontology model. And then the industry partner can provide the data to the open Circularity platform. And right now we are preparing some training materials for using this infrastructure, and hopefully it will deliver soon. And as I'm mainly involved in the ontology development in this project, I would like to introduce a little bit more details for the ontology. And typically, we developed the circular economy ontology network, CEON. So we followed the ontology design patterns and the modular development. So in this figure, you can see we have the core network. So here, each rectangle, they are more like a module of in the ontology network. So they are not a single concept, but rather like a cluster of related concepts. For example, the process module models some related concepts. For example, like recycling process may take some materials or resources as input. And then we have the use case ontologies from 3 industry domains, where they reuse the concepts from the core network. And also we provide some alignments between our core ontology network and other related domain ontologies, for example, in the material science domain or product domain. Then here is an overview example of the actor module. For example, we follow the ontology design pattern. And in this case, we model some partition-related concept, where each participation can have some participating actors, and each actor plays a specific role. Like in this case, we may have some producing resource participation. Then we may have the actor role as producer. And here is an example of our textile use case ontology. So in this case, we also have some more reuse of the actor ontology design pattern and the resource ontology design pattern, where we can model, for example, how to represent data from the textile domain. For instance, here we have specific shoe model product, and we have some information which is modeled according to the product circularity datasheet template. And then we have some actor who plays the role as issuing such resource. Although I disclaim that we are not a project driven by DPP, but luckily we got some contact from colleagues in Upton, and we developed this digital product passport ontology. And here we also followed ontology design pattern methodology, where we focus on model some information about product, and also like what are the information we need to represent products, such as product composition or different process that may used for dealing products, like disassembling information or some kind of certificate information. To conclude my talk, we basically driven by the challenge that we have the transition barriers. So we need a digitalization platform to identify and trace what happens to our resource, which could further allow for appropriate decision support. And luckily, we have some web technologies as well as semantic web-based technologies. So we can build a global data sharing infrastructure, and also we can enable some semantic interoperability, and both at scale. And also, to summarize, in this project, we provide ontology network, as well as an open circularity platform. Also, we developed some methodology for modeling circular value networks. And for this last slides, I want to have you keeping in touch, as well as for keeping in touch to look at our training materials for how to using the whole infrastructure. And also I want to advertise that we have this W3C community group for circular economy and the digital product passports community group. We want to continue some discussion with more partners and to discuss the technologies that we can use for both circular economy and digital product passport. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very detailed presentation. But in the name of time, I would like to ask our next speaker directly to come on stage. And questions, please, in the breaks. Next presentation is going to tackle critical raw materials. I'm happy to welcome Duru. So let's see. It's this one?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Doruk Shahinal from Spherity. At Spherity, we work with DPP solutions and wallet solutions. But in this project, Digitrace, it's not our only focus. Digitrace actually deals with several technological solutions, from material fingerprinting to certification schemes. And here, I want to present our focus on how we want to integrate these technologies to DPPs. For critical raw materials. As you can see from the cobalt example as well, supply chains of critical raw materials are very detailed and complex, and it feeds into several supply chains which may or may not have data spaces or have different regulations. So this is a complex structure, but we have the aim to support data-driven collaboration and trusted certification schemes, and also, of course, enabling compliance with the EU regulations. For integration to the DPP, we want to focus on these two aspects. So when we have the certification schemes or scientific solutions like material fingerprinting, they have to be part of this scheme as verifiable credentials so that they can be shown as evidence to traceability claims. And of course, the DPP itself for the raw material should have a structured data model containing information regarding the regulations. So we come from the regulatory context, of course. I won't go into the details, but here's some highlights regarding critical raw materials. I would say that from here we see that there's the origin and origin and journey of raw materials must be transparent and verifiable. We get from better regulation. In the Raw Materials Act, we also see that recyclers must prove the origin and processing history of recovered materials. So when the recycling also comes in, this means we have a long-term life cycle for these materials, and in this whole origin and journey must be traceable. Of course, the DPP data attributes must be aligned with cross-sectoral initiatives. So if there is an existing solution, that we have to align with that. We took just some examples. So battery pass, surpass, we already discussed these. So they provide data categories for ESGs, product carbon footprints, many solutions. And we also added Catena X as a data space example because it's the most advanced for data exchange schemes and policy. With policies, it allows also role-based access. So these actually we think that DPP architecture has to support. But we also saw that in the regulatory context, there were some missing points for critical raw materials. So there were some regulatory requirements, but these projects do not address that. This basically being the physical uniqueness of the material and the continuity of the digital record throughout the supply chain for the critical raw materials. So these are our main topics, but we think that this has to be supported with the legal identity of the economic operator. So if you have a use case where data exchange among supply chain stakeholders is foreseen, they first need to claim their ownership through legal identity evidences with LPITs. And as an extension to the use cases, we also think that if we have problems with the verifiable credentials, then this non-conformity warnings should be issued over the supply chain with such an architectural framework. So these four actually are our focus, and for these 4 issues, we provide this 4 solutions. First, and long text, but I will explain shortly. For material fingerprinting, this is actually a solution which is a scientific basis for distinguishing between geographical origins of raw materials through clustering of the sample data. But of course, this has to be digitally integrated to a DPP so that we can verify the provenance across the value chain. Legal person identifiers, we already discussed. I mean, wallet solutions are already presented, but we think that we need that in order to have this claim of ownership in a regulatory structure. And for the whole digital record, for the journey, also today mentioned, UN CFACT provides this traceability events. So UNTP credentials are of importance to us. And what we try to do is also adopt more complex use cases like chain of custody certifications, mass balancing to this UNTP credentials. So we're trying to make sure whether we can also demonstrate such use cases, prove evidences using the UNTP credentials. And red flags is an extension of what I said. So in order to have a responsive governance system and to be able to revoke certifications when problems are detected, there has to be a red flag mechanism in the data exchange system. So there was lots of text in the last slide, but to visualize it a little, we showed how material fingerprinting works. So we have clusters for different origins, so samples can be detected based on their origins on a probability score, of course, not on a 100% scale, but with a probabilistic score. And for legal person identifiers, you see a wallet example here where the LPIT is stored as a credential that can be presented to other parties in the supply chain. A UNTP traceability event, very basic example for event information that is added to an existing DPP in our project. So all these information can be stored and presented as part of DPP. And for the red flags, the mechanism I will explain, but when a non-conformity is detected, these over the verifiable credential, this can go to the certifier, and certifier can start the whole process and see if this certification should be revoked or whether it should remain valid. So we talked about how we want to do it, but of course the basics is the verifiable credentials, and how we do it is based on self-sovereign identity systems. How does this work? In a very simple way. The holder is actually the holder of the verifiable credentials in the middle of this SSI triangle that you see. And we need a third-party certification which comes from the issuer. For example, in the material fingerprinting case, that can be the Geology Institute that does this sampling analysis and provides the credential. In the example of the LPITs, it can be the so a chamber of commerce based on the country. In the German example, it's the Bundesanzeiger Verlag. So this will be issuing the credential, and the holder will store those verifiable credentials in the wallet to be presented to the verifiers. So this is the basic logic of how these credentials can work, these certification schemes can work, and this can also be verified over the DPP in that sense. And we also, as a technical requirement, added use of EPSI as the decentralized identifier for the DPPs in raw materials. Why? Basically, because we think that long-term stability is important for the raw material use cases. Raw materials have very plenty of supply chain issues, let's say, from geopolitics to the ownership changes. So it's a very tricky state. So in order to add more protection to the mechanism, we think that a blockchain-based, so EPSI is the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure of the European Union, and also to ensure EU compliance on a long-term scale, we think that for decentralized identifiers, using EPSI for raw materials would be an ideal solution. Actually, we discussed many of these key concepts and components as technical requirements of this DPP framework, but here to go very shortly over this. Digital twins is actually, I mean, DPP is the representation of the digital twin, so it's a must of the system. We need the wallet to store the credentials and present these credentials to supply chain stakeholders. LPID, we already discussed, is to prove the identity. We need the trust chains, we need third-party certification schemes, so the auditors or geology institutes or Chamber of Commerces to be part of the system as the root providing the trust chain, full trust chain in the system. Data exchange protocols should allow this presentation of these credentials and also the DPP information among supply chain stakeholders. And of course, this has to be, so data should have its own semantics to standardize the data formats, and these also should be verifiable. And of course, at the minimum level, we need access control. So already been discussed with wallets, this is achievable. So for different roles, they should be able to see different certifications. We had these two use cases. I briefly talked about how it happens. I will not go into the details, but what happens between the issuer and the buyer is that some sample can be, a raw material sample can be sent with the analytical results to the Geology Institute or the Fingerprint Analysis Authority, as discussed, and they will compare this to their reference database and generate a probability score. This probability score will be itself the verifiable credential and will be issued to the buyer, and this probability score can be used for decision making, for the origin checks, for example. And so logical consequence of it, if we have a probability score and if this is decided that there is a non-conformity with the claims, or could also be another example, but let's take it from there, then this has to gives the supply chain stakeholder, this would give the option to send it back to a certifier, which could be an auditor, which could be which could issue to a problem in a mass balancing use case, for example, or a chain of custody use case, and then the certifier can take this auditing process from the start, saying that this looking into this non-conformity detection, and if this is really a non-conformity issue, then this certification can be revoked for this supplier, and this information will be shared among the supply chain. Where last, so of course, we mentioned data exchange mechanisms, and we say that some of these feed into data spaces, and these can provide some security mechanisms. But if we have a supply chain raw material case where it's not provided, then our framework, of course, has also the cybersecurity requirements. The main ones being, of course, there has to be a strong cryptography for secure storage of the credentials to avoid credential forgery. Role-based access control is essential for data manipulation, and also we need to rate limiting and redundancy. There has to be some failover mechanisms if in this data exchange there are some denial of service attacks. So these are the technical requirements we think are essential for this raw material DPP framework. And I would like to thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
So thank you for this second detailed presentation in this session. But in the name of time, I would like to postpone discussions to the breaks. So let's come to our next presentation, which is a presentation from the Encircle project. Not this one?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Lambros Leodaris. I'm from Center for Research and Technology Hellas in Thessaloniki. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Nikolas Dimitriou, who was not able to attend. So I'm here to present the Encircle project and our approach for blockchain-enabled digital product passports. So Encircle is a 3-year project started on...
We can't hear you very well.
Get closer to the mic.
Closer
to
okay.
the mic, please.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yes. Yeah. So Encircle started on October 2024. Encircle motivation comes from the problem of linear manufacturing models that generate excessive waste and material loss. And there is difficulty in tracking life cycle information across manufacturing chains. So Encircle focus on circular economy models to provide transparency, sustainability, and traceability. And the goal of Encircle is to shift the paradigm from use and throw to reuse and recycle. So Encircle vision focus on 5 main pillars. First one is circular marketplace, which connects consumers, producers, and recyclers through AI-driven reuse, repair, and resale. Sustainable production and eco-design, which enables traceable low-impact manufacturing with DPP-based life cycle data. Environmental impact assessment and reduction to forecast and minimize emissions and resource use using AI and digital twins. Human empowerment to deliver training support tools and augmented reality guidance to enable circular workflows. And finally, circular business to drive systemic change through business models that are built on transparency and traceability. Encircle has 3 use cases. 2 of them are focused on involved DPP. The first one is on steel industry, where zinc is the end user, and home appliances, where Argeling is the end user. So let's briefly go over to the objectives of Encircle. First objective is to deploy an industrial Internet of Things network across production and logistics to ensure real-time trusted data collection and traceability and enable efficient control and circular data pooling. The second objective is to use AI and soft sensors to create digital twins and virtual abstractions of the production line. And for this, we will support 3D and audio modeling and product lifecycle forecasting. And the goal is to reduce cost and complexity of digital twin generation. Next is the simulation. And for this, we will integrate digital twins into a virtual value chain. We'll use reinforcement learning agents and human feedback to optimize circular design and planning and enable decision support guided decision for decarbonization. Next, we will deliver immersive gamified training using the simulation space of Encircle. We will promote circularity and digital tool adoption. And finally, we'll incentivize sustainable actions across the value chain. For the DPP tools, we'll develop a blockchain-enabled track and trace framework for transparent and decentralized DPP access. We will build an augmented reality mobile application for product information and diagnostics. And we'll provide an AI recommender system to marketing teams to support circular business planning. And finally, for the marketplace, we'll enable resale, repair, and recycling based on DPP and user behavior. The marketplace will connect consumers to value chain actors, for example, recyclers, and link promotions and the rewards to environmental performance. So our first use case concerns enabling the DPP for the circular transition of surface technology. We have Zinc as the end user, which is one of the Europe's leading galvanizing provider. In Zinc, they have developed a prototype DPP, namely Digital Circular Product Passport, which has gained interest among the stakeholders. Encircle aims to build upon the existing DCPP and incorporate industrial Internet of Things and soft sensor data. Also in this use case, Encircle will improve traceability of galvanizing steel and, to enable consumers' marketplace registration and increase customer satisfaction using the DPP wallet app, which we'll see later on in the slides. So what are the challenges? As we can see, there are multiple actors in the supply chain. There is a huge variety of products. There is no systematic collection and transfer of data. And there is inconsistent and incomplete data situation at the end of life of products, so optimized reuse and recycling is not possible. So currently, Zinc has developed a PCDS system, which stands for Product Circularity Data Sheet, and Encircle will use this system to create the digital product passport. So basically, this system collects data at each stage. It combines with standards like environmental product declaration for validated carbon footprint, resource reuse and recyclability, ensures uniform structure across suppliers and distributors, customers and recyclers, and makes data comparable and reusable. What are the challenges in this case and how Encircle will aims to address them? So first one is the stakeholder engagement. Basically, this means that there is difficulty motivating suppliers, recyclers, and consumers to consistently complete and update the DPP data. And for this, we will use the established customer base from Zinc and use the interest in DPP by integrating DPP updates into existing track and trace workflows and offer tailored circularity benefits as incentives. Next challenge is the standardization. So variation in data formats and presentation hinders interoperability across sectors and platforms. And for this, we will align DPP with evolving Ecodesign for sustainable products regulation standards, product category rules, and asset administration cell specifications to ensure compatibility and interoperability across the diverse industrial partners. Next, the ecosystem readiness. It is difficult to find partners that are technically prepared to adopt DPP workflows. And for this, we will support onboarding using the DPP wallet app and an AI recommender system to provide digital low-barrier digital tools and gamified training tools. Next, data acquisition. Currently manual data input is low, error-prone and resource intensive. And for this, we will use industrial Internet of Things systems and machine integration to automate data collection and registration. And finally, forecasting accuracy, which means that it is difficult to accurately forecast the product's remaining value and end of life. And for this, we'll use AI-driven estimations of the environmental impact and remaining useful life using soft sensors and an environmental impact analytics engine. Next case concerns Circle for recycling, refurbishing and repairing household appliances, where we have Arçelik as the end user. So in this case, Encircle aims to improve salvage rate from scrapped products through the circular customer relationship management module to increase the number of refurbished products and improve customer satisfaction using the DPP wallet app. So here we can see our initial approach for the DPP information flow. So on the top we have the production side and the bottom we have the consumption side. So in the production side, a blockchain infrastructure secures DPP entries with tamper-proof traceable records and enforce access control across value chain actors. Production and industrial Internet of Things data are registered into the DPP. Digital twins generate predictions, for example, remaining useful life that are stored in the DPP. The environmental impact analytics engine computes sustainability metrics and updates the DPP, including energy consumption, gas emissions. And these metrics are registered sequentially by each actor at each stage, supply, production, and distribution. Next, in the consumption side, we have consumers that register their products, for example, dishwasher machine in the case of Arçelik, using the DPP wallet app, and the track and trace decentralized application to access life cycle data and connect to the value chain. Then end of life and remaining value are estimated based on products usage patterns and historical life cycle performance. And finally, the AI recommender system generates refurbishment, recycling offers and rewards based on the remaining value and publish them on the digital marketplace. So here...
Last slide.
Yes, last slide. Perfect. Yeah, okay. So here you can see the DPP wallet app, a diagram of the app. So this will be a mobile application to empower consumers to manage their products in a sustainable way. So we can see 5 modules. The first one is the product registration D app, where the user registers the products and connect to the value chain. The track and trace, which monitors life cycle ownership history and sustainability metrics. Product support, which features maintenance instructions and repair information. The app recycle requests and offers to support circular transactions via the digital marketplace. And finally, ego-centric computer vision, which helps users to recognize the products and components and assist with maintenance guidance with augmented reality and smart glasses or cameras in the mobile. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, the name of time. Questions, please, during the breaks.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next project presentation comes from Da Capo.
We're not taking a break?
Shall we take a break? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we've overrun the time quite a bit. I'm sorry. Yeah. But
you have to be more directed with the time. I know. Just put your timer in.
It's hard to tell, but it's hard if you're sitting here.
I agree. So short break?
So okay, short break, 20 minutes.
Shorter than 20 minutes.
Shorter. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Then we start at 12:50. Restart at 12:50.
Peter, what I do is I get my timer to go off. And you don't have to say
Yeah,
anything. They know that they have to stop.
To just take timer and Montana.
to the next floor presentation. So go have a and eat something.
Finally we meet!
I don't know how many emails we've exchanged.
Yes, wonderful to meet you. How are you? You enjoy your
Yes. You arrived this morning, right? I have your presentation this afternoon. Well, in the expert. We don't yeah. So on textiles, on the electronic products, yes, but only because I am myself a microelectronics engineer. So I only work because I was not but it's not my I will not build new projects myself.
Outside, yeah. But you see, it's an initiative, but there is a feedback period that's just ended. But it is not. Yeah, but they don't have it. I mean, fourth quarter they want already. Please, no, but they need to. They need to keep it open and see exactly what a business is.
I one from Fund already regarding this issue with printing, and we can have research on the
Okay, then we are first.
yes, it is. Yeah.
And for the lunch, what is it from
And there are many people.
Maybe in the same it was coupon, so it's very expensive. For me, it's good. The only thing is that we will do in rush hour. Well, let's see. It's better later. Not easy. It says we have one. Garbage comes. Ah, it's moved. She was foreseen at 2. Some point.
But she will be here.
Okay, then if Salim updates the program,
but it should be very important.
you have taken it out. Then they can have more networking.
We will maybe but we are delayed now.
Let's see that it will fit.
It will be
It's not my current problem. It's not my problem. It's your problem and your problem, but not my problem. Of course. What's the positive is that GMP this morning? Do another date. They said they would not prefer
Hopefully it won't be too hard. I bet. This is how the automotive industry works. It has been working for the last 20 years. The automotive industry, no data, no money. That's how they work. But they created a centralized database to manage all this. It's called the INDS centralized database. And they spent 7 billion to build it. Billion. We spoke to Hyundai, who is managing the INDS. They did this because in 2005, there was the end of life vehicle directive that said that any thing in a vehicle that might contain cobalt or heavy metals had to be traced. They had no choice to do it. This is way before the Exactly. Yes, exactly. And you have the political power of BMW and Hyundai to force it from the suppliers. This is not
Even more fun now. That's it. There were some consultations over the last half year.
There's a use case for the text side.
I haven't really heard a convincing idea of how to do it.
First time we meet?
No, second time.
Second time? Yes, in Paris. Yes, yes. Thanks for your interaction. It's very
Valuable time proposal writing more than the next project.
Non, parce que quand je sais que chacun charge des dizaines et des dizaines de photos, plusieurs mégaoctets tous les jours sur le web, chacun se prend un peu les choses. Les données dont on parle, c'est des kilos octets. C'est rien du tout. C'est des peanuts. C'est rien. Un verified credential, c'est un kilo octet max. On va pas mettre des vidéos dedans.
It's your usual R&D.
L'impact environnemental même, toute cette information. Oui, mais en même temps, c'est ce qu'on veut. Quelque part, on ne le veut pas, et en même temps, on le veut pas pour les humains, mais on le veut pour les entreprises.
Est-ce que c'est les so they're on top of this. It's lots more that were like not eligible. So the first thing that's already a filter.
En tout cas, c'est hyper intéressant. Oui, je trouve ça incroyable. C'était il y a un an,
Oui, quand il y a quelqu'un qui prend le soin d'organiser ce genre de choses, c'est merveilleux. Et c'est moi.
It's a very long process. 18 months?
Ouais.
No, but your colleagues are familiar with it. Is this work long, or are they telling you start by the time that you submit something, you kind of know it's going to work. Yeah, more or less. I mean, you're still in a bit of a limbo, but you're like, okay, I know this is like 75% because we have the one of the reasons basically September goes for me was really in priority. I did sort of raise the asset here. I'm responsible for the submitting the chances of getting national funding.
Hello.
It's going to be your presentation.
Yes.
Hello everybody, it's time to restart. Please take your seats.
Yes.
Let's continue now. Nobody heard me. Okay, Peter, let's start. Please. Or we will never start. Now it is 10 minutes, it's over.
So please guys, can we restart? We are already quite a bit delayed, so I mean... You are here the whole day? I will be. Yeah, so you have to... So, thank you. Welcome to the second part. And I would kindly remind the presenters, all the presenters, not just in this session. We had announced the format 12 minutes presentation, 3 minutes discussion. So if we overrun our time, then probably due to discussions, but not due to presentations. So I kindly ask all the presenters in the following sessions to keep their limits. Okay, and with this, I would like to welcome the Da Capo project. So please, stage is yours.
Thank you. So hello everyone, my name is Kristiina Valtanen. I come from Finland, VTT Technical Research Center, and I will now briefly present Da Capo project. And let's start. So, okay. So first, a little summary of Da Capo project. So it will now create digital assets and tools for circular value chains and manufacturing products. This is half and 3.5 year project, and we have just started the last year of our project. We have 15 partners, even 8 research organizations, large and smaller companies, and also 1 European Data Space Association, so IDSA is also involved. And in Da Capo, the project aims to develop human-centric digital tools and services to promote the adoption of circular economy practices within manufacturing and product life cycles. DPP is there one of the central tools for cross-organizational circular economy-related data sharing. Other tools that we are also developing and which are linked to DPP are, for example, this modular digital thread, which describes and collects data from different manufacturing processes. We have also this CEDSS, so Decision Support System, which works as a key knowledge backbone, and it provides cognition and forecasting capabilities produced by AI. There are also digital twins and advanced diagnostic tools, and this whole DACAPO concept is based on RAMI 4.0, so this reference architectural model for Industry 4.0 framework. In practice, DACAPO platform will be deployed in 3 critical European value chains. Each of these deployments will take place within a real production environment to ensure realistic testing and validation. In manufacturing, we have pilot products from aeronautics, consumer electronics, and warehousing. And for each of these pilots, DPP solution has been developed among other DACAPO tools. It has to be noted that most of the products in DACAPO are not yet included in this first wave of product groups of ESPR regulation. And therefore, DACAPO DPP is not designed only for regulatory compliance, but also as a wider facilitator for circular economy practices. And DPP also serves as an enabler and gateway for applications such as electronic maintenance book. Each pilot company in DACAPO has their own goals in circular economy practices development. GKN Aerospace extends sustainable manufacturing and also repairability approaches. Fairphone develops eco-design, diagnosis and maintenance for modular mobile phones. And Pesmel, in its turn, advances R-cycles in material flows for warehouse design, construction and operations. Okay, then if we jump to the actual DACAPO architecture, here is first the general view of it. And as mentioned, the architecture consists of these different RAMI 4.0 aligned layers. So there are this asset layer, communication, information and business layers. And DPP resides in this business layer, but it also uses the functionalities of the underlying layers. There we also have these other tools which integrate with DPP. So modular digital thread links the product, process and resource data from manufacturer. Also this CRETA tool, so green targets, sustainability calculation tool provides updated assessments and sustainable and circular economy indicators for DPP. Then in communication layer, the DACAPO platform includes PASYX AAS servers and also middleware featuring an Orion context broker. This Orion context broker establishes a data lake and also interoperable layer for the whole DACAPO platform. In communication layer, we also have this minimum viable data space utilized as a means to collect data from the supply chain. The development of the DACAPO DPP focuses on minimum viable prototyping. Also relevance to these pilot use cases, how we can further extend the solution and adherence to legislation and industry best practices have guided the development. The technical design of DACAPO DPP is based on asset administration cells and it is combined with this Eclipse data space components framework to address data sovereignty requirements. Also, we have tested ontological tooling frameworks such as this semantic treehouse. Validation of this platform and DPP will occur through real production environments, as described earlier, but before that we will also use these didactic factory facilities of these DACAPO research organizations as a test beds for prototyping the cross-organizational deployment. Then some words about further development. So we will now continue the development of this DPP concept in another EU Horizon project, so Digitrace, and there we will integrate the smart tagging solutions into DPP. These smart tags, they are able to indicate several different conditions from environment. Then, as a conclusion slide, so I have gathered here some lessons learned, also things that we have been pondering during this DACAPO DPP development. So we have really identified, and also as we have discussed yesterday and today, that this semantic interoperability is really essential for ensuring that DPP data can be consistently understood and reused. However, defining the relevant and meaningful DPP data content, especially in a way that aligns with regulatory, sectoral, and technical requirements, has been a complex and multi-stakeholder task. In AAS, failure to harmonize semantic IDs and these AAS submodel structures can lead incompatibility between different AAS implementations. IDT AAS submodel templates provide a shared and machine-readable blueprint for commonly used submodels, but we think that there is still a lack of these DPP-related submodel templates. Of course, it's understandable because this standardization and delegated acts the work is still ongoing. But anyway, quite much tailored work has still been needed for development. Then maybe another thing is now that how we can really support these SME companies towards these kind of AAS DPP data space implementations. Because at the moment we see that there is a risk that these full-featured AAS data space stacks may be too complicated for SMEs initially. So we see that some kind of pre-filled AAS templates, maybe for these SME products, also some kind of tools to provide mapping functionalities from, for example, Excel sheets to AAS could be useful. We also see that the role of larger companies could here be important, so that they could ease the adoption by defining the minimum AAS requirements for their SME supply chains. Also, combining this AAS, DPP, and data spaces easily leads to multi-level governance processes. Therefore, we see that developing some kind of single governance policy framework, for example, template contracts policies, some kind of onboarding flows could also boost the adoption. And identifying and communication about these wider opportunities of data spaces besides the DPP. I think this is also very important. But thank you. This was my presentation, and if you have some questions, happy to answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And there we have time for a few questions. So, Caroline?
So you said you use semantic treehouse. So what ontologies did you use?
In fact, this work is still
your microphone.
In fact, this work is still ongoing, so I'm not able to say the exact, yeah.
Hi. Yes. Well, I saw in the architecture that you are using figware for the data space, but also in one use case I saw the EDC connector. So my question is, you have implemented both, or you have reached somehow interoperability among both connectors?
Yeah, in fact, at the moment we have both implementations.
Okay.
There, but the work is also ongoing integrating these two. It has been quite complex.
I feel you. That's why my question. Thank you very much. So we will discover for sure. The first time we connect everything.
Okay. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry. Thank you. Just a question about your slide with the architecture. So is this the Capo platform like a platform where like businesses can enter and use it and then collect data? So is it like a similar to like a product lifecycle management application? Is it like in this sense a platform, or in what sense is it a platform?
I think that this whole platform will be provided as a kind of toolbox where manufacturers can select the parts that they need for their purposes. So it's kind of modular architecture.
Yeah, thank you. I have a practical question. We tried setting up data spaces and also trying to see how we could connect with companies in the life cycle that don't have software teams. Meaning, and my question is, are you aware? I know in Finland, also from Ioxio in Surpass 2, are one of the best in data spaces, but we need a solution for no-code deployment of data space connectors. And are you aware of initiatives, or are you working on it? This would be super helpful, because otherwise only companies that have the money and have software engineers in-house can do it, and that means only maybe 5% of companies or something like this.
Yes, I really agree with your point, and we also have identified this development target, so that we really have to find the ways, as I mentioned, to help SME companies. And I think this work happens, for example, in this kind of DPP-related project where we can apply those kind of tools.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you again for the presentation. We still have time during the lunch break for further questions, but I would like to invite our next project, TVS. Is the presenter here, Fard? Is this one right? The final stage is yours. Please press the red button.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Farhadur Arifin from Technative Solutions. I am presenting Advancing Sustainable Industry through Data-Driven DPP Solutions, TVS Pioneer Role in European Innovation. Okay, so first I will explain. So who are you? We are Technative Solutions. It's just SME in UK, Manchester. So we are basically R&D company where we are specialized in digital innovations and digital solution providers. So our core domains are material and manufacturing, renewable energy, digital healthcare, climate and disaster resilience, and then we introduce a digital product passport and also software development. So currently we own 35 plus UN UKRI projects. Okay, so and we are currently running 20 EU projects. So we have 150 plus partners, 20 digital tools we so far developed, and 100% experienced scientists, engineers, and developers. We have a 12 years of experience, and we have 4 spin-offs. So these are the, say, 30 plus EU projects, so where we are working. So my focus will be today on 4 specific projects: JIDEP, Restore, Alabama, and Gear Up. So where we'll introduce a digital product passport. Okay, so it's not a digital product passport initiatives, but in a different factories and a different industry, we try to introduce the digital product passport. So first one is the JIDEP, which is in Horizon Cluster 4 2021 project. So we have 12 partners from different countries, and here the main goal was to develop the ontology for the industrial data sharing platforms. And here our use case was automobile use case. It's for Fiat's MC20 chassis, and for the energy we are using wind turbine blades, and for electronics PCB board. So what we did is basically we developed the ontologies for the chassis and the wind turbines and PCB boards, and then we developed the ontology based digital product passports. Okay, and so if you go to the next one, so I will only focus on the DPP part. So what we face challenges in the DPP development. So at that time, basically DPP is just coming. Okay, there is no regulation for it's a battery regulation or ESPR regulations. Okay, so so what should be the data management? So so first is the data carrier. So unique identifier. It is one of the problem, because currently we are talking about the interoperability of different DPPs. Okay, so unique identifier. How we'll create these unique identifiers. So I think you should guide these things. Okay, so later, and the QR code. So where is the location, where we put the location, so whether it is visible, legible, or permanent on the product. Okay, so for some of the products, okay, so how big will be the QR codes and how small will be the QR code, that is another way. So even the ESPR guide these things, so what should be the layout. Okay, so we face problem in the different use cases. For the access control, if you think about so there are 3 access control. If we can see in the battery regulation, where we have a general public and the notified body and the person with the legitimate interest, but what is the person with the legitimate interest and the mandatory data for the persons with the legitimate interest. These so the use case partners, when we are discussing with the different use case partners, so they are a little bit shy to understand how we share this data to this party and who are those peoples. Okay, so this is we face the problem. And for the data storage, so decentralized data storage and the data space, so the data space concept is really new for the small stakeholders. Okay, and then it's really challenging for them to understand how the data space is working. Okay, what is the authentication and trust and data sovereignty, on all these issues are there in the JIDEP project. And of course the data security, okay, and the cryptography and the blockchain concept. So these concepts are evolving, and whether we'll use some kind of verifiable credential or not, whether we will get the basic data architectures. Okay, so the one architecture every stakeholder will use or not. So this we are really looking forward to these things. Okay, from the EU. And for TVS, we are exploring CATENA-X, GAIA-X, and IDS. Okay, so CATENA-X basically is for automobile industry. Everybody knows about these things, but how this CATENA-X will explore in the textile or matrix or the other things. Okay, so there are a lot of things to be understood, to be solved. Okay, so in the next couple of years. So here, when we are talking about the data ontology and the data points, okay, so if you see here, so thanks the battery pass initiative, so they have already developed, so I think 115 data points. Okay, so we try to map those data points in the wind turbine data points. Okay, so and still, so when we try to develop when the use case but are using those things, okay, so they are really facing problems with say for example due diligence reports. So what is these things? Okay, so how will collect those data points? Okay, and also they are facing a lot of problems in the recyclability and end of life data. Okay, so particularly dismantling and disassembly manuals. So many of the partners, even the so small stakeholders, they are now trying to prepare these manuals. Okay, so this is the thing. And for the dynamic data, okay, so life will be really difficult, I think, in the digital product passports and all other things. Okay, so this is basically lesson learned from the JIDEP. Okay, now I just go to the another project, which is basically Restore. So here in the Restore, this is for the remanufacturing project for the manufacturing. So here our main focus is basically the remanufacturing process, if you see here, and also the product design. In the product design phase also, we try to include like a digital product passport design for remanufacturing, certified and process and product and platform for remanufacturing. Okay, so our process here was basically the cladding technology, so laser direct energy deposition and plasma transfer arc process. Okay, and use case is rail axle, steel rollers, propeller blades, and automobile components. The key innovation in the remanufacturing, so also, so here we have 19 partners here, so you can see here 19 partners. And key innovation from the process innovation, we have what should be the remanufacturing technology. And then for the product design innovations, so we try to so what should be the digital product passport so after the remanufacturing process. Okay, so how it will integrate, so remanufacturing process will be integrated in the digital product passport. That things we try to investigate in this Restore project. So especially say for example CAD geometry, product requirement, alloy composition, part traceability, and quality certification. Also, we are trying to think about the design for remanufacturing, like so it has different categories like design for disassembly, design for inspection, design for manufacturing, and design for recycling. And so in this project also we are trying to develop the circularity calculators. So because in ESPR it's particularly explain about the different parameters like remanufacturability, recyclability, reusability, repurposability. So the different indicators are there, but still they don't have the standardization things. Okay, so there are a lot of room to investigate in those aspects in the circularity calculator point of view, and also for the life cycle assessments. So there is and also in the business perspective in the Restore, we are trying to investigate about not manufacturing as a service, but also remanufacturing as a service. So this is the Restore. And then I will talk about the LMMA. So here this is cluster 202 twin transition 01. So we have 12 partners. Okay, so this is basically adaptive laser beam for additive manufacturing. So if you see here, we have an adapting laser, and then we have a monitoring and closed loop control and digital models and optimizations, and then we have process optimization and product optimizations, and all these data, okay, all this physical data is converted to the digital. We are saying this is a digital product passport platform, and then depending upon their change and all these things, the product passport will be developed. Okay, so here we have 3 use cases. One is aviation, high pressure compressor casing for aeros engine, maritime super duplex steel propeller, and automotive high pressure die cast part. Okay, so here our key exploitable results are adaptive laser technology in general, adaptive laser technology for AM, male pull simulation methodology, and then of course for the digital platform point of view, we will integrate the manufacturing platform with the digital product passport, and also provide the LCA and the LCC for the product and also the process. So last project, okay, is basically Gear Up, which is very new, so which is in horizon clusters 224 to in transition 0105. Here, if you see here, this is our architecture. We have an optimized process. We have an estimate environmental impact, sustainable design, circularity platform, and upskilling. Okay, for high recycled content with a focus on stainless steel, aluminum alloy, and the fiber reinforced plastic for additive manufacturing. So I think, and our use case is metal AM, PBF, LB for robot gripper, for the Pelton turbine, and for the fiber reinforced polymer, metal extrusion fiber reinforced polymer composite. So the outcome is basically manufactured product is improved quality and reduced cost. Manufacturing process will be reduced defect and waste. And manufacturing industry, for the manufacturing industry, we have a skilled and motivated workforce, improved circularity for the material and novel design method, improved traceability of the product and material flow, and the worldwide awareness of care of technology. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions on this presentation? No?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah. You mentioned some to incorporate some LCA data in the DPP, which is also quite interesting. How do you see that? I mean, when we are talking about LCA data, it's from where to where, from when to when do you incorporate data, and what's the final objective of that?
Okay. LCA for the product, right? So we are talking about the LCA for the product, and for DPP we really don't need all the metadata, but for LCA we need a lot of metadata. Okay, so the material consumption or energy consumption, all other things. Okay, so if we have the data space, that's life might be easier, because now we can, from the miners to the manufacturers, all the people can share their data. Okay, not only the DPP data, but also their material consumption. If they are thinking that it is not IP protected or all these things, they can share this data, and with the help of our LCA tool, they can able to assess the LCA data. So yes.
So you take into account the production of the product, of course, but what about the lifetime of your product? Do you also incorporate data on the, for instance, on the consumption, electric consumption of the product during its lifetime? And what about the repair? If it repairs, do you also add on some LCA data, or is it only for the production of the product itself?
concern for many people, or maybe using the microphone, because here, at least at the end of the hall, I'm not able to hear everyone clearly, at least for the past 3, 4, 5 presentations.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for this comment. And thanks again for the presentation. You may use headphones, okay. So our next presenter is going to be Mark Kartner. She's going to present the BATWOMAN project, which is to me a little bit, if you allow me this, as somebody who's working on BATCAT, it's my pleasure to invite the BATWOMAN.
It's just a joke.
Das hier, ne?
Ja.
Das schaut immer gut aus.
Ist es jetzt immer noch?
It is the same, yeah, as in my case it was. I
Incompatibilities between
incompatibilities
between PowerPoint versions. Fonts, I don't know, whatever. Did you use the fancy font stuff?
Crazy.
No, actually normal.
It is
normal
absolute
PowerPoint.
normal. Please do PDF and PDF.
Create a PDF
yeah.
and
if it is no
yes.
animation,
Can I send you
it is
PDF?
okay.
But then maybe we should do the other
Ich hab
presentation.
keinen Stick.
Do you have my
I
stick?
have a stick in
No, Peter, where is my stick?
Achso, der ist hier
It's a
unten.
computer.
Ja. Einfach mal einen Stick rüberreichen.
Yes.
Und dann
Please
mich.
do. No, we have, thank you.
Ich habe ihn. Da war doch noch.
Aber ich habe es ja gestern eigentlich schon mal einmal übertragen und da, also eigentlich komisch.
Ups. Das PDF?
Soll ich so das PDF einfach?
Nochmal an mich schicken, ja.
PDF.
Das PDF und an mich schicken, dann prügel ich es drauf.
Du kannst wahrscheinlich sogar mit PowerPoint arbeiten, wenn du Embed Fonts in the Presentation einfügst.
Bei mir funktioniert mir leider das Internet nicht. Ich muss das direkt übertragen über auf den Stick.
Das ist auch eine Option.
Have you changed it? Works? This is because of the layout. The fonts are not recognized by the...
Yeah, this is what I expected.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's the FIRA or something like this, which is not supported by the...
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's not
Okay, in my case it was not so dramatically as here.
Moment, ganz langsam. Das ist ein Stick von Natalia. Das ist
Ich schaue mal gerade vor.
einfach mal auf Änderungsdatum. Dann ist es dann sollte das ganz oben sein.
Ja, das ist jetzt genau. So.
No, I take it from my...
Das ist das PDF. So.
In Kingston hier auf genau Session 3. Und jetzt hier rein.
I will take this stick.
So, jetzt den Stick wieder unten rein.
Sollte da sein, ist es jetzt.
Den Stick wieder unten reinstecken.
Aber irgendwie ist es noch nicht da. Hab ich das Gefühl? Das müsste ja eigentlich.
So I suggest while we are fixing this that we go to the next presentation. The next presentation would be on the aluminum supply chain. By the REC AI project. So probably I suggest we start with this one until we have fixed this point here.
because I'm not sure.
Hi everybody, I'm Panos Simeonidis from CERT, and today I'm here in order to present you how the RECOL project is leveraging blockchain technology in order to produce digital product passports from the aluminium industry. A critical step towards EU sustainability and circular economy goals in line with the ESPR regulation that mandates DPP for the aluminium industry. So about the RECOL project, it's a Horizon Europe project in which 19 partners from 9 European countries are involved. It's a 4-year project, and now we're in the second year of the project. So, RECOL primary goal is to upgrade Europe's handling of its aluminium supply chain and marketplace via RECOL innovative tools, including the RECOL Hub and the blockchain technology which is included in the DPP. We seek to reduce the carbon footprint of the aluminium production by enabling the use of secondary resources, and that way to improve the Europe's self-sufficiency along that way. The EU Green Deal demands radical transparency in supply chains, especially for aluminium, a high energy demand and emission material. That means proving ethical sourcing, recycled content and carbon footprint. Current system and technologies lack trust, audits are sometimes slow, and data can be siloed. In that way, DPP can solve this by creating an immutable digital twin for every aluminium product, accessible easily through a QR code or something similar. So, the RECOL DPP acts like a passport for aluminium batches. It starts tracking from where the bauxite was mined, how energy is used in smelting and how much energy is used in different production stages, even recycling history, and stakeholders like manufacturers or recyclers can scan the QR code and get information about the aluminum products, like, for example, the alloy composition or the CO2 emissions. But why DPP and blockchain? By combining digital product passports with blockchain technology, we can create a trusted system that addresses real supply chain challenges, like, for example, ethical sourcing and provenance. Aluminium began with bauxite mining, which is often criticized for environmental and labor issues. Through blockchains-backed DPPs, we can verify where material were sourced, that they are conflict-free, and that the suppliers follow the ESG standards. All this in verifiable and tamper-proof directly stored in the DPP. Carbon tracking and green certification. Smelting is energy intensive, and with DPP we can track the energy mix used in the production, like for example renewable or coal or gas energy used for the production, and monitor the life cycle emissions. Smart contracts can even automatically certify low carbon or green aluminium products if, for example, the CO2 emissions stay below some predefined thresholds. About circular economy, while recycled aluminum use is energy efficient. Scrap fraud is a big concern. So blockchain in DPPs can provide digital identities for batches, documenting the composition, the reuse history, or even the buyback eligibility. This support through closed-loop recycling. And now going to counterfeiting and quality assurance. Counterfeit alloys pose real risk for some cases, like for example for aviation. DPP embed quality certificates and IoT-linked shipment tracking, and this ensure product integrity and traceability. Finally, streamlined compliance and trade. We all know that aluminum industry is global, and DPPs can simplify documentation with smart contracts, and everyone can see the same synchronized data. All this together, blockchain plus DPPs model doesn't just digitize, but it can redefine the accountability in the aluminum supply chain. About the technology that we are using in this project, our architecture is built on hyperledged fabric, a permission blockchain that ensures data integrity and auditability while maintaining privacy among participants. Smart contracts enforce compliance rules automatically, like for example validating the percentage of recycled contents or the CO2 carbon thresholds. At the center of our architecture is the Recall Hub, a federated data mesh that enables decentralized trusted data sharing across partners. We believe that this decentralized approach is critical in supply chains where many independent actors are involved. Our architecture is presented also in this figure, where we can see the user, the one that requests a DPP, which will access it using a web or a mobile phone, or using the camera to scan the QR code. And it's important to notice that every interaction with the DPP system is performed through a RESTful API that connects external systems to the underlying blockchain technology via smart contracts. The Recall Hub is a very important component in the Recall project. It's still under development, but these two images of the user interfaces shows our vision for the platform. As we can see, the digital product passport is one of the provided tools of the platform, and this tool is integrated in the digital data sheets that will be available for every industry, like for example for Alumil, which is a partner of the project. It's a leading Greek company specialized in the design and the production of aluminium systems. Now, what DPP can offer? First of all, material traceability. We can know the percentage of primary or secondary aluminum used for each aluminum product. Second, carbon tracking. It's possible to present not only the total carbon emissions, but even emissions during the different production phases or the post-processing emissions. Smart contracts, as I mentioned earlier, can auto-generate compliance report, and this is very important. And finally, end-of-life metrics can help, for example, recyclers to know which alloy is used, and thus if it can be remelted together with other aluminium scraps. The image on the right side shows how this DPP can be presented in a web app or exported in a PDF document. The benefits, it's for the industry. For example, for the alu mill, it's about market differentiation. They will be able to prove that their aluminium is greener, and this is very important. For EU, it's about enforcing circular economy rules, and for consumers, it's about trust. Several recent studies showed that up to 70% of buyers can choose sustainable products even if they cost more. So this triple win is what makes the recall DPP more than just a compliance tool. It's a catalyst for trust and transformation. Some of the challenges are already mentioned from the previous talks. Is about standardization, is about common data schema, always is about scalability and adoption of new technologies from the major stakeholders. The future step for us in the project is to create and have an MVP in the next 6 months and test it with alumil. And of course, what we would like to have is a framework for DPPs that can be extended beyond aluminium in order to support similar needs and requirements to other market sectors. And with this, I would like to thank you. For more information, we can follow our social media and check our website.
So thank you for this presentation, and we have time for questions. Yes, please.
One question: who is the owner of this hub that you presented there? So, who owns, in fact, this hub and decide in which form will be presented, which smart contracts will be executed, and so on?
Okay, so a key concept of this hub is that it's decentralized. That means that each user that will select and choose to be part of the hub will be responsible for the information that will be provided by him, to who will be able to access the information, and also, of course, the DPPs.
That means this hub is decentralized, governments behind?
Yeah, that's the idea, is that the hub is going to be decentralized.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, since you make a clear claim for the use of blockchain, it might be an interesting moment to discuss that. So we had an experience of what you mentioned, Hyperledger. So we did a big pilot on using blockchain, Hyperledger based with IBM and Maersk. So it was developed by the IBM blockchain team. So that's also behind Hyperledger. And the findings were, that was for international trade documents, but they are very similar in ownership, like the DPP and the content. And the basic finding after the trade lens was that it was not essential. So I was very much wondering if you really were really doing, or that it would be interesting for your project to investigate whether blockchain is needed at all. Because our experience is that for DPP general, you can replace it by, in particular, combination of linked data, so all the data resides with the trader, basically, with the economic operator, and verifiable credentials. And that's much simpler than having a Hyperledger blockchain implementation. Can you comment on that?
I will try to comment. It's a difficult question for me because I'm not a blockchain expert. But what I can say is that blockchain was from the initial stage when we proposed the Recall project, a basic component, let's say, of the DPP. So I don't know if it's possible to work with a different technology. Probably we have to go with a blockchain, although we also noticed that it's an optional tool and it can be adopted, it can be used, and I also noticed in other presentations that it's an option that some of the other projects also follows.
Yeah, one reason why we are very critical on it is that whenever you base something on blockchain, you have to be aware that you basically disconnect all SMEs because they are not able to operate a blockchain, to be a node in a blockchain network.
Okay, thank you very much. I think. Yeah.
Thank you for this comment.
I disagree with that because you can provide with an interface where they can input data and you can have blockchain running in the background. So.
Yeah, sure, but sorry if I can comment. So yet you are right, but if you don't make it a node in your blockchain network, then the question is why do you need it at all? So do you see,
for
they can exchange data.
It's mainly for the integrity of the data.
Please do it offline.
Yeah.
We want sandwiches.
We have time. Μίλα μας για αυτά.
So now it's my pleasure to welcome the BATWOMAN project. Okay. So please, Margaret, stage is yours.
Okay, so thank you for your patience. So we had a bit of a problem with the format, but that won't keep me away from presenting this. So my name is Margit Kranner. I'm from AIT, and in the project BATWOMAN, we actually wanted to build a demonstrator for a product passport, but with data spaces, with especially a focus on the data space part. So this is really a technical implementation of a data space that I also want to show you afterwards. The BATWOMAN project itself is not mainly about a product passport, but it's about battery cell production and all about manufacturing and enhancing the production of carbon neutral batteries. So the product passport part and the data space part is really only one single work package. This project will end in September, so we are quite close to the end. Our goal in our work package for the battery passport was, apart from aligning with different guidelines and standards, really to show how a data space can actually provide a good framework for a battery passport. And we have a big advantage in this project because we have realistic production data that we can use for our demonstrator. Yeah, we don't have so many partners, so it was easier to align all this. So yeah, the question is why data spaces are of advantage for a product passport. We will come to the architecture in a second, but just on a meta level, a big advantage of data spaces is that you have a federated collaboration between all the different participants in the data space. So you have the manufacturers, you have the suppliers that can all communicate via their connector or whatever you use in a data space to connect. You have a federated trust framework. For example, we used the Gaia-X trust framework, but you can use whatever, of course. One other advantage is also that you can also use, or that a data space that really suggests to use something like linked data, for example, so that you can share the data like on a semantic, really on a semantic level, and that you can, in your passport, link to the different suppliers, for example. I will also show you this in our demonstrator, because we at least try to, on a very downgraded level, try to implement that. Yeah, not if we have this video. I might switch to this presentation. This is just a short video about the actual architecture of the data space, which hopefully works also in this format. So what you saw in this video is more or less the idea of this whole life cycle support of the battery passport. So all the different participants can share their data, and the battery manufacturer or producer can actually print the passport. So far, we don't include real usage data, so the recycling data is just from a life cycle assessment afterwards. But this is something that could be interesting for follow-up projects, how to actually really include usage data. So now I have to switch to the other. We aligned with different data space initiatives. As many of you might know, there are different concepts and frameworks and standards for data spaces, like for product passports. We have the Gaia-X, the Gaia-X community that is quite well known in the data space community. We have the RSA community. We also try to align with standards from that are used in Catena-X. So we use the battery passport concept that they use for our passport. for our architecture, this is just a rough overview. This is more or less the idea. We have different participants, a supplier, a battery producer, or different authorities or public users, and all of them need a connector apart from the public user. So the public user can actually access the data space services with the QR code where a DIT document is included. So there, this whole trust is, whereas a trust framework is not in charge. So only if you have a connector, you can see the data that is behind policies. But the public user can actually really see the product passport. The data space services also, this is not pictured on this picture, but all the data space services need a connector, of course, as well to participate in the data space. Yes, so. And for the trust framework, we use the GAIA-X clearinghouse because this is quite easy to use and should be compatible with the EDC connector. So far, there are some problems. Also, we face those problems because the EDC connector should be, should support the GAIA-X standards, but at the moment, I think they're working on it. And our demonstrator, so this is the architecture for our demonstrator, is built with the EDC connector, as I said. So there are two different ways that is supported by EDC to actually set up a data space. You can do this completely decentralized, and you can do this with some sort of central connector. This is the way that we used because it was easier for us to set up because you need a federated catalog in any case. And so this central connector that we set up is more or less the connector of the federated catalog that crawls all the data catalogs from the other connectors. And then we have a backend that more or less coordinates the communication between the provider and the consumer. And it's also the backend for our little front end that actually prints the assets. We use several different standards and languages in our demonstrator. So it's a Docker deployment. The connector, as most of you might know, is implemented, written in Java and built with Gradle. Our backend is written in Flask, and then we have a little React front end. And as I said, we also we use GAIA-X for the verifiable credentials. Now I want to show you really a short video and demonstration of our implementation, because I thought it might be interesting to really see some hands-on approach. So I have to switch here again. Yeah, so here you see more or less our, I just show you this quickly. We have different repositories. There is the repository for the connector. One second, can I stop this? Oh no, sorry. Okay, so there is the repository for the connector that you can easily download from GitHub. So the EDC connector, you need some some extensions for this, but we didn't use anything special apart from the data plane and the federated catalog node. Then we have this this demo registry where all the definitions for the connectors are defined. I lose this all the time. Yeah, I might switch to the actual Postman collection because we run out of time. Yeah, so what I want to show you here is just quickly that this connector, that this demonstrator really works. So we set up some demo file servers for all of the participants. So here, for example, you see that the passport is actually on this. That the passport is actually on the file server. Yeah, so this is now also the URL of the provider. So this is on the provider side. We have this passport. And then if we switch to the Postman collection of the EDC connector, I think this happens in a second. We see that we can, for example, access the endpoint for the catalog, which prints the different assets that are offered in the catalog. Which is in DCAD standard, yes, because the EDC connector, or the new versions of the EDC connector support the DCAD standard. The first version did not actually. Then here you see the federated catalog, which is also printed in the front end. Then here you see the policy definitions where you can create policies or request them. And here in the backend, now you see if you send a request to the endpoint of the catalog of the backend, you also get the same request. Here, this is the thing where we have the problem, because if you try to get the participant information, you get an error because there is a problem with the GAIX compliance API at the moment, but our function works. So, and this one is actually the interesting part. So what happens in the background here is that this whole contract negotiation and policy check and everything that is needed behind is done. And so what happens at the moment is that those connectors communicate, and now the passport that I at first showed you in the assets is also printed here in the backend. And yeah, so here you see this is in this Python function what happens here. So this whole contract negotiation and stuff is what is behind this content. And then maybe, because I think we don't have so much time anymore, but yeah. This is the front end, where you also see that this metadata is linked. And what we have at the moment is this is mock data so far, but we are actually already working on supporting the actual data of the project. But this is still our last fork that I used for this presentation. And also the DIT documents and the verifiable credentials of the providers and consumers are linked for the assets, just to showcase this. So thank you, actually, and sorry for the switch, but I'm happy to answer questions.
So thank you for this nice presentation. I think we should postpone any kind of discussion now to the lunch break. We are already largely over time, so what do you think? How much time do we have for going for break?
Next.
40 minutes. There's one talk that was cancelled, so we have 40 minutes. So we have time.
say it is last 2 minutes.
I have a few announcements to make, Alessandro. Hi, everybody. So we're going to start again. So before we launch session 4, I just have a few announcements to make to everybody. So first of all, I would like, for those people who weren't here yesterday, I spoke about the Circular Tech Forum Awards. So this, if you look up Circular Tech Forum, you'll find easily a page where it describes an award submission process for DPP projects that are of high quality, demonstrating high environmental value. And I think the deadline for submission is around the 26th of June. So you still have time to submit. And I'm sure that in this room, there are many people with lots of great DPP projects. So please submit for this award. And the ceremony is in September. A second thing I would like to mention is that a lot of colleagues here have presented a lot of open source tools for the DPP. And Mihai, can you please raise your hand, please? So Mihai is working in Surpass 2, collecting a catalog of the open source tools related to DPP. So please talk to Mihai if you would like us to publicize your work through our own communication channels. That would be great. It's just the purpose is to collect resources, open source resources around DPP. And a third announcement is that Sjoerd, who was not here yesterday, is now here. Please, Sjoerd, please raise your hand over there. So Sjoerd and his colleagues from TNO managed to pull together the incredible feat of creating a Dutch Center of Excellence for the Digital Product Passport, funded by their national member state governments. And this is such a fantastic initiative that I hope will soon be replicated in every single member state. So if you want to understand how Sjoerd managed to pull off this incredible feat, please go talk to him over there. Okay. Yes, please.
And one additional announcement. Not here very early yesterday. If you Okay, good. Yeah, it is, if you would like to provide a speech as a short talk for open microphone session in the end of the conference, please contact Caroline, yeah, and please indicate this wish. Yeah, we will implement it in the program and you will have the slot. We need to really organize this slot. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, and now, Caroline, please.
No, Alessandro.
Okay, it's up to me.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Thank you. So I have the unlucky situation to be the first in the afternoon where many people would like to make a siesta or something like this. So I try to be a little bit fast, so to keep the, I hope, the attention. So I represent an industry first. So here in this situation, I am probably one of the few coordinator of project representing a manufacturer. So we are a manufacturer in the north of Italy. The company was founded in 1733, so a long time ago. The name comes from the family. It is still run by the same family, so more than 250 years. It's a typical Italian company. We are in the north of Italy, in Biella, which is a cluster quite famous for textile. We have companies such as Zegna, Loro Piana, and many other ones working in the in this field. So, some numbers. The company in 2018 had a turnover of around 40 million. It was an SME with 250 employees and a production of 1 million meters. In 2023, we had a turnover of 120 million. So 3 times. We have bought other 4 companies because the request for luxury fabrics in Europe is very strong. We had a very, very strong reshoring effect towards the European production. and also a request for customization by the brands. So there is a strong demand. The problem is that we don't find employees, we don't find people, so we have been also obliged to buy other companies. We produce mainly for women's, and the average price is 70 euro per meter. 70 euro per meter means an average price of a coat of 3,000 euros. So this is the market where we are addressing, and it is a market which is very, very rapidly growing, because the number of people, the number of rich people in the world is growing in absolute numbers, and therefore also the request for European production. So to keep your eye, this is a nice picture, because we have purchased Lanificio Cerruti in 2022, and Nino Cerruti was the designer of Pretty Woman and many other movies. So this is a picture where I am really fond of, but the reality is this one. So the company was that one. So in practice, when we bought Cerruti, the situation was very bad, and the company, when Nino Cerruti passed away in 2022, risked to close. So it was an occasion also for the territory, and also an occasion for us, because we were looking for people, we were looking for space, and for a facility which could support us. So this could support the growing of the situation. But let's go back to the reason why an industry decided to lead a European project in traceability. So the point is that 3 projects started in 2021. So consider that the proposal was written in 2020, February. Some of you remember February 2020. So the point was that already in that moment, the traceability and the transparency of the value chain was a great problem. The original idea started for the certification of origin for the custom agency, then it was evolved towards the digital product passport. In that moment, it was too early to talk about DPP. But in practice, the concept is already valid today, because the traceability is absolutely important to understand what you are going to buy. This is statistics by the European Parliament in 2023. So, out of 232 active eco-labels analyzed by the European Parliament, almost half of the labels was weakly verified or was not carried out at all. This means that the most part of the eco-labels on the market are not true. And this is a plague for all the sectors, not only one, but it is a disaster. A disaster because, as you know, sustainability costs, and the best way to adopt sustainability is not to do that, but to pretend to do that. So the greenwashing is an unfair competition towards the companies based in Europe, which are committed to do the job. So the second problem is that consumers are completely confused, because they do not know the distinction between those labels which are serious and are supported by a third-party certification, and those ones which are self-certification, which are not verified by any third party. And this is a great problem, because when consumers are confused, in the end they do not know how to give value to the data and to the information driven from this data. I expect that the digital product passport will simplify a little bit this situation. It will be very important also to take care of which data of the DPP will be driven towards the consumers, because we cannot drive all the data, especially if there will be also data related with the environmental footprint. And in which way? Because consumers have not the skills necessary to evaluate all the data which are included into the digital product passport. So it will be important to select certain data which will be communicated, and other data which will be driven only to the inspection bodies, but not to consumers. So you are familiar with this situation, and we have many regulations to fulfill. The first ones, which are these ones. We are becoming in textile a very regulated sector, and these will have costs, especially for the SMEs. So let's talk about the solutions. You imagine to be a company of 10, 15 people. Consider that the textile sector have an average dimension, of 10 people. And 90% of the companies are SMEs. So you are the owner of a company with 15, 20 people, a typical textile company in Europe, and you have to decide to adopt a solution to fulfill the compliance. So you face this situation where you have absolutely a nightmare of solutions for traceability, but these solutions are driven by the brands, because the only interesting market for the IT suppliers is the market of the brands, which are large and can pay a lot, while they do not work for the SMEs, which are small and very fragmented and not able to pay a lot. So what happens is that you have a great fragmentation. Also, many of these solutions are not addressing the upper part of the value chain, from the raw materials to the fabric production, and therefore you, as an owner of the company, have to look for a local solution. For example, in the Biella Industrial Association, we have run a survey to support the associated companies, selecting some solutions which could be a disposal. We have probably we will work with ID Factory and perhaps with another one. But the second problem is that when you work also with the data collection, because these ones for traceability, but you have also to work in the data collection. And again, in the production process, you have to collect data from the machineries, from the ERP, and again, you don't find solutions. Fortunately, some machines producers are providing new machineries with data collection, but let's consider that in textile is a very traditional sector, so machinery has a long life cycle, which is good for sustainability, but not for the IT part. So again, here you find some large subjects, but not addressing specifically the SMEs. And then we have the situation of the certification. We have already seen that many of these certifications, here there are the serious ones. Outside these ones, you have many other ones. The point is that the brands, Louis Vuitton, Kering, Hermès, Prada, Dior, but also Zara, for example, each one is adopting its own one. So, when you are a supplier, you have to fulfill the request of different certification programs. And this again is an additional cost you have to fulfill. And I cross the fingers and I hope that the digital product passport will simplify a little bit this situation. You are always with your 15 people, you have to run the company, pay the taxes and the rest, and you have to take care of this. So it is absolutely important that the Commission is aware of this situation, because we risk that many companies, especially those ones with owners who are going to retire, will close the company because they are not able to fulfill this situation. This is absolutely a great problem. Anyway, mapping for DPP. Here you see some names which probably you already know, and clearly new ones will come when the delegated act will be issued. We are still waiting, probably at the end of 2025, first month 2026. The problem is that we will have only probably 18 months to be compliant with the digital product passport. But consider that when you sell clothing, the fabric and the yarn are produced 6 months, 1 year in advance. So having 18 months means that you have 6 months for the yarn producers. And at present, the IT solution providers are not aware what they have to do. There is also another topic which we have to discuss. The Commission has said that it is only the last company, the one producing the clothing in our case, which is in charge of issuing the digital product passport. Okay, but in our sector we have different tiers, and the fact is that to collect the data necessary to issue the DPP, you have to collect the data from all the tiers, and the clothing producer has to collect the data from the fabric producer, the fabric from the yarn producer, and so on back. Especially for a very small production, we rely a lot on the sub-supplying situation and the sub-supplying model. This means that even if a component supplier is not requested to issue the DPP, because it is a component, not a finished product, but in practice, when the brands come to you, they will say, please provide us all the data necessary for the DPP, otherwise we don't buy from you. And you have always your 15 people there, and you have to also to do that, because otherwise you are not able to sell. And this is a great problem, because clearly you are not in the position to refuse. But when you rely with the brands, you have some brands. I assisted to a call with a very large brand some months ago. They said, this is our platform, you have to fill in the data manually, because otherwise we are not able to issue the DPP. Manually means that you have to lose a lot of time to collect the data and to lose a lot of time to fill in the data. And to fill in the data for one customer, when you have 50 customers and each one has his own platform, you have to rely with all the platforms. So it's clear that a very small company is in a very, very bad situation, and it is needed a standardization to collect and to manage this data. Our situation is different from other sectors, such as automotive, where you have very large companies which are able to spend money also to support the suppliers, because our suppliers are very small. Probably we in Piacenza, for example, we clearly promoted the trick project because we want to have our own platform and to put it at disposal not only of our network of suppliers but also to the local ones and to some other ones. But the idea is to be sufficiently large to do that also for our network of suppliers. But this is a very specific situation. You can find a situation where your customer says, please provide us the data, we don't care about how you do that. So these are the real consequences of the implementation of the DPP in our sector. There is also a convergence of the data, because if you think that the preferential certification of origin for the customs, which is the one aimed to calculate the duties, the circularity assessment, the product environmental footprint, the compliance for the REACH, and the ethical assessment converge towards some specific aspects, especially the traceability. So, for example, you can't pretend to have a path of a certain level if the traceability is saying that you have produced some other way. So, I skip it because this is the example of the DPP, but there are many examples. What I want to show is, first of all, that we would like to exploit the blockchain solution, but it is not mandatory. The most important fact is that the traceability is carried out at lot level, because this is the only way to put in connection each phase of our sector to the other phase. Otherwise, if it will be carried out at product level, you can produce the same clothing in different facilities, and then it's not absolutely possible to be able to control if the declarations are true. On the second side, we are exploiting two blockchains, but this is a technical matter. One is public for the certification, one is private for the data, and we are providing the custom agency the hash in the public to go back in the private one to collect the data. But finally, some messages are the one. We have developed for the custom agency an AI model and this will be common to other sectors as well, in order to identify which are the sets of data which should be object of inspection. So we do it at lot ID level, and it is based on the composition, on the relation with the origin of the raw materials, and on the milestones of the production. Basically, what we do is to make the analysis of the milestone order and the sequence, the analysis and the comparison between the composition and the origin of the materials, and the interval analysis of the timing of the different phases, which the customs discover to be very, very good indicator for the counterfeiting declaration. So this job has been done for the natural fibers. We have trained the model and it is working, but it is a common solution also in the future for the exploitation of the DPP data. What is important is that to grant that the data are reliable, and this is the final purpose, the second final purpose is that, first of all, we have the combination of traceability and the blockchain, but traceability at lot level, not at product level. Product level means to be able to be ambiguous and to be able to fake the data. This should be true because at present there is a strong discussion between and strong pressure to make it at product level in the delegated act for textiles, and I have the suspect that this pressure is due to the, let's say, to leave the possibility to declare whatever you think. This is my personal opinion, personally I say it, but you can imagine that there should be a possibility to do that. The second key enabler is the standardization. Fortunately, we rely on the data for the customs, so everybody is has to collect the data for the calculation of the duties. Therefore, there is already a standard. For the DPP, should be the same. Finally, I think that we have to find a solution to support the companies. My conclusion in the end is that, especially for a very fragmented sector like our own, the Commission should keep the mandatory requirement to grant the exchange of data between the different IT providers which are working in the DPP. Otherwise, we will be obliged to rely with different many platforms, and this will be absolutely a nightmare, especially for you as an owner of a 15 people company, especially these ones. Okay. This is the final conclusion. The rest, I am out of time, so I hope to have kept the attention alive. Okay, thank you.
Any questions for?
Okay.
So thank you a lot for the very nice presentation. I mean, I have some two maybe detailed questions. On slide number 17, you had like a screenshot of the passport, if I'm not mistaken, and then you had the traceability and recyclability index over there. How are you going to, or how are you planning, or have you done that already to give the cloth like a traceability and recyclability index? And how do you calculate such a thing?
This is, thank you, a very good question, because the problem is Thank you for the question. This is a very interesting question. The problem is that the DPP will contain a lot of data. But when you have to develop, this is only an example. This is a mock-up. It's not the real solution, also because we are still waiting for indication about what we have to deliver to the customers. But imagine that you have to deliver the interface of the app. So you have to drive the specific information, not the data, the information to the consumer in a certain way where the consumer is able to understand it. So at present, we don't have directions on how to present the information to the consumers. And if it will be too complicated, not easy to understand, or let's say, not understandable by people who has not the skills, this will be a problem. So I expect that some direction should be given, also because otherwise you are not able to compare the different DPPs, and therefore you are not able as a consumer to make a choice. This is another problem to solve.
Thanks for your very, very interesting presentation. I was in particular very intrigued by, many of you know, that so it has overlap with what you mentioned about anti-counterfeiting. That is a great concern when textile arrives at the EU border, then customs has to detect that. It's a hell of a job, so it's very complicated. Your use case is a unique case that shows that DPPs can be very relevant for customs administrations. So not customers, but customs administration, national customs administration. And up till now, I've been advocating that a lot at Digitaxud. We make some ground now, but this use case is really, why is it important? Because you have anti-counterfeiting, but also origin. Another thing that is really important in custom declarations is the true origin. And you might know that with the tariffs that we have now, there's a lot of origin evading. So goods that originate from China, they go to Vietnam, they get origin Vietnam and then shipped to EU. And then they have no duty. So those two examples, I think, show that this is of the DPP development, in particular for textile, is key issue, should be key issue for customs administrations in Europe. So, but that's just
yes. The point is that at present it's not clear who is going to inspect the DPP declarations. Also because if there will be a not strict inspection, what happens is that European producer will be object of a strong regulation, but we will allow to import goods which are not controlled. So we have the double problem of the cost to fulfill in Europe the compliance for the DPP and the unfair competition of the imported goods. And as far as I understand, the customs has not been entitled so far to make the inspection. It's not clear who is going to do that. This is not my job. I am not aware precisely of the situation now, but it will be important to dedicate the resources also to avoid that these goods will be imported if they are not supported by reliable information on the DPP. So this is a great problem again.
Yeah. Thank you, Alexandra. One question here. Yesterday we saw one. It is okay. Yeah, and it was the matrix for 23 parameters free from them are available or now usable really for DPP. How is looks like your matrix, and how optimistic are you? Yeah, how many parameters you would like to put in the DPP, and how many parameters you are now elaborate? It is the first question. Second will be after that.
So we are suppliers of fabrics. Would you like to make a second question or?
No, please.
Okay, so we are suppliers of fabric. So the decision in the end is not up to us. I mean, first of all, we have the compliance with the regulation by the Commission. So we expect that the delegated act will provide us directions. But on the second hand, we have to fulfill the most important regulation, which is the one of the market. So the market means that the brands will ask to us to provide data. Also because if there is a problem, for example, that a brand is discovered to make a false declaration, in the end, they are the ones to pay in terms of image. So they must be sure that everything is fine. So the brands at present are already starting to ask, for example, the traceability at lot level, because they want to be sure that the declarations are true. Okay. The problem of so many data is a great problem because it is related with this. I mean, I am not sure that all these data are necessary to drive the choices of the consumer. We have to simplify. But is it correct to spend a lot of efforts to collect so many data if the choices of the consumers will be driven only by a few of them. Because, for example, the path, to calculate the path, it has, I don't remember, 17 parameters. And in this case, when you calculate the path, you have, for example, you can say, the product is completely recycled. Okay, it's good, but it is produced by synthetic fibers, therefore they are not sustainable because they are not renewable. Okay, they are in contrast. Which is the good one? No. I consider the calculation of the full life cycle and therefore the durability and the number of uses. So, because if you recycle a lot, you have a decrease of the durability, therefore there is a trade-off. So, having so many parameters in the end, it is confusing the end user, and the choice should be done. But this choice is absolutely important, because recycling the synthetic for the energy case is worse than a linear process. But you have to calculate all the parameters, otherwise you drive let's say an impression to the user which is wrong. Because buying a recycled good which uses a lot of energy is worse than buying a linear one which uses less energy and it is renewable. So the choice of the information is absolutely a problem. And who will take this information, will take these choices, will have a consequence on the choices of the consumers. It's a very, very important problem.
Yeah, maybe I think we have to go on. We have to, there are other questions, so I suggest we break here.
Yes, please. Yeah, I will ask after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next presentation, Christos, can you mention?
Are we done with the...
Okay.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hi, I'm Georgia Kuga from CERT, and today I'm going to present you digital product passports for manufacturing machines, and we are going to focus on 2 case studies, ideas and good to good. So everyone here knows, of course, what the digital product passport is. Our team focus on the transparency aspect and, of course, on the circular economy practices, how we can ensure them. But why? Why do we need digital product passports? Apart from the fact that these digital product passports are a part of European Green Deal, we need to increase productivity, we need to improve sustainability and consumer trust. The consumer wants to buy a responsible, environmentally responsible product, and this puts the companies under the pressure in order to improve the transparency and reduce the waste. And of course, there are many benefits for the industry professionals. Okay, DPP ensures the compliance with their European regulatories, and they have other advantages like the enhanced transparency during all the procedures of the life cycle of a product, but also the industry can benefit from the life cycle analytics that can be added to this procedure. And of course, there are the consumers that we have to build a bridge between the industry data and the consumer values in order to purchase, to apply informed purchases, as they have access to verified product informations, or they should have access to verified product information. So, okay, yesterday we discussed a lot about a unified standard. We need a unified standard. And the truth is that without it, we can achieve a continuously adoption of digital product passport, and all the systems that are part of it should remain scalable, adoptable, compatible, and of course regulation ready. And now we come to our case study, Ideas Platform, which is a platform that consists of 4 solutions, 4 categories of solutions, 4 suites. These suites consist of 14 tools and plus 1, which is Machine Passport. Machine Passport is a comprehensive digital profile of each machine. The advantage of Machine Passport is that it can track the full machine life cycle. Of course, it has the digital profile of each industrial machine, integrates all the sensor data of the tools that this platform incorporates, and of course, it can capture all the performance metrics and records the tools or the tool owner decide to provide to this passport. And of course, Machine Passport can be part of maintenance, and it can enable predictive maintenance actions, of course, combined with some AI help. And also it can support real-time sustainability tracking, because we can monitor all the procedures that can take place during the life cycle. An example is that we can monitor also the environmental impact. But why is different the Machine Passport from a classic digital product passport? The idea is that we have here an advanced digital product passport that it doesn't have only the digital profile for the industrial machines, but also we can have all these real-time analytics that I have mentioned before, combined with AI insights. For example, if we had an error in a machine and we have this report in the Machine Passport, we can apply explainabilities in order to say why this error happened, not just that we had an error at this point. So the current use, the pilots that we have in Ideas are from the metal, plastics, wood, stone sectors, but we can integrate, the Ideas can be, the Machine Passport can be integrated in other manufacturing systems in order to provide data-driven decision making. Here we would have a nice demo, but we have a problem, so okay, let's say that Machine Passport can be integrated with ERP systems, digital tweet platforms, and at this point we are in collaboration, in discussions to collaborate with other partners and other industry sectors, because the good fact here is that Machine Passport is generalized and can be generalized even more. Another use case, some of us here are familiar, is Wood to Wood. Wood to Wood is a project that considers the DPPs in wood sector. The part that CERT consider is the creation of a DPP that allows us to create a structured, digitalized catalogs for that contains all the good wood types, and of course we have in this type of digital product passport, the user will be able to have access to information like the material type, the certifications, the origin of the wood, the environmental impact. But the point here is that we employ AI technologies because we don't want to have users that scroll down large tables, but we want to create simple and clear summaries of this information that it would be clear not only to experts but also to simple users. And we don't want to use this DPP just for documentation, but we want to apply this to be part of the decision making on the ground. So, to scale this even more, we leverage LLMs in order to automatically create DPP with the aim to reduce all this manual effort and adding the natural language in order to ask a simple question to the system and be provided to the simple, a simple question and provided a simple answer. And to extend it even more, we have implemented retrieval augmented generation, RAG technology, in order to a user can apply a question in real time and receive an answer again in simple language, clear language, and understandable to simple users. So, we have designed all these tools and DPPs in order to ensure technical robustness. And it is important as taking the next steps to deploy even more artificial intelligence models in order to train and test them. And another important next step is to focus on the product interdependencies, because we don't want to know only about the machine, but we want to know the history of its components across all the machines. Of course, we have to improve the real-time interaction of the users with the systems, and it is necessary to have a unified standard and a security standard in order to achieve lower costs and have a faster adoption of the DPPs. I would like to thank. Here I would like to thank you, and I would be pleased to see you in the second Digital Product Passport event that it would take place here in Brussels during November by the ICCS. Thank you.
Any questions for Georgia? Shaheen?
Yes, I have two questions actually, or maybe multiple ones wrapped into one. And you mentioned the use of AI multiple times. In the wood industry, you mentioned use of LLMs and NLPs. And basically, to the best of my knowledge, these kind of models start to hallucinate and they just generate the data. And how do you want to guarantee in such a sensitive topic that your AI models would be just not generating random data, but would be trustworthy and explainable AI? Because this is something that I'm almost 100% sure that will happen, and you will not be sticking to the facts. And maybe for explanation of the data through the user questions, that would be understandable, but for creating the DPPs, I'm really skeptical. And then for the machine passport, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned AI insights. What do you mean by AI insights, and what is being the input for the AI, and what are the insights that are given? I'm really interested. I'm not criticizing because I'm the AI guy in our institute. So for me, what you presented was really, really interesting.
Okay. Many questions. I don't know how to start. Okay. First of all, okay. It depends what data you use and how you train your model. So if the tool owners provide me, I don't know, fake data about their performance, then I will provide with fake results and insights in my results. Sorry, I can't see you, but okay. Okay. So for us here, the things are more clear. We have data from the tool owners. In fact, we don't have the data. They have the data, and we with the machine passport, we are going to be to hit their system and receive, or they send to us the data they want to provide to us. So this is a way to ensure that I will have trustful results. Okay, this one. I don't know if I covered the first part.
I think there is a misunderstanding that you thought that AI would create the DPP, or?
My understanding was automatic DPP creation for the wood, and also LLMs to be used, but also I think you mentioned using LLMs and NLPs for generating answers and also summaries regarding the DPPs, at least in the wood one. That
I'm the expert for the ideas machine passport, so I'm not sure that I can fully cover to the exact implementation of the automatically DPP creation here, but I can share a mail of my partner that can inform you in detail about the implementation and how we can do this. Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Just a quick question about the...
I'm sorry, I'm going to quit you. I'm sorry, I have to mention something else. Sorry. Okay. The other one that I would like to mention in this part is that the explainability part. The explainability part is based on the real data. So it's the insights that we provide is based on technologies that train on the real data. So explainability is something that it has a high confidence at this point. And it's something that it has its value. Okay? Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. About the machine passport, what is the difference between this and digital twin? And then the second question is, why do you really need to use the passport for example, things like predictive maintenance? Because if you want to do predictive maintenance, you put sensors in a machine, then you collect the data, you analyze it, and then you get the results in a dashboard, for example. But then only the end results, you can store them in the passport, but you don't need the whole concept of the passport around it. So I'm like thinking, aren't we asking too much of the digital product passport?
Yes, at this point, machine passport, it was part of a bigger suite that it had all these tools. And one of the main tools was predictive maintenance tool. Machine passport does not make the maintenance part of this tool, but yes, it receives the results and it's like an umbrella during all the phase of the predictive maintenance. So we have the reports of the predictive maintenance. When we have the last maintenance, which part was the faulty part? And based on specific data, we can apply then the explainability technologies in order to inform the tool owner that, okay, you had this report, and you had this report because it happened this, this, and this. So they're two different. You can imagine that Machine Passport is like umbrella to the other tools. It doesn't apply the predictive maintenance. I don't know if I cover you, and it's a little bit different from a digital twin. But I can explain it after in order to finish. Yes.
Let's go on. Sorry, take more questions in the break.
Okay, thank you.
403.
Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Lefteris Gounaridis from ICCS, and I will give you a brief overview of Digitrace project, the description of and an example of our efforts on developing a dynamically updated DPP. So, what was the motivation for us in order to prepare the proposal of Digitrace? I think that all of these 4 points are very well known to all of you. There is a need for circular low-emission value chains aligned with the EU Green Deal. There is a lack of transparency in the standardized data exchange mechanism in current supply chains. The envision of a digital infrastructure to support sustainable manufacturing and responsible consumption, and the adoption of DPPs. We believe that the adoption of DPPs will enhance the life cycle visibility, the product quality, and material recovery. Some general information regarding the Digitrace project. It's under the umbrella of the circular and low-emission value chains through digitalization. It's a research innovation action project. It has started 2.5 years ago. The total duration is 4 years. The funding is slightly higher than 7.5 million euros. The consortium consists of 25 partners, and you can see this our website. So, what are the innovations and the impact of the Digitrace? First of all, there is a need to ensure data integrity and traceability across value chains, and we believe that this will happen by the use of blockchain. In parallel, we will use some smart sensors, smart tags, in order to have some information regarding environmental parameters and operational parameters during the product life cycle. During sensing and sorting procedures, we will use some advanced spectroscopic sensors like hyperspectral imaging, LIBS, and others. We will use for the material recovery, efficiency, and purity AI-enabled robotic sortings. As mentioned in the beginning, we will develop a dynamic DPP, and we expect that the impact will be the targeted products that I will explain within the upcoming slides, to include novel composites, textiles, recyclable plastic parts. We will develop some training modules that will be co-designed with local bodies, and we are aiming to upskill the workers and support regional uptake. And all these digital tools that will be developed will be integrated in a common platform, so-called Digitrace platform, and will be demonstrated in 4 different pilots around Europe. So what will the dynamically update DPP will offer in this project? First of all, we will be able to continuously update data like related to the user, to the repair, the reuse, or recycling of the products. We will have the ability to fully trace over time the samples, the products. We will support reuse and recycling decision based on actual product history. We will be able to make decision real time, and have information like the condition, the location, and the emissions of the products and the procedures. We will be able to use data like historic data, like sensor data, and environmental data related to the environmental exposure and emissions. And all of these will be integrated with Internet of Things or RFID and blockchain and smart labels to update the condition, the location, and the state of the products. So, as mentioned before, there are 4 pilots within the Digitrace project. The first one is the Greek one. A brief description. I will proceed with a brief description for all the 4 pilots. The first one is the Greek one. Within this pilot, we will convert agricultural and wood byproducts into sustainable composite panels. So one partner will develop some resins based on bio and recovered proteins. We will produce 2 different types of wood, plywood and particle boards. And at the end, we will aim to evaluate those products to a furniture application. The second pilot is the Spanish one. It focuses on retaining and upgrading value of wood-based byproducts using digital tools. We will use different wood types, and the digital classification will allow us to track the materials, to reallocation the furniture, the construction and packaging of these samples, and of course to have some new products that will include those wood boards in some final products. The third pilot is the Belgian one. This pilot focuses on decontamination and upcycling of end-of-life PET for textiles reuse. We will target 2 different applications. The PET sources are the polyester textile waste and short-life packaging materials. So the output, we aim to have the output of new polyester textiles with high recycled content. And we will combine some information from the LCA tool in order to assess the environmental impact. The final demonstrator, the final pilot, it's the Italian one. This pilot aims to improve the circular economy flow and boost recycled polymer usage and injection molding. It aims to optimize the production process, again to use the DPP to trace the material and the process as well. Of course, some AI-based algorithms will be used in order to increase this production efficiency and traceability. and it focuses on enhancing quality and reducing waste via intelligent process monitoring and control. So before going to the final demonstrators, the final pilots, we decided to have some first versions of those. And starting from the Coropi case, it's a fundamental, let's say, a first try of a demonstration that that happened in our premises in Coropi. So the principles of this demonstration is to store and provide information regarding the basic product, or provide some advanced information regarding the data management plan, to integrate different data from different sensors to the DPP information through standard APIs. The third principle is to provide accurate information about historical updates along the process, some logistics or supply chain, and collect the data that could be analyzed and be used and provide some valuable insights for future projection and decision making. So these are the steps that we have initially defined for this internal, let's say, demonstration. I will focus on the last two steps, the last 2 points. So we aimed that the sample, the product has arrived in our premises in Coropi. So we printed a QR code, an RFID actually, and placed on this either the sample or a batch of samples. Together with a QR code, and in the same time, we have generated a DPP. So to be able to include there all the different information that I will discuss later on. So what kind of information we are able to include in this DPP? You can see here different types of sensors, different types of data that can be included in the DPP. It can be some RFID sensors and temperature sensors, some imaging, vibration, humidity, or GPS data that can be included in the DPP. Here you can see an example of the DPP that we have developed. This is the web version of the DPP. So in this example, you can see 6 different DPPs. Each one of them corresponds to a different sample that was in a different location, and it includes information regarding the operator, the specific location that we traced this sample within our premises, and it will also include some information about the measurement procedures and the sensors that we have used during the process that we have defined. In the same time, we have also developed, this is a first version of the mobile application, the DPP mobile application that we have developed. As you can see, it has different tabs. Here you can see a product information tab. It also has some circularity and sustainability tab. We have also added an LCA tab with the corresponding information included in each one of them. So it has a lot of different information here. As you can see, there's some identification of the product, if the specific product is intermediate or final one. What is the model, the batch of this product, and possible codes that can describe this product. It also includes some information about the actor, about the product, the consumer, the operator name, its location, and the corresponding details of the company. It also has some general information about the product, like the type of the product. A brief description is also included, and some physical parameters. 2 more slides. So here you can see a more detailed, let's say, sub-tabs of the DPP application that includes, again, information for the product, like the name of the product, the composition of this one, and some information that are for the experts, like specific parameters that can be measured and tested, and some other specifications and obligatory parameters. Yeah, last but not least, as presented before, we aim to organize the second Digital Product Passport event within November here in Brussels. So this time the theme, the feature theme of this workshop will be the policy of the DPP. So we will invite you all to participate and speak to this event. The specific date?
So, it will probably be last week of November. We need to arrange. It will be hosted a couple of kilometers from here at CEP's premises, the Center of European Policy Studies.
So that was all from my side. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. You seems to be pushing for more and more data inside the digital passport products. I was wondering if you will consider the impact of this data storage in terms of pollution emitted by the data storage itself, and if you will kind of see how beneficial this digitalization will be environmentally wise.
Indeed, we have to think about that, but since it's the development that takes place within this project, we try to collect as much information as we can for the different products of the Digitrace project. So, yeah, after that, once this application, this DPP application will be more generic, then I think that we also have to take into account the volume of the data and how we will be able to handle them. But indeed, we do not do it right now.
There was another question there.
Hi, I think at the beginning of the presentation you mentioned that one of the outputs of the Digitrace would be some decision-making utility. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on how does that materialize and how does this interact with the pilots you were presenting?
First of all, the outcome of the information that the DPP will provide maybe can be used in the material flow analysis. So at the end, maybe we can classify, let's say, somehow the different samples that we will receive from the same type of material, let's say wood or plastic or whatever. So we will be able to decide the volumes, let's say, of the sorting procedures maybe. All this information will be included in the DPP, and then somehow we will manage to use it. In the same time, there will be a collaboration with the humans, with the workers, maybe by using MR glasses. So during, let's say, the sorting procedure, when the DPP will be updated, maybe the worker can make a decision if he has to measure it or to drop it or to, I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering a little bit about the up-to-dateness. I think you mentioned at some point real-time, but also at times in the when, like repairs being done. Have you discussed how this data will actually get into the battery passport and DPP, considering that this will be craftspeople doing that maybe? And also as a second question, for example, for the wooden table, people will apply oil or whatever to their wooden table themselves. And so is it the data that is being up to date? Can it be up to date if people personally do something with those kind of products?
If I understood correctly the first question, let's say during the sorting procedure, when these samples will be measured and characterized via these hyperspectral or RGB or whatever sensing techniques, then in the same time we'll build a library with all these spectra. And in real time, we will correlate, we will have a link, we will have a link on the DPP that corresponds to this specific sample. It will be built a different spectra library, and this link will correlate the specific sample for a specific place of the library. Every time that we scan this product, this library will be updated, so through the link, we will have continuously updated data, let's say, from the sensors. So I don't know if that answers your question.
One interesting example is also the smart sensors that were presented by VTT that are part of the project. So if a sample has passed a humidity threshold and it's detected by the sensor, then it can update a value in the DPP once, and at the time it's passing that threshold, for example.
I'm sorry, there's several questions, but we have to go. We're pretty late, so let's move on, please.
So, yeah, 23. Okay. So, hi everyone. I'm Mileko Tosic from Wiesler Labs Foundation, and I'm going to talk about a project called ARGONAUT, which will try to apply digital product passports and some other innovative technologies to the bio-based products supply chains and value chains. So, quickly over the agenda. So the project actually started this year, so we are quite fresh and still learning, and I think this is a perfect venue for us to learn on your examples and what you're doing, and to continue your good work and apply it to this quite interesting set of use cases. So we are going to address 6 different bio-based value chains or our use cases, and try to fit the digital product passports and some AI technologies into this problem space. As you know, it's still not on the radar for regulation, actually, like some others, and there are some really specific challenges, especially since most of the raw materials are actually starting from farms. So you can imagine the challenge of starting the traceability of all the information from farmers. But nevertheless, regarding the challenge of performing the life cycle impact assessments, and more specifically environmental impact assessments, the project will first define a unifying framework, first of all across these 6 use cases, including biopolymers, biomethane, value chains regarding the wheat, value chains regarding the vegetables and grass. First of all, standardize or to prepare a really unifying impact assessment framework, and to use a tool. This is our main outcome, a JSON tool, which should streamline the environmental impact assessment and align this framework across different use cases that we are targeting within the project. We are also going to establish a data space across different stakeholders and their sources of information, and also across some publicly available and regulated data sets that should provide information necessary for these impact assessments. But still, the current state is that performing this impact assessment, especially for smaller producers and SMEs, is quite cumbersome, difficult, and sometimes even impossible because of the lack of information. And this is why the targeted AI tool should help amend this with advanced data mining, but again, more on that a bit later. And finally, digital bio-based product passport, another flavor introduced by us now, is to serve as a trusted layer for exchanging information and informing different actors within the supply chains, mostly in the middle, let's say, through processors and sometimes also until the end users of the products. So on the JSON tool, it will apply fine-tuned large language models and some supporting natural language processing technologies to really analyze data available in various data sources. First, some of them being the scientific publications, technical documentation, and data sets that are not necessarily recognized as reference data sets. Then it will extract information that will be useful to perform and to support the impact assessment. And the goal is to contextualize, to train the models based on the derived joint framework for environmental impact assessment that the project is first focusing on. So again, validation of this tool, training, and of course fine-tuning will be performed on project's 6 use cases. And then by the end of the project, of course, the goal is to generalize the approach for a wider set of bio-based products and provide a template for further use, not just within the project use cases. And finally, the goal is to integrate the JSON tool with the digital product passport ecosystem of the project for retrieving information needed for guiding the environmental impact assessment, and also for writing some of the conclusions into the DPP. And we are throughout the project keeping human in the loop, so the impact assessment is not going to be fully automated, so that the communication is just between the AI agents and the DPP. The importance for human in the loop is still there, of course. This is due to highly contextual calculations, decision-making processes, and the data sources that still can provide some vague information that needs human decision-making. So basically, the aim is to support the impact assessment process by crunching vast amounts of data and classifying these extracted information so it can be appended to the existing reference data sets to ease up and complete the impact assessment process. Now, on the DPP approach of the project, so it's still being refined and defined. First of all, which information is going to go there, since again The problem space of bio-based products is still quite early, so there are not that many good practices that we can draw from other projects, which information actually makes sense to go into the digital product passport. And since we also plan to utilize blockchain technology, more specifically Hyperledger Fabric, like many of other projects represented here, there's also decision to be made what goes on chain and what is going to be stored off chain, and how this data space enablers can also help us to bridge different sources of information and build truly distributed digital product passport ecosystem, combining this trustworthiness and this security of the blockchain and flexibility and cost effectiveness of other data storages, distributed data storages. Yeah, the goal is again to interact through the QR, to have an application that can also draw some conclusions from the wallets that were presented in some other projects. And of course, different stakeholders within the value chains have different access rights and different interests, what they want to get from the digital product passports. This is really a preliminary approach for configuring the Hyperledger Fabric and how to actually support a digital product passport through it. And yeah, the goal is also to integrate the JSON as a tool that is going to siphon information from the DPP, perform its analysis, and also through the, again, verified by a human, write results of the impact assessments into the shared ledger and have this readily available for all stakeholders within the supply chain, within the value chain. Yeah, with the Hyperledger Fabric, we have this flexibility setting the system that addresses the requirements of complex value chain for data protection, access management, reporting automation, and so on. And yeah, there's just this quick point on the synergies that we are going to explore between the digital product passport of the project and the JSON or the AI tool, a set of the tools, and the potential, to validate the potential role of the AI tool in the data ingestion into the digital product passport, validating and enriching the data, supporting the decision making like this impact assessment scoring, and finally user interaction to, like in many other digital systems right now, have some chatbots to get the information in more natural way. So again, project just started, still a lot of learning curve for us, and especially we are battling our own battle with the domain space that we selected by product. So we are going to have to do a lot of groundwork on our own. But again, when it comes to actual technological enablers, to best practices in setting the digital product passports, how the AI can relate and be used, especially the large language models, this is something that we are looking into the wider set of projects like the ones represented here to learn and to continue the good work. And yeah, I really hope that in some next events, maybe even from November, we'll have much more to show on the actual results and decisions where we are at the moment, and yeah, how to work together. That's it from my side.
So questions for Milenko? There?
Thanks for the presentation. When you were talking about the JSON or JSON tool, you were saying that one of its goal is to do some optimization of environmental impact assessment. Does that mean that it would optimize how the environmental impact assessment is calculated, or that will optimize the process behind it based on the results of an environmental impact assessment?
Two main challenges. One is to try to streamline the process between different value chains. So each one looks differently, different resources, different materials have different impact assessment approaches. So we plan to prepare this environmental impact assessment framework, first of all, for each of our use cases, and then to use the power of AI as well to try to identify what are the general approaches so that we can actually streamline the process and make it more generic. Yeah, to extract the currently missing information from the verified data set. So there's a lot of information holes that make some of the impact assessment even impossible in some of these cases. So to try to extract relevant information from peer review publications, from some other not verified sources, and still with the human in the loop, try to amend this process until the actual reference data sets are verified and available.
I actually have a question exactly on this point. So the LCA, the official data that you can purchase in commercial LCA data sets, this data is expensive because an expert has reviewed it. And one of the concerns I have with the use of AI to crunch all this information and generate LCI, because basically you're talking about LCI data, is the explainability. So how will you align the need for expert review of the data with the lack of explainability through the AI? And just on another point, is just for information, DG Agri is very interested in DPP pilots in the agricultural sector, so this will be a lot of interest. But this is a different point.
Well, excellent. Great for the interest. I think that in the coming years it's definitely going to be a hot topic, everything agriculture and food related. But again, the purpose of Jason is not to perform automatically the impact assessment. So still, human is going to do it, expert is going to do it, but
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about performing the impact assessment. I'm talking about generating the missing data, which is a life cycle inventory data. And you said there's a lot of these gaps in the data, and so you want to use AI to generate this data. But this data, which today is available in the one that is not missing, available in LCA database, has gone through an expert review, so that you during the expert review, the sources are provided, And if you can't provide your source, that means that you cannot perform an expert review. So,
again, focus on missing ones and propose amended missing information again with the source, where it come from, how the conclusion was made, and then there is the decision whether or not to include it actually into the process of assessing the impact. So there's a hole, data is missing. Either we continue without it at all, or try to siphon it through some other information that is not necessarily expert confirmed, but doesn't mean that it's not generated by the experts either through the scientific work or some other projects documented there, and just waiting some kind of confirmation to be included into the reference sets. So while we are waiting, assessing how this actually can speed up the process of verifying the information.
The coffee break. Last question before the coffee.
Many thanks for your presentation. So, as you are now not the first one who is presenting an AI and a chatbot, I'm wondering because could you explain what for? Yeah, and is it a feature? Is it a, let's say, marketing tool? Yeah, or what? Because in the legislation you have to fulfill a standard. You have to give a number. It's 42. It must be readable, understandable. What is the advantage of the AI?
Interpretation of the data. Yeah. Interpretation of the data, when you go to the dashboard, the interface of the application representing the, giving the front end of the information stored on the, within the DPP framework, you can have it like, you can be smart and have information for different stakeholders with different levels of details, different charts, and stuff like that. But again, having the possibility to just ask a question, some of the proposed one, it streamlines the process of give me the information about is this sustainable, give me a concrete review. I don't want to see a chart, maybe I don't know how to interpret it, especially again, if we include farmers, if we include different stakeholders within these bio-value chains, having just statistical reports or innovating constantly on the graphical representation is not that scalable. Like, yeah, just ask me a question. What do you want to know?
Thank you. Sorry, we have to take a break, so 15 minutes. And please don't be late coming back because we have a talk from DG RTD. Okay? Thank you.
So please take your places. We continue now. It is session 5, and we have in total 6 talks. First talk, but it is first and second, two parts of this session. Please, be not so unhappy. Yeah, all is okay. We will have 3 talks, first part, and 3 talks, second part. First talk will be from Commission. Regarding safe and sustainable by design concept, and after that it will be 2 additional technical talks in this session. Short break, and the last for this hard and intensive day will be additional 3 talks. Thanks a lot to everybody to still be here and to be motivated to work and discuss. And Garbinia, floor is yours. Please explain now us this framework for safe and sustainable by design.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Natalia, for the introduction, and I hope I'm able to explain. I see some people in the room that should know about SSBD, so safe and sustainable by design, even more than I do. So I guess that for them it's going to be boring, but I hope this for help of some of you. The good news, I saw on the agenda that I have 20 minutes allocated. With 10, I should have enough, so that gives you a little more time to catch up. So my name is Garbiñe Guiu Echeverría, so rather complicated even for the Spaniards. I'm coming from DG Research and Innovation, so when I'm talking about policy, bear with me, it's research and innovation policy. We have colleagues from environment, from GROW, and et cetera, but I'm research and innovation. And I work also on the unit that is industrial transition. So we are looking at all this business, looking, okay, how industry should move towards green, the green transition. So I understand that it's up to me to move, and this is working. So let's say that at the European Commission, DG Research, we started working with this concept of safe and sustainable by design framework around 2020, something like that, maybe some colleagues even earlier. And for us, the main aim of this framework is to enable change through research and innovation. And I will say it many times because I had the feeling sometimes we forget what this is about. This is about research and innovation, and it's about driving research and innovation to take into account safety and sustainability from the beginning. So not only the idea that you need to have a functional material and chemical, because of course you do, because if it's not making his function, then it's not worth, but that for the beginning, this concept of safety and sustainability are taken into account. What are the expected impacts? Well, first, we expect to steer the innovation process towards green industrial transition. As I said before, I'm industry. Also substitute, and this is quite often, is not only about substitution, but substitution and finding alternatives to minimize the production and use of substances of concern is very important. And then, of course, minimize the impact of health, climate, and the environment. And in the environment, we are talking about air, water, and soil during the sourcing, production, use, and also end-of-life chemicals and materials. So all the concept of circularity, as difficult as it is to take into account, is also there. For the people that know more or less the Commission, we are working with the joint research centers, and behind all the work on the safe and sustainable by design framework, we have our colleagues from the GRC ESPR that are helping plenty and are at the origin of many of these discussions and papers. They produced methodological guidance, and they produce also the framework that accompanies the whole process. And then we came on 2022 with a Commission recommendation on how to deal with safe and sustainably by design chemicals and materials. We put this framework on the open to everybody, and then during the last 2 years, 23 and 24, we have gone through 2 testing periods, really with many feedback from stakeholders, industry, SMEs, RTOs, member states, etc. We are putting all this info together, we are shaking it, we are asking ourselves, okay, what do we need to change in this framework so to make something that people can use? And by the end of this year, we are going to come with a revision of this SSBD framework. things that I shouldn't forget. What I shouldn't forget to say here is that the SSBD framework is and will remain a voluntary framework. So it's nothing to be linked then to regulation, but there is a clear link then between this SSBD framework, this safe and sustainable by design framework, and many of the European strategies. If we go to the new circular economy action plan, there what it says is that it intends to make sustainable products the norm in the EU, so a role there to play for this SSBD framework. On the ESPR, so this is the Ecodesign for Sustainable Product Regulation, there we are talking that we want to avoid the presence of substances that inhibit circularity. This is something taken into account by the framework. We want to reduce the use of energy and be as much as possible resource efficient, again, part of the whole game, and reduce carbon and environmental footprint. In this ESPR, in this Ecodesign for Sustainable Products, it mentions, of course, the digital product passport, and this is the link, okay, which is the information we are going to have on this SSBD and what can be part of the digital product passport. My personal point of view, I have to confess, being totally naive about the digital product passport, is that the SSBD, it really goes to a level of complexity on the kind of data we are aiming at, that then I see the links, but also maybe the need of rationalization at a certain point of which are the kind of data you need for certain assessments and which are the kind of data you need for the other. But I guess this deserves a more deep discussion. And then also the discussion on one substance, one assessment package. There you have this idea of a common data platform for chemicals. And there what we were saying, or they were saying, is that this will include academic data, and many things that are coming from the SSBD framework, many of the information we are getting are academic data, so good to see that this is also going to be captured. And then also sustainability data, so not only safety, but also sustainability. These things are a little bit on the past, but also we have many things that are coming now with the new commission, and I think every second day we are coming with a new strategy or a new package, etc. So in the Clean Industrial Deal and the Circular Economy Act, on the chemical industry package, and for the moment it seems to be more kind of chemical industry action plan, but okay. And also on the life cycle strategy, there are links there to safe and sustainability chemicals and materials. So these are... And the materials act. Sorry. I missed one. Okay, I'm being corrected. And so basically you see that that is not only on the past, but what is coming out in the future is also taken into account, safe and sustainable by design. I put this here because I want to just remind everybody, this commission is being seen, and it's quite a lot about competitiveness. That is true. But I will say no competitiveness to any price. And then just to remember that what it was said, that we must and will stay on the course of the goals of European Green Deal. So it's not that we, okay, competitiveness has come to the focus, but it's not that we are just forgetting about the European Green Deal. Chemicals are very important, and we are coming with a chemical industry, as I say, package or action plan, let's see. And what it says also is that we need to put research and innovation, science and technology at the center of our economy, and this is really refreshing when you are sitting, where I'm sitting in the commission, to see that we are still have this willingness to move with research and innovation, science and technology, which I think is very, very important for, when we talk about competitiveness, it's not only how to be competitive tomorrow, but how to be competitive after tomorrow, and for that we need research and innovation. Okay, so the framework, and I absolutely need to update this slide, but I have not have time for the moment. But if for the people that are interested, I think the next steps now is that we are finishing the work with the GRC SPRA, and in the coming weeks we are going to have the revised framework, a draft, and we are going to go with a public consultation between mid-July and mid-September. Is going to be a public consultation on this revised framework. Not a very big consultation, so don't be worried, but just a few questions where we would like to have a feedback. And the idea then is that by the end of the year, we will have then this recommendation updated. If you want to keep anything in your mind about this slide, keep in mind you see the link there at the bottom left, because there it says, you want to be updated about anything SSBD, we have there a community that we are building, and then if when anything comes, which is, you just put your name there, email address, and when there's anything that we say, oh, this is interesting for the SSBD community, we make sure that you are getting the information. So what to expect about this framework? I will say that the first thing we can expect is continuity. Continuity in the sense that, as I was saying before, the idea of the framework is when you are looking for the functionality of your material or the chemical, that you can take into account the safety and sustainability from the beginning. So the redesign principles to take into account are always the same. Green chemistry, green engineering, sustainable chemistry, circularity by design. So they are the same. And then we are going to have also the approach, not necessarily on the steps, this is going to be a change, but at least we are looking at sustainability, safety, on the hazard assessment, but also the risk of exposure on the production and processing phase, and also on the final use. So the first three ones are about safety, and then of course also environmental sustainability assessment. But then we move with continuity, as I was saying, but also make a stronger sign of the messages. As I was saying before, this is a voluntary decision-making tool that is helping us to drive innovation towards safer, more sustainable chemicals and materials. And what we like to do in this revision is, first, keep the level of an ambition. So for a full SSBD assessment, we are looking at data and information which are of the high quality and reliability that are essential to make really the impact assessment innovation on safe and sustainability. So for the full SSBD assessment, we keep really the level of ambition on the quality and reliability of data. But we are also looking at the possibility to start small and simple with a few indicators with low data and high uncertainty scenarios for innovation decision making. I don't know if this is so much of the interest of the community here, where I have the feeling maybe you are more on the full, you are more on the data, on having something which is consistent, quality, reliability. But when you are thinking that this is a guide to see how to move in innovation, when you start with small TRL levels, or let's say a small innovation maturity, but also you are a newcomer and you don't have all the data, it's good to have a possibility to start small and simple and see how you can introduce safety and sustainability in your innovation process. So within all this process of creating this framework and working on safety and sustainability, of course, we have a rich selection of guidance on inputs. Of course, if I take it external to the Commission, CETAC or CEFIC, they have quite a lot going on safe and sustainability by design. And then, as I was saying before, GRC SPRA has come with methodological guidance, framework, etc. But it's quite a lot going on Horizon Europe. We have a partnership with the member states on chemical risk assessment, and then they are organizing what is a SSBD toolbox. So, looking at the operationalization of this SSBD framework. And I saw Laia from IRIS, so also another project very important is IRIS that is creating this international SSBD network. IRIS is finished, I think it was May, if I'm not wrong, but the ecosystem, the community they have created, it continues to live. So I think it's very important when you see one project is finished, but the impetus is there to continue. Very, very quickly, then through Horizon Europe, I was counting, I think we have financed around 25 projects, 200 million euros on this safe and sustainable by design. Some of the projects are what I call it, kind of the push projects. So, operationalization of this SBD assessment framework. So we have this idea, I call it the box, but then you need to fill this box with tools so that the box functions. So on the operationalization, we have had topics on screening and testing methods for SSBD, integrated approach for impact assessment, computational models, and then accelerate the uptake of the life cycle assessment. And within this kind of push on operationalization, also what PARC, so this partnership on the chemical risk assessment, is doing on the SSBD toolbox is very important. So this is kind of, okay, how do we feel this great idea, but it still needs tools? And then the second part is pull. Okay, right, we have now something that works. So we are trying, but at least then how do you really put this information into practice? And as I was saying, I mean, IRIS has been fundamental on this, but we have also, we are financing many projects that are looking incorporating SSBD when you are developing polymers and coatings, so having more safe and more sustainable polymers and coatings, to look for alternative substances of concern, and we have projects on surfactants, flames, retardants of plasticides, textiles, agricultural application centers, sensors, PFAS, and this was only until 2025, so they call now, and for 26, 27, we are pushing for more projects there. And then we have what I call the spillover effect, because we have started with SSBD, but very happy to see that, for example, the Circular Bioeconomy Europe, and I saw one of the talks where you were talking about bio-based products, so the Circular Bioeconomy Europe is also using this concept of SSBD. Batteries for EU or IAM for you, so advanced materials is also incorporating this. And that was all for me. I hope it was not too boring for the ones that know and too difficult for the ones that were hearing for the first time. And here, if I can just say, if you're interested, join the SSBD Stakeholder Network. You have the link there. We have also a dedicated web page. And if you're interested on chemicals and advanced materials with development, we also have a web page there. Thank you.
So thank you, Gabine, for this introduction into the SSBD framework, which is kind of a precursor to the production, which is associated with digital product passports, which we have discussed all day long. So, but I think Gabine is happy to take any questions. Brandt.
Hello. Many thanks for the talk and also the power which the Commission is supporting, for example, PARC. To this I have maybe a question. How do you think will this toolbox, which is now implemented in PARC, be sustainable at the end of the next 5 years, let's say this? Is there any business model behind, or is the Commission willing to pay or to support this infrastructure also on a monetary side?
Yeah, this is a discussion we are having with PARC now, is what we call it, I mean, kind of exit strategy of sustainability. We are having several meetings with them and see exactly which is the model. PARC, it's a partnership with the member states. So our message also to the member states is fantastic. You're interested, very good. Do you join? And then we can start talking. I don't think Commission is going to be financing by its own everything. So I think PARC, being the member states, we are in a nice position to discuss with them and see exactly what they want to save from PARC. There is all that is human biomonitoring that seems to be on a good path. There is everything that is also, because PARC is a network of EU national regulators. Are they willing to continue with this and somehow then make the link between what is needed at the level of regulation and what innovation can do for it? And the third part is the SSBD framework. So we have thought about it. I don't have a magic answer.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was wondering, listening to your presentation, that do you have in mind that somehow it becomes an index, and in this something that the product should should have on its own, like recyclability we have in France, or durability or whatever. That could be also something that, is it something that you have in mind already? First question. And my second question is about ECA, the ESHA, or I don't know, the ESHA, it's the database of substances, which also aggregate a certain number of substance per producer. So it's not exactly on track level, but it's, do you see any connection between your framework and this database of substances? Thank you.
This is a discussion also we are having quite a lot. I think colleagues from the different DGs have been very clear that for the moment they don't want to see this linked to any regulation. On the sense, I mean, you are aware of the situation of the chemical industry nowadays, and anything that is adding complexity, they don't want it. So basically, that's why we are saying it's an innovation toolbox. It's something that helps you to innovate. I mean, not to start making regrettable substitutions, only that. And when you are looking for a substitution, you take into account sustainability and safety for the beginning. I know that on the ESPR, on one of the annexes, they are making difference to the SSBD. But it will go more at that level. I don't see any link to regulation. And then other conversation we are doing, because you have the common data platform for chemicals. And this is a discussion we are having also with ECA, how we could align them both things. So again, on the table, yeah. But I think that this is something very clear that it's not going to be a direct link for regulation, at least not for the moment. Okay, not yet.
Okay, thank you, Natalia.
Thanks a lot.
No, I think somehow what is showing here is that when you go to the scientific communities, the link is done naturally, because then you are using this for one purpose and for the other, but let's say the basics are common, are the same. So maybe it's from that point of view that we need to start looking at it, because at the policy making they look so separate, but I think at the end of the day is the whole thing is about having data, good quality data, and then also harmonization of what you, I mean, of the different kind of databases, so that then you can use it for one thing or the other. But when you see the discussion on one substance, one assessment at that level, I think we need to start small and yeah. But I point taken, yeah.
And more, yeah, both communities are working to support innovation, and this innovation process involving it is important point, and it is maybe a background which we can, yes, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
I understand that by replacing materials that are more impactful in the product, then we end up getting to a more sustainable and less hazardous product. But potentially the most sustainable product is the one that never reaches the market. I'm wondering if in this framework there is a space for that type of reflection and guidelines on design, on reducing the impacts by reconsidering whether that product needed to be designed in first place, or if it's only about replacing materials.
I'm not sure I understand, but what I can say is the framework takes into account safety and sustainability, but of course it needs to go together with functions, so it's not just because of the sake of safety and sustainability. And then what we are adding this time on the new framework is the part which is socioeconomic, and at the end of the day also that the part which is socioeconomic analysis is there. When you're talking with an industry, for them the part which is economic, so the part which is their financial part or more direct is already included. But the framework is thinking about cost of externalities, but also benefit of the product that you are putting on the market. So go on the part which is economic a little bit further. So we are taking into account these things also. But let's say, as I see, the framework is kind of adding these different levels to the thinking, so that the one that is going to take a decision on industry whether to move forward on innovation with one product or with the other takes into account safety and sustainability from the beginning. And this is what we are adding. We are not taking the complete thing, if I may say so. Don't know if I'm answering, but okay.
Thank you. Maybe just comment on your thing, on your question. I think this re-X concept, there is a first stage, and this is rethink. And that means, did you really need this product? Did you really need this material? I think that's inherent, included in SSBD, that before you're starting this process, just start thinking.
Yeah, my question was going in that direction on whether, okay, it's implicit in the first R strategy of rethink and reduce, but if that actually materializes in any of the tools in the toolbox, or if it actually materializes in any of the, well, any of the outcomes of the SSBD, or if it's just implicit.
I will say it materializes at the beginning when you are applying the redesign principles, and then you are taking into account these redesign principles, and from the beginning you are thinking about circularity, you are thinking about, and when I say circularity, for me everybody jumps to recycling, but what about reuse, what about reduction, etc. So taking into account those principles, and then you start from there. But this is really the starting point before making any assessment.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for this discussion. Are there further questions? Okay, then let's thank Gabine again.
Many thanks.
Next one is. And now it's my pleasure to invite Lya Soderman-Hernandez on the stage. She's going to talk about how we bridge the ESPR with the SSBD. And probably I need to say that that Lya is working for or with the OECD on exactly this topic. Yeah. So it has an industrial background to go for this kind of linkage. So Gabine. Sorry, Lya, please.
Thank you very much, and I'm really happy that Garbina gave a background. So do I need to find my presentation? Hold on. Probably close this.
Yes.
And then...
Yeah, 501, yes.
So thank you very much. So I'm really going to come from a completely different field, because I'm also an expert in safe and sustainable by design. And as Peter said, I'm a chair in the OECD for the safe and sustainable innovation approach, where we're really trying to bring this concept of safe and sustainable by design to a much international level, where in my group we have 25 delegations. But it's a different, from a different perspective, so from the innovation side. So please keep that in mind. So I really stole this slide because I always like to start things from the why, like why are we going back, especially after the last day and a half. We've been really technical. So we're really facing this, great acceleration in the sense that we know that we have inefficient use of resources. So that's biodiversity loss, and we have a real issue with critical raw materials and our dependencies. We are operating outside 6 out of the 9 planetary boundaries. planetary. So, our planet is in distress. We see it in our daily lives. If you look at, for instance, last year in Europe, in Italy, and all throughout Europe, we've never seen such extreme weather conditions. In some places there was rain, in others hail, in others drought. So we're really feeling the impact of operating outside the planetary boundaries. But as Europe, I think we see it as a new business, new opportunities. So how do we innovate in a better way, in a more efficient way? And that really is the core of safe and sustainable by design. But I do have to point out that if you look at the new commission, this has to be coupled with sustainable growth. If you look at the HITO report on competitiveness, strategic autonomy, those are the words, decarbonization, really accelerating industrial impact. So that has to be coupled with safe and sustainable innovation. So it's really this combination of creating sustainable business and how do we start working in ecosystems so that we can be more efficient and reach that goal. So we're really in this transition that I want to talk about, that we are in a very economic-centric world, where it's central on money, economy. It's very linear. We are depleting, deforesting, degrading, all the different things, net negative, growth at all costs. That's how we see the question about, do we need this product? Parts, we're working in silos. You see it also now, how many independent projects, but are we really working together as a community? Are we bringing all our strengths together as an ecosystem? That is where you see efficiency. So I really want to focus also my talk on people, because as I was mentioned before, I'm leading a SSBD hub in the IRIS and also the policy hub. And there you see that it's the people. So it's not just the digital. We talked about trust, it's people. So we need to bring these people in the journey. And we're very lucky in IRIS that we have 7 value chains, and we also have CEFIC. So we're really listening to industry and really putting that into impact. And also now this substitution centric. So where is our goal? I think we want to go into a world that is more planet-centric, that we really, we want to work towards a circular economy. Like I said, this was mentioned, we think, restore, replenish. We want to give back net positive. That is what people call regenerative business models. Do better with less. Like I said, work in ecosystems, so strengthen each other, creates synergisms between other parties. Service-centric, we talked about how you can make business work. If you do provide a service, then you have more access to the end of life, and you make business out of the end of life, and have a more system approach in optimizing safety and sustainability. So have maximum impact. And what this demands really is a new mindset. So, we talk about safe and sustainable by design as the framework from the Commission, but it really is a mindset. It stems from the beginning of being preventive and not being remediating. So this is sort of the reverse triangle. You see it here. This was a central component of the chemical strategy for sustainability, that we want to prevent and not remediate. But that requires a new mindset, that we have new values in the way we innovate. And here you can think about words about safe, sustainable, circular. But also we know from observations in nanomaterials and advanced materials that if you start from the beginning, think about when you have a house and you have a bad base, how much cost to restore that base because it's not functioning. It's very similar in the innovation process, that as further you move into your innovation and your investment, it's much harder to go back and redesign. So it's really thinking from an innovation point of view. And I really want to point out that we're really in 2 parallel streams. On the one stream, from circularity point of view, we are trying to fix and make the linear into circular. And from the other side, we want to ensure that everything we innovate is safe and sustainable by design. So it's really trying to manage these 2 streams to make sure that we reach the desired impact. So I really want to emphasize this mindset as well, as on top of all the tools and data that go with this. I'm very happy that Garbina gave you the introduction for the framework, but I want to go a little bit step in depth what this framework is all about. It started, yes, in the Green Deal, where you have these ideals of zero pollution, climate neutrality and circular economy, and is driving innovation, and is really hoping on the one hand to minimize the substance of concern, but also sustainability plays an important role here. The Commission, please read these reports. They have been amazing. The JRC started with a first report where they did an analysis of all the safety, sustainability, networks, frameworks, and approaches. There's an excellent review of the different available state-of-the-art data, then and methods, sorry, not data, but methods. Then is the framework. That was the first version of the framework. This was accompanied by a recommendation which really asks the member states and industry and research and RTOs to really back up this framework. This framework has also been tested in several case studies, so you can find the results from the case studies. And most recently is the methodological guidance, which I will also go into depth. So what does this SSBD really look for? So the first really important is that this is the innovation process. This is what we call the Cooper stage gate model, which is just a description of the innovation process. So you start with an idea, you build a case, then you upscale, and then you put a product into the market, and then you think about the end of life. And as you see two colors in the circles. One is that you're constantly, it is an iterative process. So that's why I mentioned mindset, because it's an iterative process where you're redesigning and assessing, redesigning, assessing throughout the innovation process. So, and you also start with simplified assessments in the beginning of your innovation because you don't have a lot of data, but you are conscious. It's the idea that you integrate, or at least you ask the question, is what I'm innovating, what do I know about the safety and sustainability? What do I know about the application? What do I know about the value chain? Am I fixing the problems? Am I innovating for purpose? And you keep this throughout the innovation process. And I really want to stand still because there is data associated with this assessment, and the Commission has in their uptake or getting feedback also has data. So it's more to think about how do we bring all the different initiatives together. I'm not saying it's a solution, but at least there will be data generated if a company or in academia there's safe and sustainable design applied. How can these two initiatives synergize each other? So that is the context, more a thought starter, I guess, if you want to look at my presentation for this. I want to go a little bit in depth on the methodological guidance and the new framework because I think it's important on like I said, this thinking. So you really start with a system definition, so very much like a life cycle assessment. So you have really three pillars. You have a chemical pillar or a material pillar, you have a process pillar, and you have a product pillar. And what you're asking here is which problem do I want to solve? So you look at this big picture, whether you're looking at batteries, and you have critical materials, you have energy, you have end of life. And then from that problem, from that why, you go and you have strategies. So you, in the second step, on the different pillars, which strategies can I apply to solve this problem? It could be I'm going to reduce critical raw materials with advanced materials. It could be that I'm going to rearrange my process so I have minimal waste. It could be that I'm going to design for recycling or design for repair. Or it could be durability, so make sure that is my strategy. The next step is that you keep in mind, like I said, people. What are the actors in your value chain? Who is in that value chain? And what is your impact in that value chain? And finally, the last step is the assessment, that you do an assessment with the data that you have, and there's an iterative process. So when you think about the SSBD framework, you need to think about a holistic approach. You need to think about a life cycle approach, and also starting from the beginning in this iterative process. So like I said, it's a mindset, but again, with data as well behind it. So that could be a thought starter for today. And although we didn't think, so this is more, we had a workshop with IRIS because with a lot of the industrial partners. And although it's not attached to industry, the industry that have actually applied it, they think that we need to change its narrative because it prepares industry for the upcoming regulation. It's one of the ones, because it looks at the entire life cycle, it really is asking, okay, do we use critical materials? So we are preparing from an industrial perspective for the Critical Raw Materials Act. It looks at safety. So you ask the question, are we using substance of concern? If so, take it into account in your innovation process. All as industry says, fail early, fail cheap. Don't invest in that innovation. And you keep into mind that there's going to be updates in REACH where you're going to have new classifications, new hazards, endocrine disruptions, PMTs, PBTs. Keep those in mind in your innovation, smart innovation. As I mentioned today, I'll go into the links between the ESPR and the SSBD, but there are some elements that we can really, from the two assessments, that we can build upon, and definitely from the social and economic for the corporate sustainability reporting directive. So from an industrial perspective, it's more from the innovation that you want to invest in innovations that are safe and sustainable. You want to future-proof your innovation. You want to have market leadership. You want to reduce the risks of your innovation, and you want to have economic viability. So these are these are from industry. So these are the ones from the industrial partners that actually are applying SSBD in their practices. This is the reason that they are applying, and it's for them to have more advantages. I think Garbina went into the next steps for the framework, so I will skip this slide because I want to go directly to the bridging. So we've done an assessment because I work for the Dutch National Institute for Public Health and the Environment. So there, we really are interested in sort of, okay, what are the links between the two initiatives? So I won't go through all of them. I'm just going to highlight. I think that the slides will be shared. So what is it? So from the context, the ESPR is a regulation. So I think Garbina made it very clear the SSBD is a pre-marketed and it's a voluntary approach. But I do want to highlight sort of these key words that are very common. So you want to improve sustainability of products, while in the SSBD, you want to focus on providing a function or service while avoiding volumes of chemicals and material properties that may be harmful. And from a sustainability perspective, also, you want to minimize environmental footprint of chemicals, and also in relation to climate change, resource use, protecting ecosystems and biodiversity while adopting this sort of life cycle perspective. So you see this really, they're very much linked between the two. In the one hand, the ESPR, obviously objectives to contribute to the EU industrial policy. I think in both instances, you are really looking for harmonized requirements. I mean, that is something that we see. Harmonization, I think, is key to implementation, because then everybody applies it in the same way, and then you can say something either is fulfilling the ESPR or not, or the delegate acts, or something SSBD or not. And then I go into the eco-design, which is very similar to sort of the design principles that the JRC. So there's quite a lot of correlation between these two types of initiatives. If I look at the goals, to reduce the negative life, I think that was very clear. And from the Garbina's presentation, steer innovation, minimize the production and use of substance of concern, and minimize impact to the environment. So these, you can see that there's quite similar goals. Key links, I think I've gone to the regulation itself. So these are exactly the key links. I went to the ESPR, and this is where SSBD is mentioned. So in Article 8, so you do see in paragraph 8, you see that all the product material, chemicals, materials, products have to be safe and sustainable by design during the life. So it's a real part of the ESPR. From chemical safety, they mentioned REACH, and they include chemical safety as a part of product sustainability. But you also see that you want to minimize substance of concern. Plus also in that Annex 2, you see very well that all products have to follow the safe and sustainable by design criteria for chemicals and materials developed by the Commission. So you do see this link within the ESPR to the SSBD. But what does that mean in practice? I think that is being discussed right now. So I'm going to go into the different pillars really fast to align the two. In terms of safety, so the ESPR only looks at the presence of substance of concern, while the SSBD really goes into a full risk assessment. You really do consider in all the different stages of the innovation and the life cycle, you do consider sort of a full risk assessment, not just the the substance of concern. That's a key difference. And another reason why we should use SSBD also to see how we can harness the data from SSBD for the ESPR and the DPP. In terms of sustainability, well, there's a key attention to the ESPR for circularity, energy performance, recyclability, and durability, while the SSBD is really broader, more life cycle assessment. So how do we harmonize these two? That would be a thought starter, I think, for question. From the social sustainability part, from the ESPR is self-regulation in both aspects. In the SSBD, although it's under development, there is attention to workers, local community, and consumers. And there's also, like it was mentioned by Garbina, that it focuses on non-financial aspects, so monetization of externalities. And we are constantly, there's all new projects really integrating a life cycle assessments. You know, you have an environmental, you have a social, and the life cycle costing. How do you integrate those three in the innovation process in this sort of, you know, in these sort of low data, mid and high data requirements? How do you create pragmatic approaches and still include them in your innovation process? Finally, my conclusions, I think that's one of my last slides, is from my opinion, I think these are very complementary. Like you can see very complementary approaches that you can really learn. And I think discussion really is needed how the two initiatives can be coupled to the innovation process, how we can learn from each other, how we can bring these. And when we're talking about the DPP, is it possible the SSBD data can also be used in this? So that could be a thought starter. And that's my last slide. So from the SSBD assessments, you get quite a lot of data. So you get data on critical raw materials, you get safety data, so toxicology, exposure, you get life cycle data. That is useful. So how do we make sure that we bring all the efforts together? And the other way around, I think from the SSBD side, we can learn from more including circularity, recyclability, and durability, and maybe ask the question, how do we further the circularity by design, recyclability by design, and durability by design in the SSBD assessment. And we need obviously to keep in mind with the constant DPP delegated acts, at least constantly, because there's two right now that are, at least from our ministry, is the textiles that we follow and the battery. And I think in a dream world, we need to figure out if we can have this feedback loop, you know, how that the DPP is not just traceability, but, you know, at the end, they both have the same goal, to improve safety and sustainability of products and to make that in a traceable way. So I think that it would be really nice to bring our communities together because we have virtually the same goal. So I think when there we can strengthen each other. Thank you very much. And if you're interested, please join the IRIS community, because there we have these co-creation discussions with different, all the value chains, because there we have 7 value chains. And it's really through this co-creation and building the science, policy, industry interface and understanding each other that, that really we're going to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leah, for pointing out this interesting interlinkage between digital product passports coming more or less from regulations with innovation processes. Of course, they should be coupled to some extent, but I think Leah is happy to take any questions on that. Yes, please.
So, I have a practical question on this safe and sustainable information. How do you track your improvement? I mean, okay, I understand the objective, it's clear and it's nice, but at the end, what do you have? Do you have a sort of note of index or whatever? How do you track improvement from years to years?
I think there we need references and benchmarks. I think that is what you use, at least in the different regulations, and the PEF has also benchmarks. So I think that is what we need to look for, benchmarks. And I think you would have very different national benchmarks that you assess. So I think there those benchmarks are needed. When I've been working the last 5 years in SSBD, and we start by mapping the biggest problems in the value chains. And from there, like if it's batteries and it's lithium ion, then you have that as a reference. But I think as a community, we need these references to see improvements. And the second topic that maybe was mentioned, but really we need to discuss, there's always trade-offs. These are very complex systems. So definitely there won't be trade-offs in safety, but for sustainability, I mean, there's always, how do we make these trade-offs? And I think those discussions need to be held. And these discussions are better held with different parties from science, policy, industry. So it's not just one party making these trade-offs. I know the OECD, for instance, in plastics, we have a report, not from myself, but from the risk management on these trade-offs. How do we assess? And the CEFIC report also discusses trade-offs. But I think these are discussions that we need to have because you're dealing with complex systems. So I think it was also part today discussed, you know, how do we assess on this complexity? But by having the people So let's not focus just on the technical side. You need the people, because the people will decide the norms and the values of where we're going to go. But these benchmarks are definitely needed for each of the product categories and really having this value chain thinking.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The excellent talk, really, yeah, many details and clear interaction between SSBD and ESPR. And my question is where you can see this interlinking digital passport and SSBD. Thank you.
Yeah, that's, I think the biggest, I think, is the data, because I think they're, but I think we need to maybe have a second discussion that in the SSBD circularity is not as focused as if you look at all the parameters and the ESPR, they're not as explicitly done in the, but I think we should figure out the data. I think that is what, because we have all these data sets now with all the case studies. That is also rich data. And how do we, harmonize it, but also how do we assess so that we have a place where we can also access, and people. I think that's the other people. We have a community of not only value chains, but safety, sustainability, and in all the projects that I'm involved in, SSBD is co-creation. The value of putting together a material scientist, a product engineer, a process, somebody with safety. And so, I mean, if you ask me, what is the key of SSBD people? Those multidisciplinary, and how do you get those teams to further the excellent technical aspect that was built here? So that would be maybe if I think about it, I can let you know.
Okay, thank you. So Franz, you had a question? Yeah, very good talk, thanks. Can you go to the slide before, maybe? And not this, the last one, yeah? Perfect conclusion, perfect question. But what do you think is missing to answer this question? You're here only technical things. What do you think is missing additionally? Beside people.
Innovation. Innovation, that's what I think the innovation aspect is missing, the functionality, because that's the biggest drawback. As somebody said, you can be sustainable, but you don't have a market. The innovation and functionality, that would be...
Just a comment on this. What is missing here is a business model. So the people will only talk if they have some, maybe in the beginning you stated out, it's all about money. Sorry to say this, it's all about money, yeah? And you have also, if you connect these initiatives, think how, let's say, monetary added value can be figured out if I'm connecting my data to your platform and otherwise. So I think we really have also to think on business models to make this, let's say, sustainable at the end of the day. The technical things are fine. They will happen. Yeah.
I did say sustainable growth. So we are, and I said services. I think services is the best way to connect people, because you connect to the entire value, and you see, at least in the Netherlands, you do see services, service and function, chemical leasing. So it's not that you lease the chemical, but you focus on, you make money on the function. So I think but I think that's the other talk. How do we make these ideal, safe, sustainable, circular in a business, and how do we spread those values of business within the member states, because I think that's missing. And how do we, for instance, if you see that recyclers are struggling, how do we provide policy incentives? Because that's the other thing maybe missing, that if we understand what is missing, we can create from a policy perspective incentives.
Okay, so thank you. I think also very interesting, those discussions. It's time to go to our next presentation.
Oh, moment. I have 3 brilliant news to all of you. Yeah. First of all, we have only 3 talks, and before these last 3 talks, we will have 15 minutes pause. It is first. Second one, we have the updated agenda at the web page of conference. Please download if you have some surprising in the changing of the agenda. It is all implemented there. And the last one, it is really good news. The cocktail events will be at the 5th floor with a nice view on the environment, and all of you are invited after these 3 last talks. Yeah. Now it is 15 minutes break. No. We will have 15 minutes break now, and after that, yeah, continue until the cocktails. Thank you. Please take your places. You are very enthusiastic to continue. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start. Please take a seat.
Yes, the plane is lifting off, and I.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Literally, I have to leave.
The plane
this
of Rome
point, so
is lifting,
yeah, that's
so
why I would like
we need to start. So please.
Yes, my presentation is from the EU project Absolu, or however I say Absolu because that is basically all the letters. Soon I will say why it's called ABS. Paving the way for an ABS recycling revolution is the name of the project, and we have companies like Lego, Volvo, and BIC who are the end users of our result and also requirement setters of our work, one could say. It's about recycling, and we can see that there are a number of companies working in the field. Trinseo, that is named here, they do plastic, ABS plastic. Galoo is a really big recycling company. And then we have TNO, and we have RISE, and we have University of Côte d'Azur, that is the project manager of this project. And Jotne, who has a very specific role in the presentation I will give, because they are experts in the step standardization, basically. And I will tell you a little bit more about that, but not super much because time runs. So you will not be experts on anything that I will tell you. I am a work package 2 leader, which is the work package saying traceability of ABS in value chain design, and that is why I focus on that. I just write that I'm also chairman of THESEUS Circular Economy. If you wonder if I know anything about circular economy, yes, I do, and I also work as expert in the JTC 24 Digital Product Passport, but that is not so much, but I keep an eye on them. Just first, because everybody is not ABS chemists or plastics experts, so I just mention what ABS is. A stands for acrylonitrile, and B stands for butadiene, and S for styrene. So it's 2 types of plastics and 1 type of rubber, and it makes your world much easier, typically, because you can buy cheap material that is strong, very versatile, but it also makes your life worse because it can hardly be recycled. So it ends up in bad streams. You take good resources and you throw them away into burning it up and everything. You can mechanically recycle it into something that is worse than it was before, basically. The project is about chemical recycling. So it's good to see what we can do on tracing it, because if we know what we had, we can sometimes recreate it if we can trace it. And it's also a good product for challenging for material product passport, because we want to see, can we take a cheap material like this and make it meaningful to trace? Possibly, if we can keep it clean, if we can know what we have, etc. In the project, we have been looking at 3 aspects of traceability. One is fingerprinting, basically looking at spectral analysis to see, can we recognize a category of ABS plastic from a spectral analysis? Can we even recognize whether it has become older and in some way different chemical mixture after a while to check if we can tell us anything about it? Yes, we can. I will not say so much more about that here. But very important for the digital you hear what I say, digital product passport world is whether we can add a QR code to it. Because if you would take a sticker and put that on plastic, usually they're gone after the first wash, or if you put it somewhere else, something is happening. So we want to laser mark them. So we have done that. We can see that it's possible, and we can also see that it deteriorates a bit over the age. So we have to have them a little bit of a size. So we cannot handle that in as small parts as possible and as we ever want to. But we know that now. And the third one, which I am going to talk about, is the ISO standardized model that we are eventually producing. So we start with that on this next slide. Of course, one scheme. I will not be very, very detailed on that one, but you can see the blue almost circle, handwritten one. It starts with product design. The tail of the arrow is product design. During product design, if you want to make a pen or a car or anything, you start saying, I want an ABS that can do this. I want a plastic thing that has these properties. And then immediately you have to describe that in terms of how do you measure the properties. And the properties, you measure them usually with using standardized method, ISO standard method usually. But you can also make make company-specific measures so that no one else can copy you exactly, like, for example, the companies we have in this project. So they make their own, but in general, you have them ISO standards, and that means that we really can be very specific about what the property is. We can like 50 properties, we can like 5 properties, whatever, very specific. And then they can start making this mixture, and you see on the bottom level, it's we have a material design, and then we start producing it. That's the letter F on the way up to the blue arrow. And then eventually they come back and say, now we have made this one. Do you want to make pens of it or toys, or do you want to make car parts of it? Yes, because it's so perfect. You really match what we specified. And then they start producing the car. And on the top there, you see the material declaration of the car, on the very top E there. And then that material declaration continues living the life of the car, and during spare parts at the really accredited service station, they will actually sort that correctly because they know the material specification. The same when you then scrap. Now I'm talking about car because they are advanced, and it's good to do these things. Pens, then you're thinking about 3 parts or something. So we have cars, very complex things. Lots of the material in them are plastics or ABS plastic. And in the end, we want to recycle them. And then if you want to make toys of them, they should not be dirty. They should not have been in a car. If you want to make toys of them, they must have been something very, very clean. And therefore, the entire life cycle is very important. So all of these steps were part of the conceptual design of our model. So we are sure we understand exactly what everybody needs when they want to buy materials. And that is not only ABS, any material. It could be copper, it could be paint, it could be anything. It's the same traceability that is needed all through. And then comes the part that I'm really avoiding going into deep detail. But you can see on the bottom left there, it says the analysis. That is any analysis applied in order to specify a property, that we actually have the property. On the right side, it says composition, almost yellow text up there. That is where you either specify your composition together with properties, or you check the composition when you get it from a supplier. And then we have the red text up to the middle there, the sample designation. Someone gives you a ton of ABS plastic pellets, or you have a little bag from a laboratory. It's always a sample, and that one can be analyzed, and it can also be used to make your first prototype, so it can be used in your production. The processing part is about how do we process ABS plastic, during the production of components or during the entire car lifetime. In the beginning, everything is new, it smells like new, and in the end, it's old and dry, and there are different plastics, so you can use them for different things in this recycling process. And eventually, when we had to understand precisely what we needed for data, we went over into the standardization process. So that is where Jotne came in, the experts, only specifically on designing standard, on using the step standards, ISO 10303. And they interpreted everything that I had on the previous slide here that was really specific. Everything was relational databases. Everything was down to the normal form for anyone who liked relational databases as much as I do. Then you come over here and notice that this is looked into standards libraries. The AP235 that is mentioned up there is about product property specifications, and AP242 is about shapes and forms when you have products like the components and everything. And of course, these two libraries are the ones that are used for material composition, as you see, processing and analysis, material designation, and material properties and environment. And the value of this of the product that I did, you see that on the top is the one I first showed, the life cycle flow, and the second one is the relational database that maps exactly all the specifications on the top, so we know exactly that we get everything correctly and logically consistent, and then from that step down to the from that step down to the step standard, ISO 10303, we have now a really standardized standard mapping model that can be either used as is for exchange in the industry that work, or to be lifted into other standardized mappings that you don't want to have tampered. And the difference between this and what we have seen before is that we don't stop at number 2. We don't say we made a fantastic model, it's so great, so you should standardize it. We say we made a model that maps reality, now we make a model that maps standard, and that is what I think that we managed to do in number 3.
These are existing standards.
They are existing, exactly. They are really existing. They are hard worked out there and in the ISO TC184 industrial automation and interoperability. So that's really exactly what is out there. So the number 2 is nice, but it's number 3 is what we really are proud of. Yeah, that's hardware. Yeah. Yeah, that is my short presentation, and I think we're pretty proud of what we have so far.
Thank you very much. Really impressive, Raoul. And I think you still have time for a couple of questions.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, perfect. So are there any questions on that? Okay. So let's start here.
A very quick one. So it's a very, very nice presentation, but also your method is very systematic. And I was wondering, so there are other fields, so we are in green steel, so for instance in steel, recycling steel, it's also very chemical and the like. So to what extent, I would expect that your approach can work equally well on steel or other chemicals, or so what's your view on that?
Definitely. So it's also one of our ISO standards in the 40,000 series today. So I know it works, and this time we work with very professional industries and also with professional people in that domain.
Yeah, so perhaps what might be, just as an example, Volvo is participating in the green steel project we are in, so it might be interesting to figure out the contact persons there. Yeah, okay.
Very interesting. Thank you for the great work. I have 2 questions. I know that you didn't present this, but maybe you could have some light on what does this mean in terms of what the companies are exchanging? Because you're talking about a material specification of the data mapping, but are they exchanging this in a sort of JSON standardized data structure? Are they exchanging specific data points? How do you see this operationalized? And I guess this is also where Jotne's specialty comes in, because they have their PLM system, if I remember well. The second part is, have you looked at, or what is your opinion of the new IEC 824741 material declaration standard? And do you have a professional opinion if you have looked at it?
Yes, you say Jotne have their solution, and I am always, when I work with companies that have solutions, I'm always humble that they should not use them as a leading result, and they don't expect to do that. So we're really following what is going on the DPP side, but we don't. So currently, one that step precisely, that is the last part of the project to decide on that, and we will probably ask the companies so that they really get what they want. The big, the material exchanging companies, and the material declaration, I like it a lot. I was very impressed when I read it the first time, and I then participated a few times at meetings with them, and yeah. So yes, I think that it will suffice for exactly material content, but what we do here is a little bit more. We are associated with the product, and we also associated with the history of the product. Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Doesn't seem to be the case, but I have a quick one. You said that you're using a little bit modeling in your approaches as well. So do you stick, when it comes to modeling, to standards like the Q-size standard from the OECD or things like that?
No, the modeling is done pretty roughly. It's just straight from concepts of what the companies need, and then we talk very much with the company representatives. We exchange data through Excel sheets and everything. That is when we get right on that part, and then immediately actually to relational database design.
Yeah, but when it comes to your to your degradation phase, in the degradation mechanisms in the use phase. You said that you're using AI models. And
no.
Probably I was mistaken. I thought you had this on the slide. Okay.
I think it's fun with AI, but not for this, no. Yeah, the modeling is very important, but we are very close to the concept. So the conceptual model that I show on number 1 here is very now is sketchy to fit on a PowerPoint, but it has been used in very many different forms in relation to the company. So they should understand, because as soon as we go over to the digital modeling, they are a little bit lost and they're insecure, but always knowing that they actually get precisely what they want, and then the relational database is only to be able to translate between the user world and when I hand it over to Jotne.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you again, and
yeah. Thank you.
So it's now my pleasure to welcome a colleague, Fraunhofer colleague, Jörg, who's going to present the German initiative on platform materials digital. Are you not from? Yeah, okay, yeah, Helmholtz, I'm sorry. So, oh fuck, krieg ich das jetzt? Hier, ja. Jörg, du bist hier, ne? Genau.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody, to listening and sticking around. When we present this initiative, usually we take like 2 hours. I try to do this in 10 minutes. So if you want details, I think cocktails are a good opportunity for that. Okay, so it's basically it's about interoperability in material science. It's not directly product passports. We are a little bit earlier in the material development cycle, I would say. So the starting point, what we often show, is basically this value retention in the life cycle of a material. So you go from the raw material all the way, and the idea is if you know more about a product, you can try to get your material from later in the life cycle back by reusing it, by having the engineered material, and also, but for this you need the information. And at the moment, what we see is that information usually is retained or is only transferred from like the first to the next step, and usually in form of PDF. So if you're at the product step, it's hard to really know what happened to the raw material or the engineered material. So we try to have an end-to-end digitalization of the whole process, and in order to keep this value retention. And the idea is also that you can save costs a lot. So that it's not only ideally that we save a lot of material, but also that the companies can save some money in this process. Exactly. So we deal with all this data generation, storage of material data, and processing, simulation, and data analysis. And we try to make a shared material ontology for fair use of data, provide a standardized framework that enables querying and mapping of this data, but still keep the data at the data producer, but have the standardized protocols to access the data. I mean, energy grid is often used as a kind of example that basically there somebody agreed on a standard, so that if you want to use an electric device, basically you don't have to worry how to connect to the electrical system. So we try to build up this material data space. We are aware that this will probably never be complete, but we will try to evolve it and be part of this. Who we are, this is actually a little bit complex scheme of the whole funding scheme. So we are funded by the German Ministry for Education and Research. Now we don't do any education anymore. It's more just research, technology, and aerospace with the new government. And they had this whole funding initiative called Material Digital. And this has two components. At the bottom, you see the platform, Material Digital, which I represent. And on the top, you have the funded projects. So there were 3 funding calls, and the idea was we start with the academia, get from them the academic side, and then but try to shift the focus more and more on industry when you actually want to go to a final product. So the academia is supposed to provide some data for specific classes, have exemplary ontologies and workflows on how to deal with these data. And then at the end, the industry is more on process chains and life cycle view and consistency. We as platform provide structural tasks, infrastructure and networking between those kind of these different activities. And we're now entering our 3rd funding phase. So it's a continuous effort. And I think even after that, there's still the idea that this becomes a sustainable infrastructure, or at least sustainable effort. Going back to the project, so you can see there have been 3 calls. The first one, we had 13 projects which focused on mostly all kinds of materials. We had battery materials, we have steel, glass, copper, and like one that was with wind turbines. And in all, it was like over 200 people from 53 different institutes. And they all have their special materials and processes. So again, now with Material Digital 3, we have fewer consortia, but they are bigger. I think now the Copper 2, they have 13 different partners and are mostly industry-led. So again, it's also a shift towards industry. And what these all are supposed to provide is basically describe their material class in an ontological way, provide their vision on how they do data acquisition, data handling, how they model their materials, what kind of workflows do they use, and how do they simulate the properties, and what kind of data management systems are used in their community. So the idea is, again, not to say you have to do it this way, but rather see how people are doing it and then try to agree on a standard on how these approaches can be made interoperable. Within the platform, we have basically a management board and executive office, which is at KIT, where I'm from. And we try to separate this different task into 4 focus areas. The first is, of course, the community, because for most of all, we want to bring the stakeholders together and then share this with the bigger MSE community and not only the funded ones. We try to describe the materials with semantics. So we have the semantic interoperability group. We provide the prototypical IT architecture, and we try to provide the description of how to do the processing steps in forms of scientific workflows. So for the community area, basically, we have a lot of ways to reach out to the community. We have our website, we have a YouTube channel, we are active on LinkedIn, and we provide demonstrators. So what you see, basically, this visualization is a demonstrator for how, starting from a tensile test, where you have all these measurements, you transfer those data into some kind of canonical data and then into structured fair data, which is then again used by further downstream users like workflows or other applications. Then we have the focus area workflows, which I mostly represent, together with Tilman Hickel from BAM. And there we mostly try to really describe how processes are done in the form of workflows. We have 2 workflow environments for this. One is SimStack that I represent. That's mostly a graphical interface to make it really usable also by people not too familiar with all these very technical things. So we have a graphical drag and drop interface, and then Tilman is mostly in charge of PyIron. It's more general framework. I mean, the iron is only because it comes from the steel community, from the Max Planck Institute for Iron Research, but it's basically very generic, and it gives you a fully fledged Python or IDE. So you basically have Python as programming language, and then you go very flexible in what you want to do. We have tried to publish these efforts also with the projects, with their workflow activities in this special issue on digitalization in advanced engineering materials, and this is the overview that you see there, where we describe all the activities. Yes, and in the end, we try to make those tools accessible to the community by providing a digital library, the workflow store, and there people can upload their workflows or workflow modules and make them available to the community. The other topic is the semantic interoperability. There we try to achieve, through semantics, the interoperability of materials and process data, make them traceable and across the value chain, and basically follow those FAIR principles. For this, they provided this PMD core ontology, which is basically mid-level ontology. There's also been an overview paper in this special issue that deals with the semantic interoperability. And here again, we provide this mid-level ontology, and the task of the project is then provide like the application ontologies for these specific material domains. And there's going to be a hackathon in October at the BAM again, where people can contribute to this. And there's also regular meetings in the community to kind of discuss the concept and what is needed to make it available or usable by everybody. And finally, we have this IT infrastructure. This is a prototypical infrastructure, which has been done mostly in cooperation with the Fraunhofer ISAC, Institute for Advanced Intelligent Systems, I think. Or they are mostly for IT security responsible. As you've seen, we started 2019, and there was still some development for all this Gaia X activities. I think they switched from the industrial data space IDS connector to the EDC. So we weren't sure how much we can use their technology, and we had a more lightweight approach, basically just provide a mesh which is based on WireGuard to secure the connections between entities. On top of this, we provide an authentication layer that is based on keyclocks. We have single user authentication, and also, as many people did here, provide this as in forms of Docker containers to make it easily deployable on different institutions. In the main mesh, we have the PMD central server at the KIT, which provides as a trust anchor, but the idea is that if an industry doesn't trust the KIT, they can basically set up their own mesh and be their own trust authority, but still use the same protocols and technology to make it then interoperable later on. And just now, because the ministry is also trying to push this digitalization into other initiatives, like material neutral, or which is more on reusability, we try to provide a low-level approach, which is the PMD data portal that we just made public. And this is basically a data catalog, which is based on the DCAT catalog and the CCAN software. So data that is uploaded is at least findable and accessible. And we try to make add more semantics with plugins so that it also becomes interoperable and reusable, so that the material neutral projects or material vital projects can also benefit from our work without having to spend so much effort in developing ontologies. Okay, so then this is just a brief overview how all this is connected. Basically, again, you see that the different communities, the projects and the working groups are trying to produce workflows and ontologies, which are then published in the workflow store according to standards, or in a triple store based on the PMDCO. We have the data portal, and all this is hosted on these in the PMD mesh, and materials data is generated and uploaded from industry or academia. People familiar with the system in Germany might be aware of the NFDI, which is a national research data infrastructure, and there's also a big project called NFDI Mathwerk, which has a very similar consortium to us, but since it's research data, this one is a lot more focused on the need of the science community. So it's open source, open access, open data, and supposed to be a permanent solution for scientific work, while platform Material Digital is more on the focused on the industry aspect with proprietary data. But we still try to have synergy effects with them, and we are in close contact. In order to make this all usable, the BMBF is also now funding PMDX Connect projects, which are specific projects in cooperation with the industry. This is coordinated by the Fraunhofer IWM. And they try to provide structured description of the processes and also connect to this manufacturing X activity. And also provide business cases for participating companies. And there we have 3 industry-led projects. One is on automotive. Another one is a digital material passport in aviation, which is then closely related to the DPP. And also one about material data and simulation and production. And finally, we also try to broaden our activities to the European level. So we started out with cooperation with a similar project in France, which is Diadem Pepper. So we had the first workshop, and if you look at the picture closely, you can see Peter and Natalia there. They joined and presented the digital product passport, amongst others. And we had a second workshop in Karlsruhe, where they could unfortunately not join because they had to be in Brussels. But there's now also a tender for materials commons for Europe. And if you look at this call, basically they already say that if you want to apply on the European level, you have to connect to the national initiatives such as Material Digital and Diadem. And we are part of a consortium that is preparing a call for this. So I linked the website, but you can also talk to me, and we are still looking for associated partners to provide use cases. So if you're interested in that, there's a link on the website where you can, where the use cases are described, and there are dates for upcoming meetings on those. So feel free to join and reach out. And with this, I thank you for your attention. I want to draw your attention again to this special issue about digitalization. I also have some postcards here if you're interested in that. And yes, I'm open for questions.
So thank you, Jörg, for this nice presentation of what is going on in Germany in this space of materials modeling and materials characterization and data spaces. I think Jörg is going to be here in to the cocktail reception. So in the name of the time, let's...
Natalia wants a question.
Natalia wants a question. What else?
It is not question, it is a suggestion, maybe contact the person from Netherlands and really to integrate these national initiatives. PMD is very powerful in Germany, and this contacting through DigiPass will be great. Thank you.
Okay, with this, thank you. Thank you, Jörg. We come to the last presentation for today, which is given by Thomas Exner. This is just because it's the last one.
It's the last one.
It's the last one. I had been told that this is the last one.
I thought there was 2 more. Exner and...
Are they here? Oh, all good. So I'm
then
mistaken. I have been mistaken.
Then I have to start with a different comment. Sorry. No, I wanted to say that we are coming back to the beginning of the session, which is still true. Yeah, we are going back to safe and sustainable by design, but since I'm not the last one, I cannot make the circle. Therefore, he is breaking my circle. But I also want to go a little bit into why we are here and why digital passports are something very important for us. Since I see SSBD as users of the digital passports, and in two ways. The one is that we provide data, which we already saw, and the other one is that we use the data which might be in there. I don't have to go through that because that was shown already, the Green Deal, but to be reminded about that, it's good, and I'm really happy to hear that the Commission is fully behind that. It is my dream, and also the innovation part here is extremely important. The second one was also already introduced, but also still remind that we have here this framework, which is now going into the second version, and we think that this will also more focus on circularity and functionality, and therefore I think the connection to the digital passports will also be quite obvious. This one I added because of the question came up, what is SSBD and where do we implement that? And I see the substance or the replacement, this drop-in replacement, where we really say, okay, I take one substance of concern and replace it by something else, is probably the least beneficial one. Yeah, this is perhaps the easiest, but most of the time you don't solve the problem really, because the thing you substitute it with is relatively similar to what you substitute, and therefore they might have also the same biological problems. Therefore, you can go through the whole hierarchy. You can go to the material, to the product. Product is linked to process. Therefore, you can decide which one is the inner shell of this onion. But in principle, what we want to do is going to the system. And system really means here, do we need the product or is that the right product? And I always use cars because I really think that cars, even electric cars, are not the best systematic change. We should change to something else than cars. But that is everywhere. I'm disagreed with the statement that the most sustainable thing is the non-existing material. I really disagree with that because it's not, or if you divide 0 by 0, what is coming out there, in my opinion, it's coming out infinite. Yeah, because it is just, if we have a problem to solve, we need something. Yeah, therefore, just providing nothing will not help us anyway. Yeah, therefore, we need materials. We need huge amount of new materials in many, many sectors, and this is where the IMI and IM4EU partnership is coming in. We look to do that, yeah, and to be really this systematic, you need to look really at everything. You need to go through the full life cycle stages, to the whole value chain, from the raw materials to then end of life. You have to look into that, and even if I call myself safe and sustainable by design, but for me, safe and sustainable by design has actually 5 things in there. The one is functionality, the other one is economics, safety, sustainability, and safety, and circularity. Therefore, yes, we have the 2 S in the name, but in principle, that is not that we are not looking at functionality, because that is what we need to start. But it's always important to also remind our colleagues in SSBD that functionality is actually part of what we are looking at. When you do that, and again, I had this slide last week, and then I said, please don't try to read it. The only idea of this slide is we need a huge amount of information. Yeah, this is just the safety part and a really small part of the safety part. Therefore, we need the sustainability, we need circularity, we need functionality, and so on and so on. And the PINK project, which I represent here, is doing that, trying to do that with a lot of computational approaches. You can call it AI, I call it machine learning, to not be in this situation that somebody asked me, can I trust these things? I think we start with things which have a clear confidentiality, no, not confidential, uncertainty values. That is what I wanted to say. Yeah, therefore, it is machine modeling. Yeah, we go into AI models where it then becomes more problematic, but in principle, it is clear that we want to be sure that this is results. We have the advantage that we are looking, and this is on the next slide, we look at very early things, and you saw this slide more or less in a little bit different color scheme before. We look really at these early phases. Yeah, we are not looking at existing products, and this is the really difference to the product passports, yeah, because we don't have a product. We have perhaps a material, we start with something, we have ideas, and we need to get information. And then we go through these circles and do some reasoning and optimize them. This is all SSBD. I don't have to go into details because we had that before. What I would like to show is that in principle, we need to cover all this information. And if you ask somebody who creates a new material to provide all that, this is just more or less impossible. Yeah? And therefore, we started to think about these process. Can we map these value chains into something simple? Yeah, and this is what our study design maps are, that we just start and say, okay, you have starting materials, you do something, you have a process, and then you go on to that. And to all these different things, you can then put data on top of that. The idea, and now we change a little bit just to make also the connection to the macrame poster over there, that can also become from experimental side. Yeah? But what we are doing is that we, in principle, provide these material sample provenance trails. Yeah, we look at a sample at one point of time in the value in the life cycle. We say, okay, this is a material. This is a sample from a material which came from a process, which came from raw materials, starting materials, and we can collect then already. Yeah, we can collect the starting materials already when we start the process. We don't have to think about the material. We start already connecting data for the materials, for the raw materials, when we buy them, more or less. This is then going into an infrastructure, and this is the pink version of it. Yeah, you have, in principle, a lot of independent sources, data sources, or data coming from modeling. This should be all independent, and then we bring that all together in what we call the pink platform, but I showed that soon again in another version, where you just say, okay, we need some kind of ontology, and you are all the experts, and data schemas, and so on. And I don't want to go into that, but in principle, we need something where all these different data points are coming in, and that makes me a little bit afraid when I look at all these great things you do here, but for me, they look a little bit different, and I think I will have to take data out of many different digital passports, material digital passports, and they might, and then product passports, and they might not be in a very specific area. I might be interested in, because somebody is using graphene in batteries, I'm interested, even if I do something completely different, I still might be interested in this data. Yeah, and therefore, we need this harmonization, and this is what I hope to do, and this is this picture here, yeah, that you have all these different data sources, all is federated and distributed, but they still come together, and then you can build on top of that very different things, and pink can be one. A digital passport would be another one, yeah, because you need to collect all these informations together. But in principle, the digital passport can also be a data source. Yeah, therefore, they are coming in here in two different ways. The idea really is that we build, and this is my last slide in principle, that we build these maps of our value chains and then distribute the responsibility to get these data. I don't want that all these data which I showed, yeah, these hundreds of data points, they should not be in the passports.
But I hope that the passports can be an entry point where I know, okay, somebody provided me data. I have here the information on my material, the basic information. If I need more, if I need to understand more, I can still go into the passport and get the links to the people who created that, ask them more, also link to them perhaps that I can get more information because I now need this more information. I am not just a competitor who wants to see that, but perhaps I'm somebody who wants to recycle that at the end. Therefore, I need more information on what is in there. And I get that by having all these nice wallets and these kind of things, all the things you presented here, because that is really important to build the trust between all of us. That's everything. Thank you for your attention. If you want to know more about Pink, please come and we have a cocktail together. And if you have other questions, then please go ahead.
So, thank you, Thomas. So, session is quite
no, there's
open for discussion, or shall we postpone, Thomas?
No, you can, if you have.
Any questions, please? Yeah, the speaker is here until the end of the day. About presentation, please first. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my main question, I guess this is for most of the materials related project, is how do you deal with mixtures and harmonizing or standardizing definitions and making them open? Because there's fantastic substance level databases and they have open APIs and you can just interact with them, but then you go to, okay, I'm in the steel sector and I'm trying to understand what kind of alloys they have and how do I openly access that, and then that's in media boundary, at least from the 10 minutes that I looked. And I don't know anything about the other sectors, but I think this is one of the biggest interoperability problems.
No, I think it is more a characterization problem, yeah, because we have complex materials which is very hard to differentiate. I'm coming from the nano safety area, and there was a big problem to understand what is actually the same thing and what is not. Yeah, and the same as I mentioned graphene, graphite, where it's really hard to understand if that is the same material, yeah, and how it is used. My hope is that actually these provenance trails help us a little bit to understand it. Yeah, that things which are in a way that you go back to your ingredients, you know what has happened, and even if you don't really or fully characterize what your material is, you still have information which you can use then to compare it to other materials. That is my hope. What we try is now really go these two ways, yeah, that you have characterization at the point of your interest, yeah, your life cycle stage. This is also what Macrame is doing, really trying to generate data for later life cycle stages. But on the other side, you have this parallel description of what happened to the material until it came to the point where I'm now interested in.
Thank you, very clear.
One of the major points for DPP to address a DPP and to kind of scope it was its identifier. So we have a relation between an identifier, which was called data carrier, and a tangible material good, which is then a difficulty if you have weed or, you know, because there you don't have instantiation. So I would be interested in how you address identification in material. That's question number one. And the question number two is for provenance. Did you use the Prov-O ontology or did you invent your own?
I start with the easier question. Yes, or not yet, because this is an idea. Or we are one and a half years in now. That is the next part, but it will be Prov-O, yes. And it will be a Prov-O, which is then also hopefully covering these kind of material transformations. Yeah, that you say, okay, I mix things together and so on, which is not, because Prof O is a data ontology, yeah, but we can extend it to really also make, or we try to include these physical transformation, yeah, before of the material, which is then also part of the data information. The second part is a very interesting question, because I don't know. No, for me, it's important that we have, in principle, multiple identifiers. The one is really, I have an identifier for this mouse on my table. And on the other side, I have a generic identifier for a mouse on a table. Therefore, it is, and then the question is, when is that the same thing? Or when is it so similar to each other that we can actually use the same thing? This is where we are struggling, but in principle, it's based on FISCAM characterization and then comparison, plus, again, the history and saying, yes, they were produced the same. Therefore, we hope until we don't find anything where they are different, we assume that they are similar enough. Yeah. It's not easy. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I love the slide with this cryptic things on skin and oral talks. And that leads me to the question, do you think that the safety data sheet and the data about P&H statements will become part of the DPP? First question. Second question, do we foresee something like mixture allocation factors? Because when you say you have good data on the material, that I can then say, as just has been asked, what are in a mixture the hazards that emerge? And last question, do we then foresee also new approach methodologies, NAMs, that we don't need to miss or treat other specimens badly to learn about the toxicity of a material? Sorry for the 3 questions.
Okay. Perhaps again, with the easiest question is NAMs. The computational tools we do are NAMs. Yeah, what a new advanced, or whatever you call NAMs. It was at the beginning, for the people who don't know what NAMs is, it's a non-animal testing, which is not. Yeah, because there are also it's now new approach methodologies, which is a horrible name for anything. It's like innovative advanced materials. I didn't say that. No, sorry. Anyway, it doesn't say anything. Yeah, but it is these kind of replacement for animals. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and this is also why why for me it's so important to have the chance to go to more information, because NAMs are new and people have to understand them. Yeah, therefore it is going into the direction of your first question. I think we need something in there on safe and sustainability, not by design, because we are talking about the design is over already. We are talking about products, final product on the market. Yeah, therefore design is for me not relevant anymore. But these information have to go in, but they should be in a limit, because then with the identifiers, you can also go to more. Yeah, it doesn't have to be all in the digital passport, because identifiers give us the possibility to look somewhere else. Yeah. And I didn't have to third one, but the second one, but perhaps because of time.
Thank you for provocative comment. Yes, please.
Just one question. The pink infrastructure, I mean, you showed us. Who is the owner? And what is your idea to exploit it?
The big I tried. Oh, okay. In principle, we have these individual components, and the individual components have owners. And then the infrastructure on top of that is something which I actually hope that this is not pink, but that this is a prototype for something which becomes the material commons or something similar. Because it is, for me, pink is a prototype of something which can be a federated data management system. But I don't want to have another silo where my tools are in and nothing else. Yeah, therefore, this is, again, it is a prototype. If somebody bigger than Pink will take it over, I would be very happy. But we are thinking about business models, only to not go into this discussion again. Good.
Okay, on the topic of identifiers, this is a very important point. So what is it that you want to identify? The DPP, this is very important. I'll state it again. The DPP is about identifying material goods, things that exist in reality. So this mouse or that PC or this t-shirt. Okay. When you're talking about identifying a generic thing, you're talking about identifying a digital artifact, like you would identify a DOI identifies a PDF or a document, a PDF document of an article. So here you're identifying a digital artifact. You don't need an identifier for the digital artifact. You don't care as long if you're talking about goods that exist in the real world. Okay. But I'm not talking about vocabularies here. Yeah. I'm talking about identifying a DPP, for example. You don't need to identify a DPP. You need to find it, but you don't need an identifier for the DPP.
Okay. I'm coming from the materials, and or I'm coming from safety, and safety cannot be done on every single mouse. Yeah, you have to identify what are the components of this mouse, which might be careful. Otherwise, I'm not the person to discuss that. You can go to ECHA, and then they will tell you, or our friends from BASF, and if you would have to make a full risk assessment for every single batch of material which is going out of the BASF plant, thank you. Nothing would go out of the plant of BASF because it's so expensive that nobody can do it. Therefore, we need an abstraction at one point of time. I'm absolutely with you that we have to then link that together. We should also make clear that this is now a different batch and that might be a little bit different. Therefore, I'm absolutely with you that every real object needs an identifier, but they have to be linked to more abstract concepts like a chemical, like a material, like something, because otherwise we analyze, we assess, and nothing will come onto the market. But I think, should we...
No. We are going now for the last talk and all other discussion during the cocktails, please. Yeah.
So, thank you, everybody. Thank you for this, for staying with us during this exhaustive day. Now it's time, this had been the last talk, so now I think it's time for cocktails and... There is still one... Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm Damian Milevec. I'm coming from University of Ljubljana, Faculty of Electrical Engineering, and from Slovenia. And I'm here by the invitation to present our project REMHub. This abbreviation REE means Rare Earth Elements. And about the project, shortly described. This project is quite a large project, and it's basically covers entire rare earth element value chain, starting from mineral exploitation, so mineral processing, recovering, then producing the magnets, producing the electric motors, and also recycling them. The companies which are involved are this one presented here just briefly, But before I start to describe what is this REMHA project and which part I will present today, I will show you firstly some facts. The first fact is policy from the China with the export bans about the rare earth elements, heavy rare earth elements. The second fact is going more and more deep, which elements it's not allowed to send out of China. And if they are sending out of China, then there is a chain how you can get it. And with this, I will shortly describe how the Chinese are already getting DPP data of our EU products. What means this? That if the company, which is, let's say, producing a motor, electric machine, for Mercedes, means that they have to send to China, sketch the design of the motor. Then they say, okay. Then they say have to send a photo of line where they are producing these motors. They say, okay, you are capable to produce the motor. Further on, they need to know where are these motors installed. So in Mercedes car, it's not enough. Which type of Mercedes car is installed that and that? So what means this? That they are getting digital product passport data, and they are already know where we are. What means this? For example, I'm coming from the electric machines, let's say, and it means that to run the electric motor in the vehicle, you need some special magnet based on samarium, which indicates the speed of the motor. And they know this. And then they say, okay, we will send you all the magnets you need, but just this, first in the line, you see there, samarium, this is prohibited to send. You can read all around. So they are getting all info. They have already our digital passports of our products in terms of electric machines, which are used in vehicles, in wind power turbines, and even in mobile phones. Each of us has this material inside. So it's strategic material. And now, within this REMHA project, we would like to attack this problem, this challenge, how to say. So nowadays, the reality is as it was explained within these two facts. So just a brief overview of REMHA project. A lot of, squares and work, and because it's, let's say, whole from the mining to the recycling. I will talk today just about this, which became yellow now, and it's mostly speaking about our approach, how to get a digital passport, a digital product passport. It's a little bit on the opposite way as it was presented many times today. So we are starting basically from the digital twinning, and afterwards the data needed for the passport will automatically get out of this digital twinning. It's not a digital twin just, let's say, for operational of the motor. For example, if you have a wind power plant, you need to know all the temperature inside the wind turbine generator. Okay, then you can have a digital twin and you get all this data, and even you can go further. You can see the aging of the generator. You can see how the magnets are partially demagnetized, how they're aging, and so on. So this is operational digital twin. We go further. We go also for the production, for the recycling, reusing, and so on. So just briefly, we are following 4 steps in this approach. Firstly, design for X, improving recyclability by design, geo-based traceability, and afterwards merging together all this data into the twin. And as results, there is a digital passport. What means design for X? This incorporates safe and sustainable by design framework, where this X means recycling, reusing, refurbishment, repurposing, reduction of heavy rare earth elements, these which are on the list of Chinese. Also, there is how to design the machine to reuse it, not just to break it, to grind it, but also how to design the machine to extract the magnets which are end of life, let's say, of the machine. Then, okay, we are speaking now about the rotor containing these magnets. Also, there is improving recyclability by design. That means we have to design the electric machine, let's say, automotive motor or wind power generator, how to easily recycle in terms of how to easily dismantle it, how to reduce the amount of energy to dismantle, to get out of the magnets, and then reuse it, repurpose it, refurbish it, and so on. Next is also geotraceability, which is involved in this, let's say, digital twin. Geotraceability, for now, we are speaking about just to geotrace primary rare earth element production, where this material is virgin material coming from the mining, and then we can use some identifiers, what kind of isotope, some kind of geochemical or isotopic signatures to use it as where the material is coming from. This is useful for European material, but as we know, there is almost zero European material in terms of heavy rare earth and rare earth elements. Unfortunately, hopefully we'll use better policy to get some of in production in Europe. And at the end, digital twinning and digital passport, as you see this figure there on the right side, we are following the idea not to go all the loops and loop all together, but just starting with this small loop here, where we are speaking about few companies involved in, let's say, direct recycling, meaning we need a recycling company, magnet production company, because we are in focus in magnets. Then we need electric motor producer and dismantling company again. So the circle is in 4 partners. So we can see really what we need, and this is our first cell. And after another cell, another cell, another cell. And they can be independent, but just important data are exchanged. Because there is no need that I know what is inside the magnet. It's what is important for the company which produce magnets. It's know that the scrap material which comes to the door knows what is inside. That is the meaning of digitalization, and so I see it. So, okay, that means that afterwards we are speaking about DPP. We plan to produce DPP for electric, permanent-based electric motor containing the needed data. But which data are important? I think the important data are how to dismantle it to reduce the amount of energy, what kind of material is inside the motor, and then you get, posted in the drawers these materials, and then at the end the company which recycles, use recycled material, knows what is on the door of the company. Because nobody, no company will tell you know-how of the production. So the idea is, if you are seeing the let's say, production line where the robots are producing the vehicle, the cars. And I thought, why we cannot get from them how to dismantle the car with the robots? To extract the material, to separate the material as they put it together, as they integrated. So why they are not giving us? So I'm pushing the company in our let's say product that they give us how to easily dismantle your product, and then at the end we will test this in the junkyard, just giving the data in form of passport. There will be QR code or whatever. They will extract the data, how to dismantle the motor, and the robot will be there and dismantle automatically and put out the magnets and for repurposing and refurbish and whatever. So these are the ideas. So how we start with the product life cycle, meaning from here we are starting with the digital twin. So production of the, let's say, motor, magnets, other copper, iron. I am not going too deep because it's time for a cocktail. Then here we have operational dismantling, And also we can use it, reuse it, repurpose it, refurbish, meaning that we can use the magnet for something else, as it is. So we don't need to buy a new one, just reuse it. And then, if not, go back to the recycling. Here is the quite complex structure, let's say, describing what I said before, incorporating all this, our approaches about safe and sustainable by design. So how to design the motor to be safe, so in terms of getting the material, no safety in operation, don't cut your finger. And sustainable, meaning using the material for the next motor. And this is, let's say, our approach to have a digital twin. So now you can see it is composed of different, you see, few elements, but we are concerned in this project about the magnets. So starting from somewhere, from scrap magnet, produce the magnet, produce the motor, operate the motor. So produce the motor, operate the motor, dismantle the motor. So who will provide how to dismantle, how to recycle this motor, or how to dismantle to get the magnets for the repurposing? Magnet motor producer, permanent magnet motor producer should bring us how to dismantle their motor to reuse, refurbish the magnets. This is, you know, like I said, company with robots producing the vehicle, the car. Okay, this is, let's say, the red. Now, let's say the red ones are describing our REMA project. Then here is, let's say, just to see the virgin material. On the left side, it's a mining, and then we are getting all this iron ore to get electrical steel, copper ore to get copper, aluminum ore to get, let's say, aluminum housing, some plastic for the insulation. But in our project, we are focused on rare earth elements, so the traceability will be done just for the virgin material. So, and now we can join together, you see, and whole chain is now here. It's quite complex, but we are following one goal. The goal is rare earth element material, which is reused. It can be reused. So all this data from, as you see here, digital twin of whole chain are coming and feeding LCA. It's simple now. We can get how much energy is needed to produce, let's say reformed material from iron to the electrical steel, or from iron ore to iron, or so on. Even we can easily see how much energy we need to produce the motor, how CO2 goes into the air to produce the magnets, because there is a lot of energy to burn the material, to press and to produce the magnets, and so on, so on. Then it's easy, LCA, it's coming automatically. And now digital data for passport. It's again easy, because we know all the process, and what's important, these data are needed not for everybody, but just for that one needs the magnet data, that one needs, I don't know, energy data, that one needs so on. It's systematically and hierarchically distributed. Sorry. Then within this, let's say, to be for the passport, integrating, yes, LCA like it's here, but all other data are coming from, let's say, machines which are in the loop of the recycling. And then how we will get the content of digital passport based on strings. What are strings? Let's say production digital string. This production digital string contains, let's say, magnetizing of the magnet, insertion of the magnets into the rotor, punching the rotor lamination steel, pushing the shaft into the rotor hole, assembly the rotor into the motor, and so on, so on. Everything is written here. And the same, how to dismantle is written here. So now we can easily extract permanent magnet aging state. What's the state of the magnet? Is this magnet demagnetized? Yes, no, I don't know. You can get it from operational digital string. For example, how to extract the magnet out of rotor. Easy. Just to use recycling digital string. And you can get out of that easily data. So, okay, then, and so on, so on. So also what we should have, let's say, operational level for digital passport use, name, grade, type of permanent magnets, yes, all data needed, behind one QR code, access to protected data in some cloud, not spreading all around the world, this cloud, but, you know, small clouds as a small circus cells, which were, let's say, described before. And now, for example, somebody needs some data from this passport. A recycling company, as its example here, has access just to disassembly process description in this passport and basic permanent magnet data. Why? Because they have to sort the magnets out of the rotor for the magnet producer to know which type of magnet has come in on their door. And all quantities should be in SC units, standard international units. That means in kilos, meters, not in inch, libras, and I know what. Yeah. So just the content of passport, permanent magnet motor, and then what should be written in the passport saying about the material of the new permanent magnet for recycling process. So then that means what should contain the digital passport? Chemical composition, production process, how it's coated, how it is magnetized, how is the mechanical, let's say, dimensions, shape, tolerances. A lot of data are there, but are all they needed, or better to say, are all they accessible, or better to say, will China give us that data? I don't know, I think no, but we can close the loop in Europe and have this data for us. It's one way to do it. And nowadays, the recycling is going in this way. Let's say a company, quite large company, produce 2 tons of rare earth element magnet-based magnets per waste. And what they do with these 2 tons of magnets inside the motors being, let's say, 10 tons? Nothing, just bringing into the furnace to melt this and then to sell us iron. So we are losing a lot of material. So hopefully we will succeed within this project to, let's say, go for the recycling, repurposing, and being inside the passport, being inside the digital twin, and really use this digital technology to, let's say, overcome nowadays big problem with the lack of material. Thank you.
Thanks, interesting presentation. Are you actually doing the actual dismantling as well, and are you using robotics, or how are you doing it?
We are developing methodology. We're developing methodology how to design the motor, how to produce, and how to easily recycle it, dismantle. So yes, we are incorporating in this line the robots.
Okay, but you're doing as part of the project the actual dismantling, or just the framework?
We are doing actual dismantling with the company, let's say with the vision system, with the robotics, and with the demonstrator. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. We should talk later.
How do you think the recyclers will do at the end? Because they are treating hundreds of thousands engines per month, per year, I don't know. But and of course, not all engines will be eco-design with a DPP, etc., etc. So how do you think that they will do that?
I go briefly through this slide before, but you can see here there will be all the time there will be, you know, some motors, old one coming from, and we are developing a methodology how how to dismantle, nevertheless the design. This is first stage to get now. But to start with this new approach, now we are developing Neocycling. But we are also developing how to dismantle. For example, we are developing how to dismantle Nissan Leaf machines, how to dismantle Toyota machines, BATWOMAN machines, and so on and so on. And then doesn't matter, it will come just that motor. We are building this, let's say, database, and it will be, let's say, physically crashing it, but getting the magnets intact. It's methodology. But afterwards, then when we will close the loop with this new design, then it will be easy to dismantle and take out and repurpose it.
Thank you. Another question?
More comment on the last question, because I'm aware of a case where this kind of recycling or repurposing is already happening for neodymium, by the way, on a very low-tech basis. And you have to search for the motivation at the people who actually need the neodymium. It's not the recyclers. They have their assets, they have the machinery that they have to use and they want to use. So the shredders, whatever they are. But the companies who actually need the rare earth materials, they have the motivation and they do the recycling or repurposing, whatever it is. And therefore do not look at the recyclers, look at the people who actually need the material.
I think it's very good that if the loop is closed, that means that who needs goes to the one who has it, and then they have to communicate. So in this project we have this communication and the closed loop with all actors, and I think we will be able to, let's say, produce quite a lot of magnets from the recycling material.
The problem is that today the engines and the motors has a big value, and it's a cash value. There is a lot of copper and so on. So it's a gray zone.
Gray.
Yeah, most of the engines are taken out of the market and sold like that to crushers. I mean, and it's because it's money. If you have some engines, you can go to a crushers and it will give you some money in cash quickly. So it's not it's a difficulty, because if you want to extract that, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of time, etc. So it will not ease the process, because the engine it's a cash value.
I know that.
Yeah.
I'm speaking just of permanent magnets with rare earth elements.
I know.
It's the same story with the copper. We are also extracting the copper, aluminium, the iron, yes. But this is the problem. You see there, the policy from China.
I know.
Yeah, okay, it costs money, but at the end we will say, oops, we don't have the material. We cannot drive with the car. We cannot use special equipment with a gyroscope inside. You know what is needed ballistically. And so we are playing with fire. But okay, it costs money. But I think my opinion is that Europe has to decide what is good, what is strategic, and then nevertheless the stock exchange numbers, you know, goes up or down. We have to follow the idea, because immediately when we will start to produce let's say the production line for the magnets, the price of the magnets will fall down a lot of, I don't know, maybe for 300 times, just for almost to zero. And we will say, okay, it's cheap, stop to produce the line for the magnets. Next day, the price will go up. So we are playing with the fire, you know. Yes, we can replace the motors inside the vehicles with another ones. Yes, I agree. We are doing now. We are designing the motors different, not need to permanent magnets. But there are strategic components where we need the material. Okay.
Any other questions? For in this dynamic world, it is good to have optimistic view and to have the power to solve all questions. And I invite all of you to go now to cocktails, and to discuss more and more our topics. Tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock, and we'll have the full program until 4:30. And I wish you a wonderful evening. Let's continue at 5th floor of this building for this nice event. Thank you very much.